Chapter 2559. She's so beautiful. She's one of the best in the divine world. I swear, I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. I've never seen such a beautiful woman either. God, she's so stunning. If I'm strong enough, I'll definitely snatch her away from me. I'll die for such a beautiful woman. It's worth it even if I die 10,000 times for her. This is truly the most perfect fortune given by the heavens. How could the young lord of the 8 lineages Silver River marry such a beautiful lady? That's right and wrong. The young lord of the 8 lineages Silver River is indeed blessed by 10 lifetimes. Just the outline of her face under the green veil is enough to make people drunk. At this moment, all the guests who came to the 8 lineages Silver River couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. Xuanying held the white-clothed lady's hand. Her skirt was swaying in the wind. Not a single speck of dust could be seen on her. The thin green veil could not conceal her peerless beauty. Her temperament was flawless, as if she was the most perfect piece of art in the heavens. The lady's expression was cold and her eyes were calm. Even though her face was covered by the green veil, she was still extremely beautiful. Xuanying's eyes were filled with excitement and pride. Who could go against him in the 8 lineages Silver River? In the Tianqi mountain range or even the entire Chilean region, his woman was the most beautiful woman in the world. Xuanying never thought that he would be so lucky. Their encounter was quite funny. It was supposed to be a beauty saving a hero. But in the end, the young lord of the 8 lineages Silver River took a liking to her. Xuanying tried his best to make her stay in the 8 lineages Silver River. If it wasn't for his father's divine king realm strength that suppressed her strength, he wouldn't be so lucky. Xuanying didn't care about the opinions of others. Moreover, he was the future master of the Tianqi mountain range. Why should he care about others? He finally got the beauty under coercion and temptation. When she becomes his wife, he wouldn't have any complaints anymore. 100 years later, no matter how rebellious she is, she'll still be a mother. Why should he care about that? Countless people and demonic beasts in the Tianqi mountain range congratulated Xuanying. Xuanying was now the focus of the entire Tianqi mountain range. It was also the dream moment of every man, especially for marrying such an enviable woman. Today, all of you are fortunate to come to my 8 lineages Silver River. My wife and I will be together on the wedding day. This is considered as fulfilling a request of all of you. My wife must be the most beautiful one in the world. Ah! Xuanying said with a laugh. His eyes were filled with pride. Apart from me, who else could do it? Xuanying felt even happier when he saw the envy and jealousy in their eyes. He wanted to let everyone know that his existence was like a king. No one in the 8 lineages Silver River would dare to go against him. He wanted to use this opportunity to announce to everyone that he was going to become the true master of the 8 lineages Silver River. It's like a beautiful flower stuck on a pile of cow dung. If Xuanying wasn't the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River, how could he have the chance to marry such a peerless beauty? That's right. It's such a waste. Such a beauty should only appear in legends. Xuanying's arrogant face makes me feel like he's blaspheming the gods. He looks like he's trying to bully others. If it wasn't for his father, who would come to congratulate him. Looking at this devastatingly beautiful woman, I'm so angry that I can't beat him up. He's taking advantage of everything. Many people were discussing about Xuanying in private. To put it bluntly, they were those who were disturbed by the sight of the bride. Because the bride was too beautiful. She was breathtakingly beautiful. This wedding feast would definitely make countless people beat their chests and stomp their feet. The cold wind was blowing. Her jade-like face was combed and her green veil was settled. She looked like an iceberg and her eyes were like orchids. Her smile was like a falling mountain and she turned into a water fairy. Countless people were dumbfounded as they looked at this scene. They were shocked by the bride's beauty. Such a beauty should only exist in the heavens. Even if she fell into the mortal world, she would still become a fairy. To think that there's such a beauty in this world. I've never heard of such a beauty before. Lu Xingjuan murmured. At that moment he stopped running. Not only him but even Shi Zhen and the rest also stopped running. No man could remain calm in front of such a woman. This was the charm of a beauty that could topple cities and countries. Even Shi Xining couldn't help but exclaim, if I'm 100th of her beauty, Jiang Chen wouldn't have ignored me. Shi Xining smiled bitterly. She was also immersed in the beauty of the lady. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and looked into the distance. At that moment, his body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. Qingqing, is it really you? Jiang Chen murmured. Yin Qingqing, why did she appear here? Moreover, she had become the bride of the young master of 8 lineages Silver River. Jiang Chen frowned. He had a complicated feeling in his heart. He had never expected that he would reunite with Yan Qingqing in the divine world on her wedding day. It was too ridiculous, too comical, and too sad. I don't believe it. Qingqing will leave me. Jiang Qin stared at the scene without blinking. He firmly believed that Yan Qingqing would never betray him. She would never marry someone else even if she had to die. Jiang Qin was very sure about this. It must be the plot of the Master of 8 Lineages Silver River. Qingqing, you must have your own difficulties, right? Once upon a time, Yan Qingqing had been searching for Jiang Chen with great difficulty. From that small border town where there were no experts, she walked step by step towards the divine altar of the immortal world. Jiang Chen was touched by Yan Qingqing in the end. Her love was as clear as ice and as passionate as fire. It was not that he did not love her, but he was worried that he could not give her much. Life only lasts for a lifetime. Pursuing slowly just for longevity. This was the least he could do for her. Since he had fallen in love, he had no regrets. In Jiang Chen's heart, no matter if it was Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingyu, or Yan Qingqing, all of them were equally important to him. They were the ones he loved without any regrets. Someone wanted to marry his wife. Jiang Chen's heart was as cold as ice. No matter who it was, he would never let go. Jiang Chen had never expected that the lie he told the old toad would come true. The young master of 8 lineages Silver River was really going to marry his woman. Chapter 2560. No matter how Qingqing knew him, Jiang Chen must take her away. Unless she really likes the young lord of the 8 lineages Silver River. But that was impossible. Jiang Chen believed in Yan Qingqing. What? Are you shocked by our young madam? Not only you but everyone in the Tianqi mountain range is also shocked because the young madam is indeed a peerless beauty. Yuan Fengchen said faintly. Obviously he did not fall for it, showing that he was an expert with principles. You're right, but it's a pity that she's not your young lord's woman. Jiang Chen glanced at Yuan Fengchen. Leng said. Yuan Fengchen was stunned. Jiang Chen had already turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky at an astonishing speed. Yuan Fengchen did not expect Jiang Chen to be this fast. He covered a distance of 12 li in an instant. Yuan Fengchen could not even catch a trace of Jiang Chen under the Great Void technique. So fast. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and stood proudly in the sky. He was like a peerless war god that was above the 8 lineages Silver River. His appearance had caught everyone's attention because it was forbidden to fly in the sky in the 8 lineages Silver River. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to fly in the sky under such a harsh environment. Jiang Chen's appearance made everyone's eyes lit up. They were filled with curiosity and shock. A mid-heavenly god actually dared to appear in the sky of the 8 lineages Silver River, making everyone look up to him. It was no different from courting death. Let her go, otherwise I'll flatten your 8 lineages Silver River. Jiang Chen looked at Xuanhuan. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my 8 lineages Silver River? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? What a joke. Shui Ying's voice was cold and decisive. Both of them stared into each other's eyes and both of them revealed their killing intent towards each other. Who are you? Do you know who she is? You're not qualified to marry her. Because she's my woman. Jiang Chen said coldly. What an arrogant brat. It seems like you're here to cause trouble. Yuan Fengchen, kill this fiend for me as a warning to others. Shui Ying stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen even dared to touch his woman. It seemed like he really did not know how to spell the word death. In the 8 lineages Silver River, he was the supreme ruler. Who is this person? How dare he barge into the 8 lineages Silver River to kidnap the bride? Really? Looks like he's an idiot. He's just a mid-heavenly god and he dares to show off? I'm afraid he doesn't want his life anymore. There's no way someone like him can be a match for the young master. He's not worthy. Is that so? But from his serious expression, it doesn't seem like he's joking. Could it be that young master is really trying to snatch her away? The guests on the scene were discussing among themselves. Each of them had their own opinions. Jiang Chen's appearance had made everyone curious. The young master who had invited guests from all over the world had actually turned into such a farce on his wedding day. It was truly thought-provoking. Especially when Jiang Chen said that the bride was his woman. It was even more thought-provoking. Is Jiang Chen? Is he crazy? Shi Xining said in shock. Jiang Chen came out of nowhere. What was he trying to do? Could it be that he was lusting after the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River? But it did not make sense. After all, Yuernyang was not a bad person. Jiang Chen had always kept his chastity in front of her. Even if he was in love with her, he would not go so far as to kidnap the bride. Why did Brother Jiang do this? Could it be that he's really related to this woman? Xizhen was shocked. I don't believe it. Xixing gritted her teeth. She was not reconciled. But if the bride was really his woman, then Xixing would completely give up. After all, Xixing was inferior in front of that woman, not even 1 out of 10,000. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing and his eyes became gentle. But when Yan Qingqing looked at him, she looked so unfamiliar. Jiang Chen felt pain in his heart as if his heart was being torn apart. How could this be? Who are you? Why did you say that I'm your woman? Yan Qingqing frowned her brows. She was extremely beautiful. Just a glance from her could make all the beauties lose their color. Qingqing, have you really forgotten about me? Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. But in Yan Qingqing's eyes he could not see any intimacy or longing. The familiarity between lovers had turned into indescribable unfamiliarity. That was definitely not an act. Could it be that she had lost her memory? You are not the hero that I wanted to marry since I was young. You are neither a prince nor an expert. Yan Qingqing looked straight at Jiang Chen. But she felt an indescribable intimacy towards this man in front of her. She wanted to say that he was a toad lusting after a swan's flesh, but she could not bring herself to say it. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's right. I am neither a prince nor an expert. Why do you like me? In the past, Yan Qingqing did not care about thousands of miles to pursue him, just to be by his side. Now she was still as graceful as before. But now there was a big gap between them. Jiang Chen thought of giving up, but he knew that the current Yan Qingqing was not necessarily happy. No matter if she was controlled or lost her memory, Jiang Chen would not let go of her hand. Just like how she would rather die than to let go of his hand. Although I don't know who you are, I have a special feeling towards you. I can't stop thinking about you, I don't dare to forget about you. Yan Qingqing murmured, a nervous smile could be seen on the corner of her mouth. This person was indeed very special, but she really couldn't remember. Could it be that there was such a thought-provoking feeling between the two of them? That's enough. In Jiang Chen's heart, he was even more certain that she was the Qingqing in his heart. Since you have forgotten everything, that's fine too. From now on, I will return everything that I owe you. Back then, you were the one who pursued me. Now I will use my own method to pursue you. Love is not about parting. Even if two hearts are separated by thousands of miles, they will never be separated. It has nothing to do with romance, it's about sincerity. Jiang Chen's words made Yan Qingqing look at him with interest. You are very interesting. Yan Qingqing gently sucked on her slender fingers. Countless people were shocked. Such a beautiful woman was able to move their heartstrings. This bride snatcher was really too daring. Trash, you want to snatch Qingqing away from me? Are you worthy? If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as killing an ant. Shuang was disdainful. He was too lazy to kill Jiang Chen himself. Are you trying to silence me? You want to kill me to silence me? She is my woman. You are not worthy of her. Chapter 2561. Who's the one who's not good enough for Qingqing? Do you still not understand? I don't care who you are, Qingqing will never like you. Don't even think about snatching Qingqing away from me. Shuang was embarrassed into anger. He looked at Yuan Fengchen who was rushing towards them. I don't want to see him anymore. Kill him. Yes, young master. Yuan Fengchen nodded and looked at Jiang Chen. Even if you don't do it, I won't stay silent. You'll die if you dare to touch my woman. Jiang Chen drew out his sword. The moment the heavenly dragon sword was unleashed, Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed and revealed a hint of shock. What a terrifying sword. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen with lingering fear. But more than that, her gaze was filled with desire and provocation. The moment the heavenly dragon sword was unleashed, it was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Yuan Fengchen stepped on the sky and stood above Jiang Chen. The surrounding area was covered in ice. Not a bad sword. But you're too weak. I'm taking this sword. Shui Ying's eyes lit up. He was also interested in the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Yuan Fengchen's blade was sharp as he slashed towards Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Not even a half-step divine king like Yuan Fengchen could kill him with a single strike. Jiang Chen held his sword and danced in the sky. The sword of solitude swept across the land. Yuan Fengchen did not expect Jiang Chen to be so violent. He managed to push Yuan Fengchen back with just a single strike. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was in an uproar. The leader of the 4 great guardians, a half-step divine king, was pushed back by a mid-heavenly god. Is he really a mid-heavenly god? Isn't he a little too powerful? Yeah, he's ridiculously strong. That Yuan Fengchen is known as the strongest person below the Divine King realm in the Tianqi mountain range. How could he be so weak? Yuan Fengchen's expression became extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen was just a mid-heavenly god. Could it be that he couldn't do anything to him? Then he would really become a laughing stock. Winter Azura Saber. Yuan Fengchen let out a furious roar and charged straight at Jiang Chen. An awe-inspiring cold light suddenly appeared, and the saber light tore through the void, extremely dazzling. Both of their figures intertwined, reverberating in the air. Metal clashed, radiance flashed, and even the spectators held their breaths. Both of them stood still. Jiang Chen's sword was unstoppable. The heavenly dragon sword's overbearing dragon might made Yuan Fengchen feel a great pressure. Under Jiang Chen's dragon might, any demonic beast would have to retreat and be courteous. How could he have such a terrifying dragon might? Yuan Fengchen was extremely shocked. The long blade in his hand slashed through the void, but it could not break Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Moreover, his aura was suppressed by Jiang Chen no matter what. A mid-heavenly god actually possessed such strength. Yuan Fengchen felt humiliated. However, those who had not fought against him before would not understand how terrifying Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was. The fusion of dragon and sword was invincible. Yuan Fengchen, don't disappoint me. Shui Ying's voice resounded in Yuan Fengchen's ears. Yuan Fengchen trembled. He knew that the person in front of him was only a mid-heavenly god. How could he establish himself in the Tianqi mountain range in the future if he was suppressed by his opponent? How could he gain the trust of others? Yuan Fengchen raised his saber again. It was unstoppable. Jiang Chen was fearless. The two of them clashed with each other. The glaciers within 1,000 li cracked. The ice mountains beneath the 8 lineages Silver River collapsed one after another. The snow melted and the ice melted. It was truly earth-shattering. Other than Divine King experts, no one had seen it before. However, the battle between the two of them seemed to be on par with a Divine King expert. Jiang Chen only had one thought in his mind, to kill Shui Ying and bring Yan Qingqing away. Die, you don't stand a chance anymore. Yuan Fengchen swept his blade once again. His aura shrouded the sky, his silhouette shone brightly. Jiang Chen stood still like a mountain and looked at Yan Qingqing with a gentle gaze. He then turned around and stood firm, his lips curled into a cold expression. Killing decisively will only happen today. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Jiang Chen activated the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Countless rays of saber light scattered in the void, shattering mountains and rivers. However, Jiang Chen did not even budge an inch. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen would definitely fall, but the result was beyond their expectations. Jiang Chen withstood Yuan Fengchen's attack with his body. He had completed the final attack in defense, causing Yuan Fengchen to lose all his confidence. Yuan Fengchen took 2 steps back, his expression changed. He did not expect Jiang Chen's defense to be able to nullify all of his attacks. Not bad, but it's a pity that you're not strong enough, you're still too weak. Yan Qingqing shook her head and smiled faintly. Her harem was devoid of color. Have a taste of my attack. Jiang Chen's eyes became cold. The aura of the heavenly dragon sword soared to the sky, the sword of solitude, a sword that could break thousands of swords. This was Jiang Chen's unrivaled strength, the sword of heaven's will. Jiang Chen exerted all of his strength. He turned into a rain of swords, covering the sky with his sword. His name was left behind, his sword was left behind, his sword was left behind, his sword was left behind, everything turned into ashes. Jiang Chen used his body as a sword and did not hold back at all. Yuan Fengchen felt the fear of death and took a few steps back. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was filled with respect. Even though Jiang Chen's strength was not as strong as Yuan Fengchen, his technique was unparalleled. His sword intent cut through the void, severing love and hatred, life and death. Jiang Chen pierced through Yuan Fengchen's body and ran in the opposite direction of Yuan Fengchen. No one knew that Jiang Chen had kept his sword and stood still. Just SOSO. Yuan Fengchen sneered. He took 3 steps forward and spurted out a mouthful of blood, staining the snow red. He staggered and knelt on the ground. His face was pale and lonely. His expression was full of vicissitudes. Jiang Chen smiled. He was confident and calm, because that sword had cut through Yuan Fengchen's strength. Even if he was not dead, it would be hard for him to fight again. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was in a state of shock. Nobody had thought that things would turn out this way. The leader of the 4 great guardians of 8 lineages Silver River was so weak. You've really disappointed me, Yuan Fengchen. Shui Ying sighed. He was also shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. This fella could not be judged by common sense. It seemed like he had underestimated this fella who came to snatch the bride. Shuang, could it be that you're not his match? Yan Qingqing looked at Shuang and asked. Joke? How could a despicable fella like him be compared to me? What a joke. His eyes were cold and his terrifying aura spread across the entire 8 lineages Silver River. Since this was his territory, Jiang Qin dared to behave atrociously here. In his opinion, it was no different than courting death. Shuang was gifted since he was young and he had great skills. His body was infinitely close to that of a divine beast. That's why his father became the strongest demonic beast in the entire Xianxia mountain range, the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. This time, I'm afraid that this fella has nowhere to run. Even the young master has taken action. This bride kidnapping is destined to be a farce. Does he really want to go against the 8 lineages Silver River? With just him? Isn't that right? Even a divine king expert might not have any chance of winning against the 8 lineages Silver River. I'm afraid that the old master's strength has already reached the pinnacle. I'm just watching the show. Some people were happy while some were sad. Some of them did not know about Jiang Chen's strength and they just wanted to see how this farce would end. Those who were saved by Jiang Chen were filled with righteous indignation. Hundreds of experts wanted to lend a hand to Jiang Chen. However, if they turn back now, they might become the prisoners of the 8 lineages Silver River again and face the choice of life and death. If we just leave like this, how are we going to face ourselves for the rest of our lives? That's right. Although we met by chance, we've benefited from our benefactor. No matter if he's overestimating himself or that woman is really his wife, we have no reason to stand aside and do nothing. It's not good news for our benefactor to take action now. I have a suggestion. If our benefactor is defeated, let's not have any scruples anymore and attack together. I don't believe that they can stop us. We're already going to die and we're indebted to our benefactor. If we just leave like this, how are we going to live up to the word human? Haha, you're right. The reason why humans are humans is because they have more humanity than demonic beasts. Love in the human world is to experience the vicissitudes of life, to see the vanity of the world and to maintain one's cultivation. If we don't have any pursuit, how are we different from the walking dead? Li Peng laughed and said. His words aroused everyone's interest. Hundreds of eyes were looking at Jiang Chen and Shuang. The final outcome would be decided in an instant. Jiang Chen stared at Yan Qingqing. He did not even put Shuang in his eyes because Shui Ying's strength was almost the same as Yuan Fengchen's. Why should he care about Shuang? However, the person he cared about the most was Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen did not know what kind of grievance she had suffered. Since they parted in the immortal world, there was no news about them. Now that they met again in the divine world, Jiang Chen naturally did not want to see Yan Qingqing living alone in the mortal world. As her man, he could not let her suffer any grievance. This battle is only for you. Chapter 2563. You're courting death. 8 lineages Silver River is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Shuang took the lead, trampling on the ice and snow of the mountains and rivers as he fought with Jiang Chen. Shuang held the towering heaven hammer in his hand. It was as if thunder was roaring in the ears and the wind was howling. The giant hammer dominated the sky and came down with a whistling sound. It was as if Mount Tai had fallen, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Jiang Chen's eyes looked dignified as he held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword flew in all directions as the intense battle between him and Shuang shook the 9 heavens. The ferocity of the hammer and the sharpness of the sword made Jiang Chen more and more courageous as the battle progressed. The heavenly dragon sword roared furiously as it laughed proudly in the universe. What a powerful fella. Is he still a mid-heavenly god? Oh my god. Shuang might be in big trouble. However, the old master has not taken action yet. Moreover, Shuang is not the only expert in 8 lineages Silver River. It really makes people sigh. If on the day of the wedding this well-known young master was beaten to a pulp, wouldn't that be a joke? There were always people who came to watch the show. Moreover, they would never complain that the battle was not exciting enough. Jiang Chen and Shui Ying's figures were constantly crossing each other. The collision of the hammer and the sword, the trembling of the light and the shadow. The two of them fought for a long time and it was hard to determine the winner. In the glacier valley, thousands of miles of ice and snow were falling. The 8 lineages were trembling in fear. Worthy of being the young master of 8 lineages Silver River. You're quite capable. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and looked at Yan Qingqing. The latter was also looking at him with interest. However, it was only interest, there was no trace of love. Jiang Chen did not care. Since he had chosen to start all over again, he would not allow himself to lose his composure in front of the woman he loved. Moreover, it would not be easy for Shuang to defeat him. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. It's good that you know. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, you'll be torn into pieces by me later. Shuang said softly. Mediocre strength, but you're one of the best in boasting. Jiang Qin said calmly. Brat, you will die very, very miserably, I promise. Shuang was infuriated by Jiang Qin. The two of them clashed again. 1,000 feet of sword light cut down the mountain peak, shattering the glacier. The deafening sound was deafening, and the avalanche was hundreds of miles away. Not a single blade of grass grew. The wind and snow between the two of them danced in the air. The scene was extremely beautiful, but every sword strike had touched Shuang's bottom line. It made his heart tremble again, and he retreated time and time again. However, Shuang did not want to be outdone. He raised his gigantic hammer and smashed it down. It was as if the heavens and earth were trembling. Jiang Qin dodged the attack while the two of them continued to fight. It's time to end this. It's time for my woman to go home. Jiang Qin sneered as his eyes became sharper. His combat strength increased again after using the dragon transformation. His physical strength had already reached the half-step divine king realm. Jiang Qin swept across the universe, his sword pierced through the void and overpowered Shuang. At this moment, the onlookers finally understood how powerful Jiang Qin was. After using the dragon transformation, his sword swept through Shuang's crown. Shuang's hair was disheveled and he looked extremely embarrassed. Shuang kept retreating. He still had a lingering fear from the beheading slash. This guy can only be described as a freak. That's right. Now I know why he is so arrogant. After all, he has the right to be arrogant. This young madam seems to have a powerful background. If she is really the wife of the man who stole the bride, then Shuang will really fight to the death. The 8 lineages Silver River will not admit defeat so easily. After using the dragon transformation, Jiang Qin's strength increased to another level, reaching the half-step divine king realm. Together with the powerful sword intent of the heavenly dragon sword, Shuang had nowhere to hide. He could only take the attacks and stagger backwards. Did this guy eat shit? How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Shuang's face turned pale. Under Jiang Qin's ferocious attacks, he had completely lost the initiative. Even though he was the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River, no one would give him any protection. In a battle of life and death, there was only death. Jiang Qin's sword aura was unparalleled. He was like a peerless god of war, invincible. Shuang did not have the strength to resist at all. At this moment, the title of being invincible under the divine king realm seemed extremely ridiculous. Jiang Qin's 9 swords fell on Shuang's body. Shuang had no way to avoid the attacks. The overwhelming sword shadows had completely destroyed his defense. As the pride of the 8 lineages Silver River, he was utterly defeated by Jiang Qin and was ridiculed by thousands of people. Shuang's face became more and more gloomy. Blood flowed out from his body, covering the snowy ground. He slightly moved his hand and a silver spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The terrifying spear light was like a cold light that made everyone gasp. What a terrifying spear! Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. This silver spear was indeed a good treasure. It was at least a high-grade heavenly divine tool. It was completely different from a divine tool. Moreover, this silver spear seemed to have an innate murderous aura. Shuang held the spear tightly in his hand. A cold light suddenly appeared and his aura suddenly rose. Like I said, Shuang would never admit defeat so easily. He has not even used his trump card yet. The silver snowflake spear, this is the old master's natal heavenly divine tool. No wonder Shuang dares to say that he is invincible under the divine king realm. It seems like he has his reasons. A few thousand years ago, the snowflake spear had challenged all the experts in the Tianqi mountain range. Everyone was terrified of it. The old master's name had spread throughout the Tianqi mountain range. I wonder if the silver snowflake spear is as terrifying in the hands of the young master. The appearance of the silver snowflake spear had attracted everyone's attention. This silver snowflake spear was the pride of the entire 8 lineages Silver River. The reason why the old master was invincible was because of this silver snowflake spear. Now that the inheritance of the silver snowflake spear had fallen into Shuang's hands, it was unknown if he could regain his former glory. What a handsome divine spear! Jiang Qin said sincerely. If this silver snowflake spear fell into his hands, he could definitely add it into the little Ashura sword formation. In that case, he could increase the lethality of the little Ashura sword formation. This high-grade heavenly divine tool was even more powerful than the 2 hammers. The current Jiangchen could only forge a peak-grade divine tool. It was not easy to forge a heavenly divine tool. Therefore, a heavenly divine tool was extremely precious to Jiangchen. It's good that you know. This spear is called the Silver Snowflake Spear. It's more than enough to kill you. Xuanying looked at Jiangchen again. His killing intent intensified. Just now Jiangchen had made him suffer. Now he would definitely kill him in one strike. This spear is not bad. I want it. Chapter 2564. The ignorant are truly fearless. Haha, now I will show you the power of the Silver Snowflake Spear. Just the spear radiance alone is not something you can withstand. Xuanying took a step forward and went straight to the sky. The spear's shadow covered the void like a silver dragon entering the sea. The Silver Snowflake Spear really lived up to its name. One spear sets peace. Xuanying was invincible. Everyone thought that the spear transformed into thousands of spear radiance. Was it not enough to force Jiangchen to retreat and kill him? But everyone was wrong because Jiangchen was just too powerful. After transforming into his dragon form, he was like a peerless war god that was invincible. No matter what kind of attacks came at him, he wouldn't budge an inch. Although the Silver Snowflake Spear was strong, how could the heavenly dragon sword in Jiangchen's hand be an ordinary weapon? The Silver Snowflake Spear might be invincible in other people's hands. However, to Jiangchen it was too passive. The heavenly dragon sword was so skillful that it completely made the Silver Snowflake Spear lose its dignity as a heavenly divine weapon. Even Xuanying could not believe that the heavenly dragon sword was like the Silver Snowflake Spear's nemesis. A spear radiance of 10,000 zhang and the spear sets peace should not be difficult at all. However, when Jiangchen used the heavenly dragon sword, any divine weapon seemed to become ordinary. In fact, the Silver Snowflake Spear was not weak. It was the heavenly dragon sword that was too powerful. No matter how many spear shadows of the Silver Snowflake Spear were, they could not withstand the power of the heavenly dragon sword. Jiangchen approached Xuanying again. The Silver Snowflake Spear flew up and down. Jiangchen used the Great Void technique and his figure flashed 9 times. Xuanying could not find any trace of him at all. The two continued to fight. Xuanying's Silver Snowflake Spear, which was once an invincible divine weapon, was defeated by Jiangchen for the first time. This made Xuanying extremely depressed. Not only did he fail to complete his father's halo, but he was also forced to retreat several times by Jiangchen. Even the Silver Snowflake Spear could not change the situation. Jiangchen raised his sword and looked arrogant. Jiangchen stared at Xuanying with a cold smile. Xuanying had nowhere to retreat. After 3 strikes, the Sword of Solitude knocked the Silver Snowflake Spear away. Xuanying was completely at a loss and fear. Jiangchen took the opportunity to press him. Xuanying's heart almost collapsed. He kept clashing with Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword. Good sword, so powerful. Yan Qingqing murmured as she looked at Jiangchen. This guy is not easy to deal with. He is even better than Xuanying. Xuanying was forced into a desperate situation by Jiangchen and was on the verge of death. The young master of the 8 lineages Silver River was beaten up in front of his own house. It was really sad. Father, save me! Xuanying's face was pale without a trace of blood. His hysterical cry for help made Jiangchen's heart palpitate. Xuanying's heart had completely collapsed. Boy, how dare you! A deafening roar resounded through the sky. Everyone on the 8 lineages Silver River's expression changed drastically. They were trembling from the bottom of their hearts. It was obvious who this person was. He must be Xuanying's father. Jiangchen took a few steps back. However, he was still pushed back 100 meters by the terrifying airwave. The aura in his body was boiling. It was just a casual strike, but it was so powerful. It was terrifying. A divine king realm expert indeed lived up to his name. The master of the 8 lineages Silver River? Jiangchen squinted his eyes. A middle-aged man with white hair and eyebrows landed in front of Xuanying. At that moment, everyone bowed down to him. Welcome, master. May the master live as long as the heavens. One after another, their voices echoed in the sky, majestic and awe-inspiring. The white-clothed middle-aged man was skinny and his expression was stern. He stood on the Silver River like a gust of wind. His cold eyes seemed to be able to penetrate through one's heart. He slowly turned around and looked at Jiangchen. At this moment, Jiangchen felt that his whole body was as cold as frost. This man was too powerful. He was comparable to Di Long and Elder Luo of Battle Sect in Linhe Boundary. His dreadful aura instantly swept across the entire 8 lineages Silver River. That dreadful confinement force made Jiangchen feel that he had been locked down. There was a huge difference between a divine king realm expert and a heavenly god realm expert. One would never know how terrifying a divine king realm expert was without fighting against him. Everyone in the 8 lineages Silver River knelt down on the ground. They were extremely respectful towards the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. One could imagine how powerful the master of the 8 lineages Silver River was in their hearts. However, no one knew if they were in awe or fear of him. Jiang Qin stood proudly and looked into the white-robed middle-aged man's eyes. He was not timid at all. Neither of them wanted to be in a disadvantageous position. Jiang Qin's strength was far from a divine king realm expert. However, he was able to look down upon the heavens. Everyone was shocked by this. "You're quite powerful. How dare you look into my eyes? Ordinary people, even a half-step divine king would not have the guts to do so," Xuejia said coldly. His aura was vigorous like that of a peerless god. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent, which made people shudder. "Why wouldn't I dare? I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to kill me." Jiang Qin smiled confidently. Xuejia squinted his eyes. This fella is indeed powerful and arrogant. Unfortunately, arrogant people don't have long to live. Moreover, he has offended the 8 lineages Silver River. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a critical period of his seclusion, he would have come out to deal with this fella. If it wasn't for Xueying asking for help, he might still be in seclusion. "Do you think you can escape from the 1,000-mile Silver River?" Xuejia was amused by Jiang Qin's confidence. He shook his head and asked, "Since I'm here, I don't plan to let you leave alive." Jiang Qin smiled faintly. "Ah, ridiculous. Ridiculous. You don't plan to let me leave alive. You're too confident. Ever since the 8 lineages Silver River was established 10,000 years ago, this is the first time I've heard someone say that he doesn't plan to let me leave alive." Xuejia's expression was calm as he regained his arrogance. A divine king expert would never be provoked by Jiang Qin because of his mental state. "I really don't know where this fella's confidence comes from. Now that the master of the 8 lineages Silver River is here, why isn't he running away? You even dare to spout nonsense here. You're really impressive. Suck. This fella, does he want to fight a divine king realm expert head-on? Even though he has defeated a half-step divine king, it's impossible for him to fight a divine king realm expert. He thinks too highly of himself. Looks like he's going to die soon." Many of them were mourning for Jiang Qin. They thought that he had completely provoked the master of the divine king realm and it was only a matter of time before he died. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yin Qingqing smiled. Jiang Qin looked at her as if he was thinking about something. Her gentle smile seemed to have infected him. "Indeed, I'm arrogant. But it's for you," Jiang Qin said with a smile. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. How could he say such sweet words when he's going to die? Chapter 2565. You're the first person who dares to behave so atrociously in my 8 lineages Silver River. Xuejia Leng said with a smile. "Father, you must kill this bastard. I want him to die a horrible death." Xueying gritted his teeth as he hated Jiang Qin to the core. However, he did not have the ability to defeat Jiang Qin. "Shut up, useless thing. Go back and reflect on yourself," Xuejia said in a low voice. Xueying looked extremely embarrassed and could only lower his head helplessly. His father's strict words had become the most ironic words that he had ever heard as the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. The people of the 8 lineages Silver River were not fools. Xueying had been beaten badly by Jiang Qin. It was impossible for him to leave in peace. Xuejia gently stroked the silver snowflake spear in his hand. This was his favorite weapon in the past. It was like a limb to him. He would never take it out if he wasn't worried about his son. However, his disappointing son had made a fool of himself. Even the silver snowflake spear that had shaken the entire Xianxia mountain range was broken. Moreover, this man was just a peak mid-heavenly god. It really made him furious. "Your past glory has been destroyed by my unfilial son. Today you and I will work together to restore your glory." Xuejia held the silver snowflake spear tightly and said. A domineering aura rose from his body and everyone held their breath. No matter how powerful Jiang Qin is, he's not a match for a divine king realm expert. "What should we do now?" Xianxia said worriedly. However, there was nothing she could do. It seemed like Jiang Qin was a little reckless. The 8 lineages Silver River was not an ordinary place. Now that the real master of the 8 lineages Silver River had appeared, his arrogance had become a joke. "Yeah. Why is our benefactor still here? Could it be that this bride was really his wife? Didn't you say that you'll leave after saving him? Now that the lord of the 8 lineages Silver River has been lured out, it's too late to leave." Li Lei said in a low voice. He was extremely worried in his heart. This was completely different from their plan. Not only did Jiang Qin not leave immediately, he even tried to kidnap the bride. This was something that the two brothers couldn't understand. Benefactor, you are a man of true character. I like you. So what if it was love at first sight when he met the woman he liked? I'm not afraid of having my bones smashed to pieces. I want to leave a good name in this world. Ah. Li Ping squinted her eyes and stared at Jiang Qin. Her eyes were full of admiration. I believe that he would never do something he's not confident in. Shi Jin said in a low voice. Based on his understanding of Jiang Qin would not be so reckless as to not leave a way out for himself. It was not like him at all. Although Jiang Qin was arrogant, he had a mature side. A man should be a hero in life and a hero in death. However, a true expert should know when to yield and when to stand tall. Only then could he become the final king. Jiang Qin stared at xianxia. At this moment, the old toad was hiding in the dark. As long as he gave the order, he would definitely not let xianxia have a good life. Boy, go to hell. Xianxia said in a deep voice. His cold voice reverberated throughout the entire 8 lineages Silver River, and the valley was deafening. Senior, if you don't take action now, when will you? Brother Toad's death will be avenged today. Jiang Qin raised his head and stared at the void. At the moment when xianxia took action, a black ray of light pierced through the void. The old toad wore a black robe and his eyes were sunken. Endless anger was burning in his heart. The death of his son was absolutely irreconcilable. How sad was it for him to die before his son? All of this was done by the 8 lineages Silver River. How could the blue-eyed azure flower toad not be angry? Such a domineering aura. I'm afraid that he's already at the mid-divine king realm. Xianxia squinted his eyes. This fella's strength has improved so fast that he's catching up to me? Old toad, it's you? Xianxia recognized the blue-eyed azure flower toad immediately. Although the blue-eyed azure flower toad had just broken through not long ago, it was still the Tianqi mountain range. A divine king realm expert had the power to change the whole situation. Xianxia was not someone that could be ignored. It's me. As the master of the 8 lineages Silver River, it's rare that you still recognize this old man. The old toad said with a smile. Brother Toad, what do you mean? You've just broken through to the divine king realm and I haven't had the time to congratulate you. You've come here first. Sorry for not welcoming you earlier. Ah. Xianxia didn't want to offend a divine king realm expert. Moreover, he had yet to figure out the background of this old toad and what his intentions were. Could he be on the same side as this human? Congratulate me? Ah. Could it be that Brother Shui wants to kill me so that you can continue to be the only king of the Tianqi mountain range? What have I done to make Brother Shui care about me so much? The old toad said in a weird tone, not giving any face to xianxia. Brother Toad, if you're here to congratulate my son's wedding today, then I'll welcome you with open arms. But if you're here to mess things up, then don't blame me for disregarding our friendship and falling out with you. Xianxia said proudly. He thought that the old toad had just broken through to the divine king realm not long ago. How could he fight against me? Even though his strength had improved a lot, he was still not a match for him. You're right. I'm here to mess things up. And the thing I'm here to mess things up is your son's wedding. The old toad's eyes were cold and his azure flower eyes were flickering. I have no enmity with you. I don't think the 8 lineages Silver River has anything to do with you, right? Xianxia frowned his eyebrows. If the old toad really wanted to mess things up at this moment, he would definitely be in a difficult position. Then you'll have to ask your precious son. Brother Toad and I were sworn brothers in the past. Your disappointing son was defeated by me and Brother Toad. In the end, he was not convinced and sent his protector to frame Brother Toad and kill him. He even took my wife away. Such a deep hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today, I'm here with you to seek justice for my son. Jiang Qin said righteously and sternly. Everyone sighed in their hearts. They never expected the people of the 8 lineages Silver River to be so despicable and shameless. But then again, they wouldn't have any doubts if all these were done by Xueying. Because Xueying was an arrogant and spoiled person. Chapter 2566. Don't you dare slander me. When did I take your wife away from you? When did I kill the son of Senior Blue-Eyed Azure Flower Toad? Xueying's face turned pale as he roared in anger. His heart was filled with unwillingness. However, no one believed him because he was used to doing such shameful things. Bastard, are you trying to defame our 8 lineages Silver River on purpose? Xueying harumphed coldly and said. Whether or not it is discrediting us, we know it in our hearts. Old Senior and I also know it in our hearts. Today we will either leave you, the young master, alive or haha we will fight to the death. Today both Senior and I are prepared to face death with equanimity. If we don't kill this bastard, I swear that I am not human. Jiang was filled with righteous indignation. He stood up for the blue-eyed azure flower toad and himself. Many people felt the same way. Father, I didn't. Shuang said anxiously. It was not a good feeling to be wronged. Moreover, what he said had become a joke. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang with a smile. Her face was filled with joy. In the eyes of those who were observant, they were naturally affectionate towards each other. Lad, I've underestimated you. Unbeknownst to him, Yan Qingqing had never thought that Jiang Chen's ability to make things up was so impressive. You killed my son and even did such a shameless thing. Even if it was someone else, they would not be able to stand it. Today, I will take your son Shui Ying's head to comfort my son's soul in heaven. The old toad said quietly. His sorrowful expression made people sigh. You can always find a way to frame someone. Looks like you two are here to provoke our 8 lineages Silver River. No matter how glib your tongue is, don't even think about leaving my 8 lineages Silver River today. Shuang did not bother to argue with Jiang Chen because they were certain that his son killed the blue-eyed azure flower toad. It's useless to argue with him. Shi Zhen, Shi Xining, and the others were dumbfounded. From their conversation, it wasn't hard to tell that this nameless expert was undoubtedly the blue-eyed azure flower toad's father. Jiang Chen was truly remarkable to have such a close relationship with the blue-eyed azure flower toad. No wonder he was so confident and fearless. It turns out that there's an expert here. The blue-eyed azure flower toad's strength was definitely on par with the old lord of 8 lineages Silver River. Only Jiang Chen knew in his heart that he had put in a lot of effort in this act. He had even given the cyan spirit pill to the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the old toad's trust so easily? One should know that these beasts are naturally suspicious. Now that Jiang Chen has forced the old toad into the heart of the struggle, the old toad and Shuijia have already reached a point where only one of them can live. Jiang Chen could also take this chance to take Yan Qingqing away. Let's see if you have the ability. Jiang Chen shrugged. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Shuijia said faintly. Then you'll have to defeat the old senior first. My opponent is your son. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Shui Ying. At that moment, Shui Ying's body trembled. Because he knew that he was no match for Jiang Chen. Even when he held the silver snowflake spear, he was still defeated by Jiang Chen mercilessly. It was impossible for him to be a match for Jiang Chen now. Shuijia looked at Shui Ying worriedly. It was not a big deal for him to fight against the old toad. However, if the old toad continued to attack Shui Ying, it might be an ending that he did not want to see. Everyone from 8 lineages Silver River, listen to my command. Kill this monster with all your might. Otherwise, there will be no peace in 8 lineages Silver River. Shuijia's command reverberated across 8 lineages Silver River. Countless experts roared thunderously. Shuijia did this to protect his position in 8 lineages Silver River. Although Shui Ying was no match for Jiang Chen, there were so many experts in 8 lineages Silver River. How could they be afraid of Jiang Chen? However, if Shui Ying could lead the experts of 8 lineages Silver River to defeat Jiang Chen, it would be the beginning of him ruling the 8 lineages Silver River. Everyone listen to my command. If I don't kill this man, I'm not a human. Shui Ying leaped up. Although his strength was severely damaged, he knew what his existence meant to the experts of the 8 lineages Silver River. To him this was a rare opportunity. If he wanted to become the master of the 8 lineages Silver River in the future, he would have to go through the test of blood and fire and become the master of the 8 lineages Silver River in order to become the master. As long as there's no divine king realm expert, I'll kill all of you. Jiang Chen's arrogance soared to the heavens as he held his blade horizontally across the glacier. With the spirit of one man he could go against thousands of enemies. Senior, don't worry. Leave Shui Ying to me. You only need to deal with him. I'll kill this bastard with my own hands to comfort Brother Toad's soul in heaven. Jiang Chen said. It's my son's fortune to have a brother like you. Don't worry. Shuijia will not touch you. Let's see what the master of 8 lineages Silver River can do to me today. Ah. The old toad soared into the sky with his aura shaking the surroundings. He looked down at the sky and clashed with Shuijia. Even Shuijia didn't expect the old toad to be so powerful after breaking through to the Divine King realm less than 10 years ago. He had already reached the mid-Divine King realm, but his foundation was not stable yet. He was summoned by Shui Ying when he was cultivating in seclusion. Meanwhile, the old toad was approaching the peak of the early Divine King realm, almost the same as him. Both of you have to die today. Xuejia was not worried about Jiangchen anymore. There were so many experts in 8 lineages Silver River. How could they be defeated by a middle heavenly god? I'm afraid that you don't have the capability. I won't give up even if I die today. I'll make your son pay for what he did. Xuejia was extremely depressed. He did not know whether his son killed the blue-eyed azure flower toad or not. However, he knew that Jiangchen was definitely not Yan Qingqing's man. Xuejia was very clear about this. Because Yan Qingqing would not be trapped in 8 lineages Silver River if it was not for Xuejia. However, Yan Qingqing's character changed in the end and she decided to stay with his son. Jiangchen, you've destroyed my 8 lineages Silver River. Today shall be the day you die. Shuang waved his hand. Thousands of late heavenly god experts soared into the sky. There were dozens of peak heavenly gods and 4 half-step divine king experts. They completely blocked Jiangchen's way. This was all the strength of the 8 lineages Silver River. There were almost 2,000 late heavenly gods. They were the strongest in any sect in any region. There were countless demonic beasts in Tianqi Mountain Range, and these were only the beasts under the 8 lineages Silver River. 2,000 late heavenly god realm experts, even a divine king realm expert would be drowned by them, especially at this moment. Not even the god of heaven can save you, Shuang said fiercely. Only a fool would fight him alone. At this moment he displayed his outstanding leadership skills. 2,000 late heavenly gods were approaching Jiangchen under his command. Chapter 2567. Jiangchen is really in danger this time, Li Lei said. Yeah, not to mention the few half-step divine kings and peak heavenly gods, even the thousands of late heavenly gods would be able to swallow him alive. Shizhen said worriedly. I don't know what you guys think, but our benefactor has saved us from danger. We can't just stand here and do nothing, right? At the very least, I Li Peng won't do such a thing. If I live my life as a coward, I might as well die. Even if I die, I will let the world know that I, Li Peng, am not someone who is afraid of death. Benefactor's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. Even if I die in this battle, I will have no regrets. Li Peng was the first to rush out. Hundreds of human experts that were saved by Jiangchen became silent. After a few breaths, more than 80% of them chose to follow Li Peng. Not everyone had a conscience. Some of them knew that they would lose, some of them were tactful while others had different attitudes. Everyone had their own ambitions, they could not be forced. Alright, I Li Peng have so many brothers to save our benefactor. My death today is not to be regretted. Ah. Li Peng and Li Lei took the lead while Shi Zhen and the others followed closely behind. Even Shi Xining wanted to join in but was stopped by Shi Zhen. Lu Xingjuan, my Shilan escort has always treated you well. If you still consider me as your senior, help me look after Xining. If there's a chance, help me bring her out. You guys shouldn't have come to Tianqi Mountain Range. Shi Zhen had trapped Shi Xining, who was eager to fight. If she were to make a move now, in the midst of the crowd, she would definitely die. Alright. Lu Xingjuan didn't say anything else. At this moment he naturally chose to flee with those dozen people. Tears welled up in Shi Xining's eyes as she bit the corner of her lips until it bled. She knew that there wouldn't be many that could survive this battle. Or it could be said that this was a battle of moths flying into a flame. However, Shi Zhen and the others still followed behind Jiangchen resolutely. This was a kind of faith, and it was also an attitude of facing death with equanimity. Jiangchen looked at the hundreds of people behind him, and a smile appeared on his face. You guys are enough. Li Lei, Li Peng, bring everyone away. Today I will fight the 8 lineages Silver River alone. Jiangchen's words caused everyone to hold their breaths and suck in a breath of cold air. In their hearts, they all thought that Jiangchen had gone crazy, that he was going to die, but his cold and arrogant side gave them an incomparably firm feeling. Benefactor, but this, Li Lei hesitated. Cut the crap, get out of this 8 lineages Silver River. I saved you guys so that you guys can live well, not follow me and be in danger again. No one can stop me if I want to leave. Jiangchen said with a sneer. At this moment, Li Lei's expression turned serious. His arrogance and conceit had caused everyone to have a whole new level of respect for him. That sentence, if I want to leave, no one can stop me, was the last bit of trust Li Lei had for Jiangchen. Since Benefactor insists on this, then let's wait and see first. Li Lei stopped everyone, leaving Jiangchen alone on the glacier. Snowflakes were falling and the cold wind was piercing. 2,000 late heavenly god realm experts were like a sharp knife, piercing into the hearts of the enemies. Jiangchen was fearless. What could 2,000 late heavenly god realm experts do to him? Jiangchen's fearless aura made Li Lei and the others shiver in fear. However, That domineering aura was something that they would never be able to possess in their entire lives. Jiang Chen was still taking a stroll in the park in the face of death. He was still as steady as Mount Tai. Who could be like him? He was confident that he would be able to hit the water 3,000 miles away after living for 800 years. Let the storm come more violently. Jiang Chen stood with his sword. One person against 2,000 people formed a sharp contrast. On the glacier, everyone's heart tightened. Even Yan Qingqing could not help but break out in cold sweat for Jiang Chen. Are you really confident, or are you not afraid of death? Yan Qingqing murmured. She did not know why, but at this moment she was worried about Jiang Chen. She hoped that he would be able to stand out amongst the 2,000 people like a comet and become the true king of kings. You idiot. 2,000 late heavenly gods, even if you're a divine king, you'll still die from exhaustion. Shui Ying's eyes were extremely gloomy. When Jiang Chen chose to fight against 2,000 people alone, he had already announced his death. However, was that really the case? Everyone's attention was focused on the battle. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp and he suddenly raised his head. The heavenly dragon sword was like a meteor streaking across the glacier. His figure was still standing proudly on the battlefield, fighting against 2,000 people. The shadow of the sword flashed past, slashing through the mortal world. Jiang Chen was like an immortal war god, facing all difficulties head-on. On top of the glacier, figures fell down one after another, none of them could stand up again. Blood dyed the 10 miles of glacier red. He was like a war harvester, sweeping away everything in his way. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. These thousands of heavenly god realm demonic beasts were not a challenge to him at all. The demon spirits of 2,000 late heavenly god realm demonic beasts should be enough for him to make another breakthrough. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and started a massacre. In the blink of an eye, 300 experts were killed and the glacier was stained with their blood. Shui Ying also felt his heart palpitating. Jiang Chen was too arrogant. He killed 10 people with a single slash and showed no mercy at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's battle intent soared to the heavens and no one could stop it. So what if there were 2,000 late heavenly gods? This fella is a peerless god of death. It's terrifying. Is he still human? No, he's not. He's a demon that harvests lives. Everyone felt that their throats were dry. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Shi Zhen, Li Lei and the others were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's confidence was not blind or arrogant. I don't believe that you won't run out of energy. These 2,000 people will exhaust you to death. Shui Ying said in a deep voice. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Time passed by. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was still not stained with blood. However, more than half of the people had died. Every demonic beast that charged forward was still fearful. To them, death was just a matter of time. Jiang Chen was getting more and more courageous as he fought. Chapter 2568. Who can do anything to me? Ah. Jiang Chen raised his sword towards the heavens. Under his final strike, even the 4 shivering half-step divine kings became souls under his sword. At this moment, 2,000 late heavenly god realm demonic beasts had fallen in Jiang Chen's hands. Their blood had dyed half of the glacier of the 8 lineages Silver River red. The cold wind was blowing and the snowflakes were still falling. However, it could not stop the blood from freezing. Jiang Chen was standing on top of the glacier with his sword pointing towards the sky. At that moment, Shui Ying trembled in fear and kept retreating. Jiang Chen made him understand what fear was. Although Shui Jia was slightly on the upper hand in the battle with the old toad, he could not control the situation at all. The old toad was extremely ferocious and it was beyond his expectation. Jiang Chen killed 2,000 late heavenly gods in a blink of an eye. Shui Jia's eyelids twitched. Jiang Chen had fixed his eyes on Shui Ying again. Where's Do Hongming? Shui Jia shouted. Suddenly, a white-clothed figure appeared on the void. His strength had reached the true perfection realm. Compared to Shui Ying, who was at the half-step divine king realm, he was much stronger. Just like the old gibbon, he was hovering between the divine king realm and the half-step divine king realm. Do Shi, there's nothing I can do today. The 8 lineages Silver River is in danger. I hope that Do Shi can protect my son. Shui Jia looked at the white-clothed elder and said solemnly. The white-clothed elder looked solemn and arrogant. He did not show any respect to Shui Jia at all. The appearance of this person made many people confused. They did not expect there to be such an expert in the 8 lineages Silver River. It was unbelievable. I know what to do. Young master will be safe. The white-clothed elder's words made Shui Jia feel assured. As long as he said it, there would definitely be no problem. This person was the true master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Moreover, he was the one who set up the Great Mountain Formation and Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. Alright, I'll leave my son to Do Shi. Xuejia calmed down. Only then could he fight the old toad with peace of mind. The old toad didn't think that Jiangchen would overcome so many trials and defeat so many enemies. 2,000 demonic beasts perished under his hands. How arrogant was this? How arrogant was this? It really gave off the feeling of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. Kid, I've really underestimated you. I won't let Xuejia off easily either. Ah. You should worry about yourself first. Now that Do Shi is here, there is no need for me to worry. You must die in this battle. Xuejia roared, and the two powerful godly king realm experts collided with each other again. Jiangchen stared at the white-robed old man in front of him. In the depths of his eyes, his fighting spirit was soaring. Right now, even if a deity descended from the heavens, he would definitely not retreat. You're strong, but that's all. Do Hongming said lightly. Is that so? How would you know if you don't try? Jiangchen smiled calmly. Now, he had become the most terrifying existence in the entire 8 lineages Silver River. Young and successful, but it's a pity that this is your fate. After defeating so many trash, you're still trash after all. Do Hongming seemed to be full of disdain towards Jiangchen. An old man who doesn't die is a thief. Today I'll send you to the next world. Jiangchen and Do Hongming were at each other's throats. Neither of them wanted to show any weakness. Then there's no need to say more. You don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. Take this. Do Hongming's breathing became heavy. He knew that Jiangchen was strong, so he did not underestimate him. He threw spiritual stones towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen was caught off guard. He raised his hand and the 5 elemental trigram fire formation wrapped around him. Do Hongming's eyes brightened up as he looked at Jiangchen in surprise. You know how to use formations. Interesting, interesting. Do Hongming turned his palm and the formation was activated. A battle formation was set up by him. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. This formation was indeed strong. But it was obviously impossible to deal with him. Even his 5 elemental trigram fire formation couldn't break it. As expected, the battle formation that Do Hongming was so proud of could not break through the defense of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Rays of light shot through the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. It was like hitting water, like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no sound at all. Do Hongming's eyes narrowed and he sneered, I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeves. To be able to set up such a formation. I'm surprised. I'm surprised too. You're so weak. How dare you show off here with just these tricks? Could it be that you can't even break my most basic formation? Jiangchen sneered. Alright, since you're also a formation master, then how about we set up the 3-sex formation? If you can break through the 3-sex formation, then I'll admit defeat. If you can't, then you'll have no way out. Obviously, Do Hongming wanted to have a formation battle with Jiangchen. This was the most common way for a formation master to compete. Whoever could set up a more terrifying formation, whoever could break the formation would be an extremely exciting thing. Obviously, Do Hongming, who was a formation fanatic, wanted to have a formation battle with Jiangchen more than anything else. Are you sure you want to compete with me in formations? Jiangchen was overjoyed. I have the no beginning formation and 108,000 formations. Any formation would be easy for me. Even if he couldn't set up a formation due to his limited abilities, it would not be difficult for him to break it. Moreover, based on Jiangchen's understanding of Shi Do, a formation master who was below the Divine King realm would not be able to do anything. Without reaching the peak Divine King realm, one would not be able to set up many high-level formations. Without reaching the peak Divine King realm, who would dare to call himself a formation master? The formation foundation of a formation needed energy to support it. As long as one's strength reached a certain realm, he would be able to turn something rotten into something magical. It was the same for the formation foundation. If the formation foundation could be formed naturally, then one would be called a formation master. A formation master would not be qualified to call himself a formation master without reaching the hierarch realm. Could it be that you don't dare? Do Hongming said in a weird tone. He looked at Jiangchen and looked at Jiangchen with disdain. He was so young and had not even reached the half-step Divine King realm. What qualifications did he have to show off in front of him? Moreover, Do Hongming was not afraid of anyone who was at the same level as him in terms of formations. He came from a formation family. If he did not have such confidence, how could he survive in the divine world? Why not? I believe a formation master will not play tricks. I will wait for you to set up 3 formations. If I can break them, you will not be far from death. Jiang Chen was very confident. If you can't break them, you will die too. Do Hongming harumphed coldly. He was very clear of his own abilities. If he was given enough time to set up a formation, even a divine king would be defeated by him. But this young man was so arrogant and conceited. This was the beginning of his nightmare. It could even increase the power of the 2 formations. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of this before? The formations were interconnected with each other. Through the amplification of the formations, his little Ashura sword formation would probably be able to reach a higher level. I've really benefited a lot. It seems like I still have a long way to go in the path of formation. Jiang Chen thought from the bottom of his heart. However, the most important thing right now was to break through the 3 layers of formations, then he could defeat Do Hongming. Defeating his masterpiece would be more painful than killing him. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The 3 formations were closely connected. Jiang Chen did not dare to look down on them. Moreover, the most important thing was that Do Hongming had reached his limit. His strength was quite weak and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. But looking at his perfect formation, Do Hongming's eyes were filled with pride and confidence. Do Hongming's formation was quite strange. But Jiang Chen could see that Do Hongming's formation technique was much better than his. Jiang Chen went from complexity to simplicity while Do Hongming went from simplicity to complexity. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Jiang Chen had to admit that he was not as good as Do Hongming. In terms of formation, Do Hongming's technique was extremely brilliant. It was even comparable to martial arts' divine weapons. Jiang Chen naturally did not learn the technique of formation. No matter how good his learning ability was, this technique was deeply imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind. It left a deep impression on him. Do Hongming was not simple. Jiang Chen wanted to find out more from the beginning. He wanted to find out how Do Hongming set up the formation. Now that he had seen it, it was indeed worth it. Even if he was trapped in the formation, he was still quite happy. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. But they didn't know that Do Hongming's ingenious method of setting up the formation was what truly moved him. Such a brilliant technique. This formation technique should not be simple, right? Jiang Chen looked at Do Hongming with a smile. Do Hongming's expression changed and he said in a deep voice, "Let's break the formation first. If you're not qualified to know." Do Hongming was slightly shocked. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp. He could tell that Do Hongming's formation technique was extraordinary. Even Xuejia, a divine king realm expert, could not tell what was so special about Do Hongming's formation. But Jiang Chen could tell with just a glance. The more it is so, the more curious I am. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Benefactor, you're too arrogant. I've heard of this Do Shi before. He's like a divine king in the Qianxia mountain range. The formation that he set up had repelled countless enemies for the 8 lineages Silver River. Xuejia, the lord of the 8 lineages Silver River, joined hands with him to create the 8 lineages Silver River. Although his strength was not at the divine king realm, I'm afraid that Xuejia would not be able to hold the position of the lord of the 8 lineages Silver River without him. This Do Shi is the hero of the 8 lineages Silver River. His strength must be unfathomable. Li Lei couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Chen was willing to enter Do Hongming's formation. It showed that he was extremely confident. It might not be easy for a formation master to kill you, but it was too easy for him to trap you. Moreover, Do Shi was a terrifying figure. Do Hongming's eyes lit up. I've heard about it too. But it's just a rumor. I'm afraid that this fella is too strong now. I'm afraid that Jiang Chen has fallen into his trap. Shi Zhen's expression turned ugly. Jiang Chen had now become the eye of the formation. Do Hongming had invited Jiang Chen into the trap, causing Jiang Chen to fall into the trap. Shi Zhen and the others were worried. The formation is completed. Let's break it. Chapter 2570. Alright. Let me see what's so special about your formation. I'm going to win this 3-layered formation. Chain formation activate. Do Hongming shouted. Under his guidance, the 3-layered formation was activated instantly. The 3-layered formation was closely linked with each other, trapping Jiang Chen within. A terrifying pressure rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn and he did not dare to be careless. The mightiness of the formation was fully displayed. 1 for attack, 1 for defense, and 1 for amplification. As expected of the old man, he's very cunning. It's not easy to break this defensive formation. Moreover, the defense is amplified. To break the attack, I have to get rid of the defense first. The last amplification is even harder to deal with. I've learned a lot from the three-layered formation today. Jiang Chen's smile gradually disappeared. The deduction of the no-beginning formation kept appearing in his mind. These three formations were not really invincible, especially the defensive formation. Moreover, Jiang Chen had the best formation under the heavens. He had 108,000 formations. Who could be more than him in terms of formation origin? With the deduction of the no-beginning formation, it's not a problem to break this defensive formation. On the other side, Xuejia and the old toad were also fighting. Ah, this fella is the stupidest person I've ever seen. He dares to enter the formation and get trapped. I wonder how he grew up. Xuejia said sarcastically. Even the old toad thought that Jiang Chen was digging his own grave. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even if he walked into the trap, he might not be able to walk out alive. It's too early for you to be happy. You should worry about yourself first. The old toad snorted and his face darkened. The poisonous fog from his mouth covered the sky, forcing Xuejia to retreat again. Xuejia did not want to be outdone. The silver snowflake spear in his hand was like a tiger with wings. Compared to Xueying, he was much stronger. The spear danced in the air and everything in the world withered. Snow fell on the glacier and icy rain fell like flowers scattered by a goddess. The old toad couldn't advance or retreat. On the glacier, 1,000 miles collapsed. The old toad was forced into a difficult situation by Xuejia, but at this moment the old toad was getting more and more courageous. Their intentions were different. Xuejia wanted to protect the dignity of the 8 lineages Silver River while the old toad was willing to die. At this moment he wanted to kill Xueying. As long as he could avenge his son, so what if he had to die? Jiang Chen couldn't let the Azure Spirit pill go to waste. This pill had helped him increase his strength by leaps and bounds, giving him the chance to fight Xuejia. If not, how could the old toad, who had just broken through, fight Xuejia? Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He struck out his palm, shattering the mountains and rivers. However, the formation remained unmoved. Countless grayish-brown inscriptions emerged from the formation, like a dragon roaring on the earth or a heavenly bull roaring in the void. A golden light shield rose from the void and formed a thick wall, locking Jiang Chen within it. Jiang Chen kept striking with his fist. The terrifying wind was deafening. Jiang Chen could not break the shield even after he had broken through the dragon transformation realm. The heavenly Xian earth shell formation made Jiang Chen suffer a little. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, but his expression remained calm. However, Do Hongming's confident smile fell into Jiang Chen's eyes. He was sure that Jiang Chen would not be able to break his formation. That's why he was so fearless. The golden light shone brightly as it pierced through the void. It was as if there were weapons clashing against each other. Jiang Chen was caught in a dilemma within the three-layered formation. Moreover, behind the golden shield, there were terrifying weapons that whistled past his ears. Every step Jiang Chen took, forward and backward, was shocking. The second layer of the formation, the 10,000 killing blades, had unleashed a strong killing intent, and it had almost locked down all of Jiang Chen's vital points. Jiang Chen had to remain invincible in this formation, only then could he break it as soon as possible. But now he was in a dilemma. It was extremely difficult for him to break the first layer of the formation. The ultimate blade was unbridled. When the 10,000 blades were unsheathed, even the gods and ghosts would be shocked. The 1,000 killing blades formation was a supreme killing formation. It was similar to Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. However, the little Ashura sword formation was a combination of divine tools and heavenly divine tools. Its lethality was naturally not comparable to the 1,000 killing blades formation. However, the 1,000 killing blades formation was filled with divine origin energy, turning into supreme swords that could shock even the gods and ghosts. It made Jiang Chen feel extremely embarrassed. In a blink of an eye, several sword wounds appeared on his arm. Blood splattered everywhere. Do Hongming's smile became wider. This was only the first step. Jiang Chen could not withstand it completely. Once the third layer of the formation underwent a huge change, it would be the time of Jiang Chen's death. The transformation of the formation is caused by the transformation of the formation base. Moreover, he used divine origin energy as the formation base. He's still too young. Even among the divine kings, not many would dare to use such a method. He's really looking down on me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly in his heart. He had suffered a few sword wounds just to test if this formation was really as strong as the legend said. To break the first layer of the formation, I need the sharpest spear to pierce through the strongest shield. Jiang Chen understood. The heavenly dragon sword rose up and a dragon soared into the sky. Even though the heavenly dragon sword had lost its sword soul, it was still incomparably powerful. It showed off its sharpness. The heavenly dragon sword converged at one point. The sword chi spread across 800 miles. The sword chi of man and sword fusion tore the void apart as if it was going to devour the glaciers. Because the sword chi was too terrifying. Its sharpness made Do Hongming's expression freeze. He could feel that Jiang Chen was like a trapped beast that was about to break out of its cage. It seemed like the first layer of the formation was not going to be able to hold him anymore. Do Hongming's eyes turned cold. At this moment, the Cyan Light Arhat formation started to operate completely. The third layer of the formation was closely related to the first two layers of the formation. In the Cyan Light Arhat formation, green light appeared and purple light surged. Rays of terrifying spiritual light were injected into the formation, making the Heaven Shen Earth Shell formation even more stable and immovable. However, Jiang Chen's sword chi was determined to get it. Especially the heavenly dragon sword, the dragon's might was unparalleled and could conquer everything in the world. The golden shield started to turn into nothingness under the interweaving of Jiang Chen's sword chi. Eventually, the first layer of the formation started to show signs of cracking. Heaven Shen Earth Shell formation? Just as so. Jiang Chen smiled proudly. Not bad. Chapter 2571. The first formation was broken. Would the second formation be far away? Jiang Chen revealed a confident smile. The first formation was the easiest to break. He was not arrogant and complacent because of this. The second formation was the scariest. It was indomitable and unparalleled. It was meant to kill the person in the formation with its terrifying attack power. With the amplification of the third formation, the attack power of the 1,000 Killing Blades formation would go up another level. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation is only focused on killing. The weakness should be the foundation of the formation. Blindly pursuing the attack power of the formation would definitely weaken the foundation and formation eye of the formation. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. Do Hongming had the same thought. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation was not weak and its explosive power was terrifying. With the amplification of the Green Light Arhat formation, it could even kill a Divine King Realm expert. Even if an ordinary person could break through the first formation, he would definitely be in a passive position in the second formation. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was moving freely in the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. It was quite difficult for him to fight against the tens of thousands of blades. There were hundreds of changes in the formation. The only thing that didn't change was its ferocious attack power. Sharp blades came from all directions, but there was only one target. Within the 100-meter radius of the formation, Jiang Chen's every step was taken with extreme caution. Everyone was on tenterhooks, worried that Jiang Chen would be struck down by the formation at any moment. Do Hongming was still very confident. The first layer of the formation was just an obstacle for Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen had broken through the first layer of the formation, then the second layer of the formation would not be as gentle. Attack is the strongest defense. It was the same with the formation. If Jiang Chen was left with no room to fight back, his attacks would only become defensive, and the formation's attacks would become more and more intense. Jiang Chen used the no-beginning formation to deduce the formation while using the heavenly dragon sword to resist. Although it was extremely difficult, Jiang Chen was still able to do it with ease. The no-beginning formation included 108,000 formations and the 1,000 Killing Blades formation was one of them. However, after being amplified by the Green Light Arhat formation, the 1,000 Killing Blades formation had undergone a lot of changes. Jiang Chen had to deduce step by step in order to solve the formation. Jiang Chen wasn't a peerless genius in the field of formation, but he had the no-beginning formation in his hand. He was lucky enough to break the strongest formation in the world. That was why he had such a method and opportunity. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation was much more ferocious than he had imagined. Jiang Chen had to go all out and use softness to overcome hardness. Only then would he have the chance to break the formation. The sword moved with the wind and the heavenly dragon sword retreated in order to advance. In the 1,000 Killing Blades formation, he didn't choose to fight against the extremely ferocious blade lights and sword shadows. If he did, he might be injured because the 1,000 Killing Blades formation wasn't too complicated. Jiang Chen was confident that he could break the formation. Even though it had been improved and amplified by Do Hongming, Jiang Chen wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. It wouldn't be easy to trap him with just 3 formations. In the formation base was the first and the divine spirit chi between the heavens and the earth was the key to building the formation. As long as the divine spirit chi between the heavens and the earth was disrupted, the formation would collapse by itself. Of course, the strength of the formation caster must be strong enough. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to destroy the divine spirit chi between the heavens and the earth, it would also become the amplification of the formation base. At that time it would be like shooting oneself in the foot. Tianxian Praying Wind Formation. That's it. With the 1,000 Killing Blades formation, it's impossible for the formation base to be too strong. This Tianxian Praying Wind formation has the ability to disrupt the formation base. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. Setting up a formation within a formation, giving Do Hongming a taste of his own medicine. Using this method to break the formation would make Do Hongming speechless. At the same time, Jiang Qin didn't want to be left out. While he was setting up the Tianxian Praying Wind formation, he was also studying the formation eye of the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. Once he found the formation eye, the Tianxian Praying Wind formation would be easier to break and the speed of breaking the formation would be greatly increased. Qian Kuan above, Zhen Li's help, wind and thunder on the left, heavenly stems on the right, the formation eye in the southeast. This is indeed the best formation. 36 formation bases all connected. This Do Hongming is really not simple. Jiang Qin was advancing and retreating, using softness to overcome hardness, avoiding the attacks of the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. Finally, he completely understood the pattern of this formation. Every step was extremely careful. After setting up the Tianxian Praying Wind formation, he quickly changed his approach. Do Hongming's eyes were gloomy. Every move of Jiang Qin was under his control. He was also a formation master. How could he not know that Jiang Qin was setting up a formation? You want to break the formation with a formation? Isn't it a little too whimsical? Do Hongming sneered. That will depend on whether your formation is sturdy enough or not. Ah. Jiang Qin laughed and said. The coldness in his eyes gradually froze and even reached the freezing point. Finally, it was time for him to show his prowess. He had been suppressed by the 1,000 Killing Blades formation for a long time. The terrifying attacks never relaxed at all. The 1,000 Killing Blade formation was powerful enough to kill a Divine King expert. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Qin to set up another formation in such a difficult formation. However, Jiang Qin's path of setting up the formation was filled with dangers and dangers, which made people shudder in fear. Jiang Qin's path of setting up the formation was filled with dangers and dangers. Under the amplification of the Green Light Arhat formation, the 1,000 Killing Blades formation was extremely terrifying. The aurora was like a continuous rain. The moment Jiang Qin's Tianxian Praying Wind formation was formed, Do Hongming's eyes became solemn. He had a bad feeling. Although he didn't know what kind of formation Jiang Qin had set up, he still wanted to take precautions. Green Light Arhat, tremble all directions. Do Hongming took action once again, activating the Green Light Arhat formation. The attacks that Jiang Qin received increased. Jiang Qin could only take the attacks passively in the formation. Even when the Tianxian Praying Wind formation was formed, Jiang Qin still found it difficult to move forward. A terrifying gust of wind was accompanied by the shadows of swords and blades. Jiang Qin narrowly dodged every single sword and blade. Jiang Qin also suffered more than a dozen injuries on his body. Being able to hold on for such a long time without suffering any fatal injuries was already a blessing in disguise. The green light wrapped around the wind and snow, shaking the glacier. The ground under Jiang Qin's feet kept trembling. Jiang Qin withstood the fierce attacks one after another. Let's begin. Tianxian Praying Wind formation, disturb the heavenly dipper. Ah. Chapter 2572. Tianxian Praying Wind formation? What kind of formation is this? How could it cause the divine origin chi within 10 miles to tremble? Do Hongming took a deep breath. He did not expect Jiang Qin's Tianxian Praying Wind formation to be so strange. Although the Tianxian Praying Wind formation could only cause the divine origin chi within 10 miles to tremble violently, the foundation of the formation would be greatly damaged. Moreover, not every formation could stand firm. At least his 1,000 Killing Blades formation might change its state in the Tianxian Praying Wind formation. Once the foundation of the formation was destroyed, the 1,000 Killing Blades formation would collapse completely. Do Hongming had never heard of the Tianxian Praying Wind formation. As a member of the Do family, he did not know about the existence of this formation. The Tianxian Praying Wind formation looked simple, but it could cause such great damage to his 1,000 Killing Blades formation. It was really unbelievable. However, Do Hongming also knew the weakness of his formation. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation pursued the extreme. All the foundation of the formation was used to attack. Therefore, the foundation of the formation was not stable. This Tianxian praying wind formation was simply the nightmare of the 1,000 killing blades formation. Dou Hongming finally felt the danger. His scheming was still a step behind. He did not expect this guy's attainments and formation to be so terrifying. The formation that could disrupt the foundation of the formation must be built under the condition that the foundation of the formation was weak or the formation was not much stronger than the Tianxian praying wind formation. If the foundation of the 1,000 killing blades formation was strong enough and the formation was stronger, then Jiang Chen's Tianxian praying wind formation would be useless. It seems like I can only use the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Boy, you've really pushed me this time. Dou Hongming's eyes were cold. He had already decided to kill Jiang Chen. Even if he had to activate the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation at the cost of the entire 8 lineages Silver River, he must kill Jiang Chen. Moreover, Dou Hongming was extremely curious about Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen must have a lot of secrets about the formation. At the same time, Jiang Chen did the same thing. Both of them were plotting against each other. They wanted to kill each other, then kill each other and steal their secrets. The 10,000 killing blade formation. It won't be long before you completely disappear into thin air. Jiang Chen had a well-thought-out plan. The heaven-revolving praying wind array stirred up the winds and clouds. With a force that swept in all directions, it disrupted the divine origin qi within a radius of 10 miles, stirring up the divine origin qi in the foundation of the 1,000 killing blades array. Jiang Chen was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and his power sword to the sky. With a strong and domineering power, he confronted the 1,000 killing blades formation. The sword essence of solitude continued to cut down the mortal world, sword against sword. Countless sword qi pierced through Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen used the heavenly dragon armor to protect his body and cut through the thistles and thorns. The 10,000 killing blades formation, which had been broken by hundreds of formations, also completely collapsed at this moment. The changes in the formation also shocked Jiang Chen. Although the 10,000 killing blades formation was broken by his spinning heaven praying wind formation, it did not make Jiang Chen happy. The last attack of the Cyan Light Arhat formation actually had a change of heaven and earth. Good job, my savior. Aha, I knew it. You won't die so easily. 2 out of the 3 formations have been broken. The last formation is not lethal at all. What can it do to you? Ah. Li Peng was pleasantly surprised. Jiang Chen was unstoppable. He had become the most terrifying existence in the entire 8 lineages Silver River. He fought against 2,000 late heavenly god realm demonic beasts alone. Now he managed to break Dou Hongming's peerless formation. Even Shui Jia was respectful towards him. How could he be ordinary? Heroes come from the young. We have underestimated him. Shi Jin said sincerely. He was worried for Jiang Chen time and time again. But in the end, Jiang Chen was able to turn misfortune into fortune and become the focus of everyone's attention. Yan Qingqing stared at Jiang Chen. She was slightly moved by this handsome young man. However, it was indescribably complicated, as if his figure kept replaying in her mind. Who are you? Why do I feel that you're so familiar? I hope you won't affect my plan. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered. Jiang Chen's appearance had completely freed her existence. No one could restrain her anymore. Shui Jia was extremely nervous now. Dou Hongming had met a true opponent. She could only sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Only then could she reap the benefits. I hope that both of you will suffer great losses. Yan Qingqing retreated slowly. Her target was Shui Ying. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. I'll bring you to hide. Yan Qingqing looked at the helpless Shui Ying and said softly. Shui Ying's eyes were filled with tears. Is she finally moved by me? She's finally willing to stand on my side now. After all, the 8 lineages Silver River is where she belongs. Don't say anything. I'll bring you away first. Those 2 fellas' target is only you. Yan Qingqing pulled Shui Ying and quickly retreated into the valley of the 8 lineages Silver River. I've made a huge mistake previously. It turns out that you've always been on my side, Qingqing. I've wronged you. Shui Ying was overwhelmed with emotion. Although she had been humiliated in front of the person she loved this time, the final outcome was unexpected. She was actually so sensible. She was completely different from the cold and indifferent person she used to be. Yan Qingqing's smile came to an abrupt halt the moment both of them entered the hinterland of 8 lineages Silver River. The moment her graceful figure turned around, the coldness and conspiracy in her eyes caught Shui Ying off guard. Qingqing, you. Yan Qingqing had already closed in on him with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the speed at which she changed her expression made him terrified. The blade of despair whizzed past his ears. There's only one way for you to go now. Tell me, where is the great bright lord's relic? Yan Qingqing said calmly. The vast valley was empty now. Everyone was watching the battle from the top of the 8 lineages Silver River. Xuejia was in a fierce battle. Although her strength was suppressed by Xuejia, it was still impossible for Xueying, who was injured, to defend himself. Yan Qingqing was as beautiful as a jade and her temperament was extraordinary. She was like a goddess. Xueying, on the other hand, was in dire straits. He smiled bitterly in the end as he felt that the difference between him and Yan Qingqing was like heaven and earth. So, you're here for the great bright lord's relic. Like I said, you're an unparalleled beauty that's hard to find in this world. How could it be so coincidental for you to appear in a barren land like the Tianqi Mountains? I'm ashamed of your acting skills. I've never noticed that you're here for the great bright lord's relic. Not many people know about it. Who are you? Chapter 2573. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Where's the great bright lord's relic? I advise you to tell me if you want to live. Yan Qingqing smiled coldly. Xueying was charmed. He had never expected that the goddess that he had been yearning for would be such a scheming and cunning woman. It turned out that the reason why she entered the 8 lineages Silver River was because of the great bright lord's relic. Yan Qingqing was a peerless genius. Not to mention in the Chilean boundary, even in the Lone Dragon County, she would be a peerless genius. Xueying laughed at himself. Fear was spreading from the bottom of his heart. Yan Qingqing had seized the opportunity to kidnap him. Now that he had no way out and his father was in a fierce battle, he had completely lost his chance to live. Do you think you can still escape from the 8 lineages Silver River after my father defeats the old toad? Xueying pretended to be calm and said, You can try if you think that I don't have the ability to kill you before he comes. Yan Qingqing said calmly, but it broke Xueying's psychological barrier once again. He wanted to use his father to threaten Yan Qingqing. But it seemed like she had completely ignored him. The great bright lord's relic is not with me. I don't know. Only my father has it. Do you think you will tell others about such an important thing? Xueying said in a low voice. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yan Qingqing. As the old saying goes, the snake's mouth and the wasp's tail are both poisonous. The most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. Others might not, but you're his son. You've reached the half-step divine king realm for a long time. Am I right? Xueying's expression changed, but he did not say anything. That's why you've secretly begged your father to give you the great bright lord's relic so that you could break through to the divine king realm. Am I right? Your father refused to give it to you and you resented him. In the end, Xuejia could not bear the torment of his family. So, you're telling me that you don't know where the great bright lord's relic is? Yan Qingqing said with a faint smile. She had completely seen through Xueying. Xueying's face turned pale. He did not expect himself to be standing naked in front of Yan Qingqing. The feeling of being naked made him extremely disgusted and furious. Who are you? What do you want? Xueying was hysterical and his eyes were wide open. I only want the great bright lord's relic. If you want to live, this is your only chance. Yan Qingqing's jade-like hand trembled as she held the green jade sword tightly in her hand. Xueying's heart sank. If you kill me, you will not obtain anything. The great light ruler's relic is mine. It is mine. You cannot snatch it away. Xueying roared in anger. At this moment he had already guessed the result. If he continued to be stubborn, he would only end up dead. His father couldn't even take care of himself now, and the 8 lineages Silver River was facing the biggest crisis in its history. He had been taken as a hostage by the goddess in his heart and used as a trading tool to obtain the great bright lord's relic. If he didn't want to die, he had to hand over the great bright lord's relic. My patience has its limits. Yan Qingqing's expression gradually turned ice cold. I want to know, who are you? You have no right to know. Yan Qingqing's green jade sword was already on Xueying's neck. As long as he moved a little, Xueying's head would fall to the ground. The great bright lord's relic is too precious. I can't keep it with me. Come with me to get it. I will not give you a second chance. Yan Qingqing's voice was filled with killing intent. It made Xueying feel that the green jade sword could take his life at any time. I swear I will not play any tricks, Xueying said with a bitter smile. I hope so. Yan Qingqing pointed her sword at Xueying and forced him to move forward with difficulty. Yan Qingqing dared not slack off. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen and the old toad's sudden appearance, it would not be easy for her to get the great bright lord's relic. It was worth it for so many years to get the great bright lord's relic. It was a taboo even for an ultimate god expert. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Yan Qingqing's trip to get the Great Bright Lord's relic made Shui Ying understand that the 8 lineages Silver River was not united. They had been eyeing Yan Qingqing for a long time. At that moment, Jiang Qin had broken the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. However, the final Azure Light Arhat formation gave him a headache because the Azure Light Arhat formation was much more terrifying than the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. The terrifying part was not how terrifying the formation was, but it was because the Azure Light Arhat formation was not just an amplification formation. It was connected to the entire 8 lineages Silver River's giant formation, the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. In other words, the Azure Light Arhat formation was connected to the whole Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. Do Hongming had used the Azure Light Arhat formation to trigger the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. It was a brilliant move. Even Jiang Qin did not expect that Do Hongming had such a trick up his sleeve. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation was different from the 1,000 Killing Blades formation. It was a formation that he had spent decades to build. The 1,000 Killing Blades formation could not be compared to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation was much stronger than the Little Ashura Sword formation. It was a mountain-guarding formation that he had painstakingly built. Its power was terrifying. From the moment he knew that the Azure Light Arhat formation was connected to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation, Jiang Qin knew that Do Hongming had the intention to kill everyone in the 8 lineages Silver River. He wanted to kill everyone at all costs. Such a vicious person made people tremble. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Jiang Qin took a deep breath and stared at Do Hongming. Do Hongming was still smiling. Even though the 2 formations were destroyed by Jiang Qin, he was just a little annoyed. His determination was not shaken at all. It seems like you've noticed something. Not simple. You've achieved so much at such a young age. I'm quite envious of you. If you're willing to join my sect, I might even spare your life. Do Hongming stroked his white beard and said with a faint smile, You're too full of yourself. This move of yours is going to anger the heavens and the people. The Azure Light Arhat formation is connected to the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. You're going to burn the 8 lineages Silver River to the ground. I'm afraid that even Xuejia doesn't know about it. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. You're right. I only have one goal. What does your death have to do with me? You're just a small interlude. This Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation is prepared for Xuejia. But since so many of you have gathered here, I don't mind killing a few more. Your lives are no different from ants. If Xuejia was poisoned by it, he would definitely be defeated. Therefore, Xuejia did not dare to let his guard down. Jiang Chen had broken through 2 layers of formations, which made Xuejia even more impatient. If this continued, he would never be able to gain the upper hand. His opponent's state of mind was one that was ready to die, but he was too cautious. He couldn't let anything happen to his son. Master Do, you must stop this bastard. Xuejia will reward you handsomely for this. Xuejia said in a deep voice. The old toad and the old toad rushed forward together. A ferocious silver dragon flew up to the sky. Its black horn was shining brightly, deep and gloomy. That silver dragon was Xuejia's real body, the single-horned snow dragon. It was also a branch of the dragon tribe. Although it was not a true dragon tribe, it had a trace of the dragon tribe's bloodline. Could be called a silver dragon. The silver dragon and the old toad were fighting in the sky. It was a piece of cake for them to break through the mountains and glaciers. The might of a divine king realm expert was terrifying. You're playing with fire. Jiang Qin looked at Do Hongming. However, the latter was still walking leisurely. He looked calm and indifferent. So what? If you don't break the 3rd formation, you'll be trapped here forever. If you break it, then the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation will be activated. The entire 8 lineages Silver River will fall into hell because of you. Do you feel like a sinner for all eternity? Do you still want to be a hero? The 8 lineages Silver River is not a place that you should come to. However, you came here without hesitation. If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, I might consider sparing your life and train you to be my successor. Of course, the prerequisite is that you take out all your formations for me to study. Do Hongming also coveted Jiang Chen's talent in formations. He knew that Jiang Chen must have some great treasures in his hands. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a high understanding and attainment in formations at such a young age. Although the 1,000 Killing Blades formation and the Heavenly Shen Earth Shell formation were not his best formations, it was still quite difficult for someone below the Divine King realm to break them. However, Jiang Chen did it. Jiang Chen hesitated. At the same time, he was trying to find the best of both worlds. It would be perfect if he could break the third formation and save more people at the same time. It wasn't that Jiang was being kind, but that he couldn't bear to see so many innocent people fall into dire straits. You don't have much time left. Do Hongming shrugged his shoulders. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, even if you want to break the third formation, you won't have a chance anymore. Because this formation will disappear automatically and will be replaced by another formation that encircles the entire 8 lineages Silver River. You know what kind of formation it is? Do Hongming sneered as if he was a treacherous schemer. He would be proud and gratified if others had no way out. Jiang Qin saw that the third green light Arhat formation and the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation were not simple. Do Hongming was the one who controlled it. In the ice cave, there were exquisite jade carvings, divine weapons and earthly treasures. Chapter 2575. In an inconspicuous corner, Xueying pushed open a secret chamber that could only fit one person at a time. Blue light shone brightly and a golden bone the size of a thumb appeared in front of Yan Qingqing's eyes. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered and she was shocked. She murmured, "That's right, that's right. Is this the Great Bright Lord's relic?" "That's right. The Great Bright Lord's relic. There are a total of 3 of them. They are the Buddhist treasures left behind by the Great Bright Lord's relic after he passed away. This relic is extremely beneficial to ultimate gods. The Sarira was the treasure that the Great Bright Lord left behind after he passed away. It was a secret treasure of the Buddhist sects, and ordinary people would find it hard to understand it. Even if one obtained the Great Bright Lord's Sarira, it would not be easy to consume it. Therefore, it goes without saying how precious the Great Bright Lord's relic is." Xueying said in a low voice with a solemn look on his face. At this moment his eyes turned cold. He seized the opportunity when Yan Qingqing was distracted and wanted to kill her. He grabbed the relic with one hand and wanted to swallow it, but Yan Qingqing cut off his palm with a slash of her sword. Blood spurted out and Xueying's face turned pale. "I've told you not to play tricks on me. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death." Yan Qingqing raised her eyebrows. At that moment she had lost her patience with Xueying. "My hand?" Xueying held his broken hand tightly. His face was pale and he was extremely weak. Fear filled his mind. "It's indeed the Great Bright Lord's relic." Yan Qingqing held the Great Bright Lord's relic that was the size of a golden finger bone in her hand. Suddenly, a sense of peace surged into her heart. The Great Bright Lord's relic that was shining with golden light seemed to have the power to support the heavens. At the same time, it seemed extremely ordinary. It gave people a sense of peace that Yan Qingqing had never experienced before. "You're useless now." Yan Qingqing looked at Xueying from the side. Xueying subconsciously took a step back and said in a deep voice, "You can't go back on your words. You can't go back on your word. I've spent so many years trying to please you. Why do you want to kill me? What's the point of keeping a scum like you? Don't I know what scandalous things you've done all these years? The dignified young master of the 8 lineages Silver River is filthy. I'm afraid that my eyes will be dirted just by looking at you." Yan Qingqing turned around and left. Xueying heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Yan Qingqing was going to let him go. However, the green jade sword in Yan Qingqing's hand suddenly spun in the air at an astonishing speed. It left a small wound on his neck. Xueying's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he fell straight down. No, Xuejia's eyes were filled with bloodlust. He could feel that his son had lost his life in an instant, and it happened in the 8 lineages Silver River. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that his son was killed by someone. And that person was probably the peerless demoness Yan Qingqing. Damn it, demoness, I will never forgive you." Xuejia turned around and rushed towards the hinterland of the 8 lineages Silver River. But how could the old toad let him leave just like that? The battle between the two of them was getting more and more intense. The old toad did not hold back at all. Both of them were severely injured. "Old toad, if you dare to stop me again, I'll grind your bones and scatter your ashes." Xuejia bit his lips and blood stained the sky. His body was covered with wounds, all of which were inflicted by the old toad. The old toad was panting heavily. He grinned as if he had already disregarded life and death. "I've said it before, I won't stop until I kill your son," the old toad said in a deep voice. "My son is dead. Are you satisfied now?" Xuejia's words stunned the old toad. "Someone killed my son. I'll find you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Come out, demoness." Xuejia's voice was loud and clear. Jiang Chen could feel Xuejia's anger. This divine king realm expert was completely enraged. Demoness? Undoubtedly it was Xianxia. Master Do, activate the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. I want everyone here to die together with my son. Xuejia was obviously mad. His son was killed and the murderer could only be Xianxia, because she was the one who pretended to take Xueying away. Now that Xueying had lost his life, it was impossible for Xianxia to escape from the 8 lineages Silver River so quickly. Now you don't even have the time to burn a stick of incense. Someone wants all of you to die here more than me. Do Hongming stared at Jiangchen. Jiangchen was prepared. He wanted to use the little Ashura sword formation to compete with the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. At least, he could protect those who he wanted to protect in the little Ashura sword formation. Jiangchen moved. His little Ashura sword formation could not withstand the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation perfectly. Jiangchen knew this very well. Therefore he wanted to use the chain formation. There was a formation within a formation. Although it was the first time he used it, Jiangchen would not take it lightly. Dragon Profound Jade Armor Formation. The Dragon Profound Jade Armor Formation appeared in Jiangchen's mind. It was a level higher than the Heavenly Profound Earth Armor Formation. Most importantly, Jiangchen had to use his Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor as the foundation to set up the formation. The consumption of divine origin energy was too much for him. Jiangchen did not know if he could withstand the 2 formations at the same time. It was definitely a challenge for him. Where is Xianxia? Xuejia's deafening roar shook Xianxing's body. She knew that Xueying's death must have alarmed Xuejia. This fella's soul power had spread throughout the entire 8 lineages Silver River to search for her. Xianxia knew that she had nowhere to hide now. How dare you kill my son? So be it. Xianxia said Lung Lung. Do you think you can still escape from here? Hand over the thing in your hand and I will give you a quick death. Xuejia looked at Xianxia with disdain. He was furious because he knew that Xianxia must have taken away the Great Bright Lord's relic. She must have escaped from the ice cave. Then come and get it with your ability. Xianxia was not afraid at all. She was not inferior to a man. Her beauty made countless men blush with shame. Do Hongming's eyes moved and his lips curled up into a smile. His 1,000 years of preparation was finally going to be put to use. No one could take away what he wanted. Xuejia purposely did not mention the Great Bright Lord's relic because he was afraid that it would cause a commotion. Once the news spread to Xianxia Mountain Range, the entire Lone Dragon County would flock to Xianxia Mountain Range. Although Xianxia Mountain Range was small, the Great Bright Lord's relic was a treasure that could shake the entire Lone Dragon County. Chapter 2576. Xuejia went straight towards Xianxia. He was determined to kill her. Jiangchen's eyes were filled with coldness and anger. If anything were to happen to Xianxia, he would not be able to control himself and kill everyone in the 8 lineages Silver River. Jiangchen did not care about anything else and directly broke through the 3rd formation, the Azure Arhat formation. Like a meteor, Jiangchen appeared in front of Xuejia and launched a punch. Although there was a huge gap between Jiangchen and Xuejia's strength, Jiangchen was still standing in front of Xianxia. He tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He would rather be severely injured than to take a step back. Otherwise, Xianxing's safety would be in danger. Jiangchen looked at Xuejia and Xianxia. If you want to touch her, you'll have to step over my body first. Jiangchen said calmly. At that moment, not only Xuejia, everyone was stunned. Jiangchen actually blocked Xuejia with his mid-heavenly god strength. Even though Jiangchen was injured, his domineering manner still made people revere him. Xianxia looked at the scene silently. It was impossible for her not to be touched. She really did not know who this person was, but he seemed to be deeply in love with her. Jiangchen didn't look at Xianxia because in his heart, nothing could be compared to her. No matter when, even if he had to die, he wouldn't regret it. Jiangchen would stand in front of Xianxia, shielding her from the wind and rain. Although she had already forgotten him, it didn't change Jiangchen's longing for her. Especially when Xianxia desperately chased after him in the past. That sadness and helplessness was still fresh in his mind. How could Jiangchen let her suffer any harm? I'm really curious. Who exactly am I in your eyes? Xianxia muttered to herself. She was not a person with a heart of stone. Although she was a qualified expert, only by being emotionless could she sever everything and become invincible. She was not a person with a heart of stone. A true expert would only be able to stand against 10,000 enemies if he was able to sever his relationship with a woman and cut off life and death. However, Jiang Chen was destined to be a person who would be burdened by worldly affairs. In his heart, his beloved woman was more important than anything else. Lad, you're going to die too. Since you can't wait, I'll fulfill your wish and let you live together with her. Then you'll be one step ahead of her and accompany her in death. Xuejia held the silver snowflake spear in his hand. Blood rained down from the sky. Jiang Chen was shocked. A divine king expert's strength should not be underestimated. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen took every step carefully. Moreover, he took Xuejia's attack head-on. The terrifying counterforce was not something a half-step divine king could compare to. Half-step divine king realm and divine king realm were only one step apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Jiang Chen's strength was unparalleled under the dragon transformation. However, he was still struggling in front of Xuejia. If Xuejia was not injured during the battle with the old toad, Jiang Chen would have lost even more. However, Jiang Chen would not give up easily. He could only defeat Xuejia with his wits, not force. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation has been activated. This time it's not my fault, it's your own doing. Ah. Do Hongming laughed and looked at Jiang Chen. Now that the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation had been activated, he only needed to wait patiently. As long as Jiang Chen and the others fought against Xuejia, he would be invincible and the Great Bright Lord's relic would be his. Let's see if your Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation can trap me. Jiang Chen sneered and said confidently. Currently, Jiang Chen's profound dragon jade armor formation had been completely set up. The human experts that he had rescued were all gathered within a 10-li radius. The profound dragon jade armor formation can at least protect all of you. Do not leave the formation. Jiang Chen looked at Shizhen and Li Lei. Although he did not know most of them, Jiang Chen would not leave them alone since he had saved them. Moreover, Shizhen and the others were among them. Benefactor. Li Peng's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. He had never expected Jiang Chen to be so righteous. His strength and spirit had won everyone's admiration. Even those who came to congratulate the 8 lineages Silver River were filled with respect for Jiang Chen. After sending them away, Jiang Chen fought against all the enemies with his own strength. No matter if he won or lost, his spirit soared to the heavens. He's putting himself in a dead end, Shizhen said calmly. However, he could not stay calm in his heart. Jiang Chen's righteousness was so great that he fought against the Lord of 8 lineages Silver River alone. For the woman he loved, he was willing to risk his life. Who would not respect such a righteous person? Shixing turned her head abruptly. 8 lineages Silver River was still in her eyes. Jiang Chen's peerless figure was still engraved in her heart. Good man, you're a wolf. How many lambs are lost because of you? Good man, you're the strongest in the world. Countless heroes are heartbroken because of you. Good man, you're as bright as the sun. Young and frivolous. Good man, the heavens will make clothes for you. You'll wear armor and your name will be remembered forever. Good man, you'll break through the wind and waves. You'll soar freely in the vast sea and sky. Shixing's voice was sweet and melodious. It was a touching melody from her hometown. It was perfect for Jiang Chen at this moment. Unfortunately, the falling flower wanted to follow the flowing water, but the flowing water had no heart to love the falling flower. She could only use this method to pay tribute to the love that had died before it had even begun. That indomitable man had forever become an eternal memory in her heart. If there's a next life, I'm willing to be a speck of dust on your shoulder. Shixing murmured as she turned around resolutely. A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. This trip to the Tianqi mountain range had allowed her to grow up from a girl. Sometimes one had to learn to be strong. No one would suffer for you. Jiang Chen was a person who stood above the sun. Shixing knew that she would only get further and further away from him. No matter if he succeeded or failed, at least she used to love such a man. She had no regrets in her life. Dragon Profound Jade Armor Formation? This is a peak intermediate defensive formation. You're really making me look at you in a different light. Boy. When Do Hongming saw the Dragon Profound Jade Armor Formation, he was slightly stunned. At least in a short period of time, the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation wouldn't be able to break this Dragon Profound Jade Armor Formation. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation could destroy mountains and rivers. The moment the formation was activated, the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation was already irreversible. Everything in the formation was destined to be destroyed. Xuejia, although your son is dead, it's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. You're going to die today. Ah. The old toad's eyes were filled with hatred. The pain of losing his son made him release all his hatred on the 8 lineages Silver River. Even though Xueying was dead, he still wanted Xuejia to die as well to atone for his son's crime. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation is terrifying. It's not something you can imagine. Enjoy it to your heart's content. Chapter 2577. Doshir, let's go. Xuejia said in a deep voice. The entire 8 lineages Silver River would turn into ruins under the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. However, Do Hongming was the one who set up the formation. I'm sorry, Lord Xue. Please take care. This formation can only allow me to enter and exit alone. I'm really sorry. Do Hongming sneered and quickly retreated, looking for the formation eye in the formation. What's going on? Do Shiryu. Xuejia's expression changed and looked at Do Hongming. The latter shrugged his shoulders and looked helpless. To be exact, all of you will die in the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. However, I believe that the Great Bright Lord's relic will be fine after all of you die. Do Hongming sneered. How dare you betray me? How cruel. How dare you kill me? Xuejia was furious. He did not expect Do Hongming to betray him at this moment. This instantly put Xuejia in a desperate situation. He did not expect that the 8 lineages Silver River's defensive formation would be his death formation. I didn't come to your 8 lineages Silver River under your command. How is this betrayal? Do Hongming made his stand clear. He only fought for himself from the beginning. You're here for the Great Bright Lord's relic. You know that the Great Bright Lord's relic is in my hands. Xuejia already knew what Do Hongming was planning. The Great Bright Lord's relic was his most valuable treasure. Even if his son wanted it, he would not give it to him. Because Xuejia knew that the Great Bright Lord's relic would be crucial for him to break through to the hierarch realm in the future. The Buddha's relic of Great Bright Lord's relic carried supreme majesty and power. It seems to be a little too late to know all this now. You don't even know what the Great Bright Lord's relic is for, and you don't even know how to use it. So, the Great Bright Lord's relic in your hands is simply a reckless waste of God's gift. Do Hongming said coldly. He did not care about Xuejia at all. Now, we're all trapped in this Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Yin Qingqing said softly. I'll be your scapegoat even if I die. Jiang Qin smiled brightly. He didn't feel any sense of danger. You're still in the mood to laugh? We don't know if you're alive or dead. Even Xuejia, who's at the Divine King realm, can't escape from the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Enjoy it to your heart's content. Aha, this feast is tailor-made for you. Xuejia, I advise you to stop wasting your energy and wait for your death. Do Hongming's words undoubtedly poured a bucket of cold water on everyone. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was in a complete mess. What? He actually wants to seal all of us here? That seems to be the case. That guy is a lunatic. I don't want to die. I don't believe that I can't get out of this 8 lineages Silver River. I have a feeling that the formation has been activated. The entire 8 lineages Silver River, do you guys feel it? It seems to be trembling. I'm only here to congratulate you. I don't want to die here. I'm too unlucky. Even the Lord of the 8 lineages Silver River can't do anything about it. Looks like it's impossible to break this formation. The 8 lineages Silver River was in a mess. Tens of thousands of people who came to congratulate and hundreds of thousands of natives were in a state of panic. Facing the pressure of the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation, everyone could feel their breathing becoming hurried as if it was the end of the world. At this moment, the glaciers of the 8 lineages Silver River started to tremble. There was a huge crack on the main vein of the glaciers. Avalanches were everywhere and the icebergs were shattered. The 8 lineages Silver River also started to crumble at this moment. It was like a towering mountain collapsing. The scene was suffocating. No one wanted to die. They were originally here to celebrate the wedding of the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. However, they did not expect that it would be the doomsday of the 8 lineages Silver River today. Moreover, it caused them to lose their lives. Life became extremely fragile at this moment. Some of the weaker ones were already scared out of their wits when the mountain collapsed. The 8 lineages Silver River that was collapsing had turned into a hell where ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Everyone was like a stray dog running away. Only among the hundreds of people, no one was harmed by the formation. Break it. Xuejia rushed up to the void again and again, trying to break through the shackles of the heavens and earth with his spear. He wanted to break through the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. However, he was repelled by the repercussions of the formation. He was in an extremely difficult situation. No matter how powerful he was, he still couldn't break through the formation. I've said it before. No one can break through my heavenly palace exterminating formation. Do Hongming's confidence came from his long time of accumulation. This formation was not set up in 2 or 3 days. It took 3 years to set up, 10 years to modify, and 100 years to perfect. It could be said to be the pinnacle of Do Hongming's work in his life. This formation was powerful enough to block a mid-divine king realm expert. Do Hongming was absolutely confident that even a late divine king realm expert might not be able to break through this formation. Xuejia advanced and retreated 3 times, but he still couldn't break through the heavenly palace exterminating formation. His eyes fell on Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing. Since I can't escape from this formation, I'll kill you two first. Even if you're going to die, you must die before me. Xuejia's eyes looked gloomy. The pain of losing his son had made him hate Yan Qingqing to the core. He couldn't calm down if he didn't kill Yan Qingqing. I'm afraid that you don't have the capability to do so. Jiang Chen stood in front of Yan Qingqing without hesitation. You're not a match for him alone. We might have a chance to survive if we work together. Yan Qingqing thought for a moment and said softly, no matter when, a man should never let a woman show her face. Moreover, I will never let you get hurt. I alone am enough to deal with him. Jiang Chen smiled confidently. You're so annoying, as if everything is under your control. Yan Qingqing said. But at least I like it. Yan Qingqing's sudden change of topic stunned Jiang Chen for a moment. Then he smiled. You're still flirting when you're about to die. Go to hell now. Snowflake Divine Spear. Xuejia dashed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not back off at all. Although his strength under the dragon transformation was not weak, he still needed to be careful when facing Xuejia. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless, he took each step carefully and did not dare to be careless. How can I miss out on killing him? Ah! The old toad came from the side and approached Xuejia. Xuejia instantly fell into a disadvantageous position under the joint attack of Jiang Chen and the old toad. Although Jiang Chen could not fight against Xuejia alone, his heavenly dragon sword kept pushing back the silver snowflake spear. Xuejia could not gain any advantage at all. The old toad blotted out the sky and covered the earth with poisonous gas. Although the entire 8 lineages silver river had already collapsed, screams and wails could be heard everywhere. Whether it was humans or demonic beasts, they were all covered in blood, dyeing the entire 8 lineages silver river red. Life seemed insignificant and worthless at this moment. Damn it, all of you should die. You mean? Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. The old toad had been through life and death with him just now, but now Jiang Chen had become an ungrateful person. Yan Qingqing couldn't understand him at all. I never planned to save him. Jiang Chen said. Blue-eyed azure flower toad, you've eaten my azure spirit pill and completed your mission in the 8 lineages silver river. Now you can finally rest in peace. I killed your son. Jiang Chen said with a cold expression, without a shred of pity. This was just an end, a process from something to nothing. He did not have the heart of a Buddha, and he would not be merciful. He would never be merciful to those who deserve to be killed, and he would never kill the innocent. The death of the blue-eyed azure flower toad was his own fault. Jiang Chen did not care how many humans and beasts he had killed. Jiang Chen did not have any compassion for the death of the blue-eyed azure flower toad. There would always be people with a fragile heart, but to achieve great things, one should not be bothered by trifles. The old toad smiled bitterly and looked at Jiang Chen with a desolate expression. He was on the verge of death and there was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen only told him the truth so that he could rest in peace. The old toad hated Jiang Chen, and he was sad for his son's misfortune and angry for his son's incompetence. However, everything was coming to an end. He would die, Xuejia would die, and even the 8 lineages silver river would cease to exist. So what if I'm dead? Ah, Jiang Chen, you will die too. Your azure spirit pill has successfully deceived my trust. I can only blame myself for being too stupid. So it was all a good show directed by you. The old toad laughed bitterly and his life was fading away. Xuejia was filled with anger. Not only did he become the scapegoat, even his son had died because of this, and Jiang Chen was the main culprit. Everything had its cause and effect. Jiang Chen had always believed in karma, but he would never go against the will of the heavens, and he would never follow the will of the heavens. This was Jiang Chen. What a good show. However, the final winner will not be you. Xuejialonglong smiled. He had already given up on life and death. However, the strength of a mid-divine king was not to be underestimated. Jiang Qin could feel that Xuejia was about to attack him one last time. It's still unknown who will have the last laugh, Jiang Qin said with a smile. At least it can't be you. Xuejia soared into the sky again, rushing towards Jiang Qin. Xuejia gathered all his strength, and terrifying divine origin energy was gathered on his fist, giving Jiang Qin a heaven-shattering blow. Jiang Qin executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Every step he took gave birth to lotuses, and he was like a tiger. 1 step to the sky, 2 steps to the sky, 3 steps to the clouds, 4 steps to the divine transformation, 5 steps to the heavenly dipper realm. Under the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, Xuejia had no chance to fight back. The 5 steps to the heavens was unstoppable. Jiang Qin's sword slashed down on the mortal world, and Xuejia's fist crashed onto Jiang Qin's sword. Jiang Qin's sword slashed through Xuejia's domineering earth qi. Above the sky, the sword's might shook, and countless people bowed down in worship. The moment Jiang Qin repelled Xuejia, Do Hongming's eyes fell on him. Now that Jiang Qin had defeated all the experts, only he and Yan Qingqing were left. The rest were just small fries, nothing to be afraid of. I didn't mean to kill the heavens and earth, but they didn't wait for me. Jiang Qin's expression was cold. Yan Qingqing, who was behind him, felt that Jiang Qin's thoughts were complicated, and he was not a simple person. Chapter 2579. That's right. It's a pity that the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation is shrinking. Heaven and earth will crumble, seas will dry up, rocks will crumble, rivers, lakes, seas, glaciers will shatter, and volcanoes will erupt. You will all die. Ah. Do Hongming was the one who benefited the most. Jiang Qin and the others were still trapped in the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation in the end. Do you really think that this Heavenly Palace exterminating formation can trap me just because it can trap others? Jiang Qin pointed his sword at the sky and sneered at Do Hongming. Both of their confidence formed a sharp contrast. Jiang Qin did not believe that there was no way to break this formation, while Do Hongming did not believe that Jiang Qin could break through his 100 years of effort. My Battle God clan is the #1 in the world in terms of formations. You think you can break through my 100 years of effort? Ha ha ha, even in the entire Lone Dragon County, there are less than 5 people who are better than me in terms of formations. Even if those experts want to break the formation, they will not be able to turn the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation into nothing in a short period of time. This is my 100 years of effort, how are you going to break it? Do Hongming looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. Young hero, high-spirited. Unfortunately, he thought too highly of himself. I don't believe it either. Who can trap me? Jiang Qin laughed crazily. A domineering aura surged in his heart. He was determined to break this Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Jiang Qin shielded Yan Qingqing behind his back. Yan Qingqing found it funny when she saw Jiang Qin's overflowing confidence. Who would have thought that such a meticulous person like him would have such a side to him? At least, she felt a sense of crisis from the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. The turbulent 8 lineages Silver River was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. It had completely turned into a wasteland. Countless people had died. Countless people were engulfed by the waves, glaciers, and volcanoes, dying without a burial place. Jiang Qin deduced the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation using the no-beginning formation. He was shocked by Do Hongming. This fellow was indeed a peerless expert in the field of formations. He had repaired the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation flawlessly. There was almost no weakness. This formation had changed from a great formation to a true exterminating formation. The final change of the great formation was to destroy the entire 8 lineages Silver River. This was Do Hongming's final thought. The path of formations is really broad and profound. Jiang Qin's heart was solemn. Although the no-beginning formation's deduction speed was slow, it was still proceeding in an orderly manner. Under the deduction of the no-beginning formation, Jiang Qin gradually understood more changes in the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation could be considered as a textbook setting up formation. Jiang Qin had never seen such a terrifying formation. There were death gates everywhere and there was no chance of survival. However, there was only one life gate left for him, and Jiang Qin couldn't find any trace of it no matter how hard he tried. Countless people were buried along with the 8 lineages Silver River. Jiang Qin's expression was solemn and he did not feel happy or sad. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation might not be able to kill him, but he must not let Do Hongming's evil plan succeed. His target was the Great Bright Lord's relic in Yan Qingqing's hands. Although he did not know what the Great Bright Lord's relic was, Jiang Chen was tempted by the fact that Do Hongming had been serving him for thousands of years. However, that relic belonged to Yan Qingqing. Therefore, Jiang Chen would not have any bad thoughts about it. Protecting his woman was what he wanted to do the most at this moment. Jiang Chen benefited a lot from the deduction of the no-beginning formation. The no-beginning formation was like a silent teacher, which made Jiang Chen's understanding of formations become stronger. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation was like a living textbook. Not only could he learn a lot of formation methods from it, but it could also improve his understanding of formations. Do Hongming was extremely confident. Jiang Chen was deep in thought. Even though he looked confident, no one knew if he would be the one to laugh in the end. After all, the dreadfulness of the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation was known to all. Almost half of the glacier hinterland of the 8 lineages Silver River had become a wasteland. Yan Qingqing stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. However, she would not put all her hope on Jiang Chen. Wouldn't that be equivalent to waiting for death? She did not want to be trapped here and die. Yan Qingqing moved like a nimble rabbit. She flew above the crumbling 8 lineages Silver River and broke through the sky. She tried to break through the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation, but she was bounced back by the terrifying repulsive force. Her efforts were futile in the end. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation was still there, but she was severely injured by the repulsive force. Yan Qingqing clenched her teeth tightly. Her charming face turned cold. Anger suddenly rose in her heart. She didn't feel safe placing her life in someone else's hands. Even though this person was trying his best to save her, she still didn't feel safe. Yan Qingqing held the Great Bright Lord's relic tightly. Even though she was a half-step Divine King, it was useless. Although she was only a step away from the Divine King realm and was stronger than Xuanhuan, she was still a step away from reaching the Divine King realm. Yan Qingqing spurted out a mouthful of blood. Although her strength was slowly recovering after Xuejia's death, it was still not enough for her to break through the shackles. Jiang Chen's comprehension was absolutely terrifying. With the help of the no-beginning formation, he gradually figured out the way to break through the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Although the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation was complicated, it was not impenetrable. Jiang Chen had a good understanding of Do Hongming's formation after breaking through 3 layers of the formation. With the help of the no-beginning formation, it was only a matter of time for him to break through the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. The dragon travels to the left bank, the earth ridge forms a mountain, 3,000 seas overturns, reincarnation turns. What a great Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Ah! This formation is only SOSO. Jiang Chen roared crazily and soared into the sky. Do Hongming's confident heart became hesitant. Could this guy really break my formation? Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Will prove everything. Jiang Chen's every step was shocking. Do Hongming's mind was shaken by each step that Jiang Chen took. Finally, Jiang Chen had figured out the location of the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation's base. As long as his Heavenly Dragon Sword soared into the sky and destroyed the base, the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation would become a useless formation. Such a monstrous guy. Yan Qingqing looked at the scene in disbelief. She knew that Do Hongming was panicking. Jiang Chen's sword was aiming at the base of the formation, forcing Do Hongming to defend himself. Break. Chapter 2580. Do Hongming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This guy was a freak. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation that he had repaired for 100 years was going to be destroyed by him? The second sword. Jiang Chen's sword shadow slashed through the void. As the formation base was destroyed one after another, Jiang Chen became more confident. I've said it before. No one can trap me. Jiang Chen looked at the sky proudly like a divine dragon soaring in the sky. You forced me to do this. Do Hongming's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said. His eyes became cold as if he had made a big decision. Jiang Chen frowned. What is he trying to do? The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation would definitely collapse as long as Jiang Chen destroyed the formation's foundation step by step. Do Hongming would definitely be defeated by Jiang Chen. This formation was no longer controlled by him, it was supported by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that he had set up beforehand. Once the foundation of the formation was destroyed, everything would be gone. However, Do Hongming seemed to be even more determined at this moment. According to the oath of the Battle God clan, I shouldn't use the Do formation technique. But for the Great Bright Lord's relic, I will fight till the end today. Do formation technique, Do formation heavenly palace. Do Hongming murmured as his hand seals changed continuously. Between the heaven and earth, a terrifying airwave descended. The heavenly palace exterminating formation that was shaking slightly became as stable as Mount Tai. The Do formation technique was like an energy halo that shrouded the heavenly palace exterminating formation. The power of the formation was greatly enhanced and it was terrifying. Moreover, this sudden wave of qi made Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing's body tremble. Battle God clan, Do formation technique? Jiang Chen was puzzled, but he could feel that the Do formation technique was an ancient technique that enhanced the power of the formation. After Do Hongming used the Do formation technique, the heavenly palace exterminating formation became extremely powerful and unstoppable. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword could no longer destroy the formation base of the heavenly palace exterminating formation. What kind of technique is this? How could he be so strong? Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air as he was extremely shocked. However, at the same time, he also understood that the Do formation technique seemed to strengthen the formation while also making it more indestructible. It seemed to be similar to his ancient soaring dragon technique. I've heard that the Battle God clan is an extremely ancient clan that is famous for their formations. This Do Hongming should be from the Battle God clan. Yan Qingqing said solemnly. Under the Do formation technique, no one can escape. Do Hongming shouted angrily and the sky trembled. After casting the Do formation technique, his face was extremely pale and he staggered backwards. He had used all his divine strength in the Do formation technique and now he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. However, under the Do formation technique, no one in the heavenly palace exterminating formation would come out alive. In the formation it was like the end of the world. Countless glaciers and rocks fell from the top of their heads. It was a terrifying scene. Jiang Chen advanced step by step. However, after 3 consecutive strikes, the formation foundation was not damaged. Jiang Chen knew that the power of the Do formation technique was definitely beyond his expectation. If he could obtain this Do formation technique, wouldn't his strength rise to another level? Without the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen had lost his greatest support. However, he also knew that he must grow stronger as soon as possible. Now that Yan Qingqing had appeared in the divine world, would his family be far away? If he did not have enough strength to protect them at that time, it would be the biggest failure of his life. Slashing the heavens with a single sword, all for the sake of pursuing the highest realm. Jiang Chen's heart had no other distracting thoughts, but his family members were his exclusive property, and he must protect them. Whether it was Yan Qingyu or Wu Ningzhu, he did not want them to see him in a miserable state in the divine world. However, one day he would stand at the peak and look down on all living beings. The person in front of him was his closest family member. Although she had forgotten him, Jiang Chen would never forget Yan Qingqing's deep love for him. It was like yesterday. How could Jiang Chen watch his loved one get hurt bit by bit? Although I am still unable to cast the No Beginning formation, this part of the formation should be weaker than the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. Do formation technique, I am getting more and more curious about you. Jiang Chen thought and squinted his eyes. Now, he could only try to block the Do formation technique with this part of the No Beginning formation technique that Jiang Chen had comprehended. Can you do it? Yan Qingqing asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen's body trembled and his face became solemn. How could a man say that he couldn't do it? Especially in front of his own woman. Absolutely. Although Jiang Chen did not comprehend the No Beginning formation technique, he could already set up 1% of the formation. Although it was just a part of the formation, it had great power. The No Beginning formation technique was the ultimate existence of the formation. Jiang Chen could use the No Beginning formation technique to block the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation technique on a whim. It was still unknown whether he could succeed or not. Even if a part of the No Beginning formation technique failed to block the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation technique, Jiang Chen still had a way to avoid this. It was just that he did not want to embarrass himself in front of the woman he loved. After all, it was not that easy for him to win Yan Qingqing's heart. Jiang Chen strode forward and the No Beginning formation technique formed an impregnable formation within a radius of 100 feet. Although it was incomplete, the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation technique under Do Hongming's Do formation technique couldn't do anything to it. Jiang Chen was very proud of himself. It seemed like a part of the No Beginning formation technique was completed. in the corner of the no-beginning formation technique, Zhen and the others were shocked by the scene in front of them. Their hearts were surging even more than Jiang Chen's. Because Jiang Chen could not feel their despair. Zhen and the others could no longer maintain their composure as they looked at the humans and beasts falling under the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation technique. They could not help but look at the despair in their eyes. It was still unknown whether Jiang Chen could save them or not. The despair and helplessness at the bottom of the formation and the pleading in their eyes were just the desire to survive. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to control a part of the no-beginning formation technique. Because with his current strength, it was like drawing a pie in the sky and he forced himself to complete the pie. In order to fully display the no-beginning formation technique, his strength must reach the early Divine Emperor realm. Chapter 2581. Dou Hongming was infuriated and even a little hysterical. He couldn't believe it. He had been accumulating for thousands of years, enduring hardships and building a formation for hundreds of years just for this day. Even the Dou formation technique that he had never used before was forced to be used at this moment. But it was still not as good as a corner of the formation cast by this brat. Dou Hongming was speechless. Now you know that you can't even break a mere corner of my formation. What right do you have to strut around in front of me? Jiang Chen sneered. Although he was in a difficult situation and it was not an easy task to maintain the no-beginning formation, Jiang Chen could not lose his poise in front of his woman. Sigh, the heavens are jealous of the talented. I sympathize with you, but it's a pity that you're no match for me. In terms of formation, compared to me, it's like comparing a rock on the ground to a star in the sky. You're too ordinary. It's my fault for being too bright, too dazzling. Blame me, blame me, blame me. Jiang Chen's words made Dou Hongming clench his teeth, but he couldn't speak for a long time. He was already suffering from internal injuries. Dou Hongming spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't even break a corner of the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. This made his thousands of years of hard work go down the drain. Jiang Chen's leisurely look made him even angrier. Dou Hongming could no longer endure the grievance in his heart. His face turned pale and he fell to the ground on one knee. Lung stared at Jiang Chen. You. I can't accept this. What's the name of this formation? I spent hundreds of years repairing the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation and it's useless. Dou Hongming's body trembled in anger. He was completely disappointed, but he still wanted to know where Jiang Chen's formation came from. This formation of mine is very simple. Listen up, this formation is called the Ice Mountain Formation. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Ice Mountain Formation? I've never heard of it before. It seems like I, Dou Hongming, am still too short-sighted. Dou Hongming was still looking at Jiang Chen sternly. Exactly. You don't even know the tip of the iceberg. How dare you boast that your formation is unparalleled in the Lone Dragon County? I'm laughing my head off. Jiang Chen ridiculed Dou Hongming to the extreme. Dou Hongming was already extremely weak. He was angered to death by Jiang Chen. The tip of the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg, Dou Hongming murmured. At that moment he really wanted to defeat Jiang Chen. But in the end he was still humiliated to the point that he was worthless. He didn't even know the tip of the iceberg. What face did he have left in the world? I didn't expect that I, a dignified battle god clan's formation expert, would fall into your hands. Dou Hongming shouted himself hoarse. He was extremely unreconciled. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation destroyed the 8 lineages Silver River. Except for the humans that Jiang Chen saved from the dungeon, all the beasts and people that came to congratulate him were buried in the 8 lineages Silver River. Nobody was spared. Countless glaciers and mountain ridges were razed to the ground. The entire 8 lineages Silver River was in a mess. Now it was truly terrifying. Feels like we have a new lease of life. Li Ping said with a sigh. They finally saw the hope of survival. At the moment when the sky fell and the mountains collapsed, everyone saw the tragic scene of the end of the world. At this moment they were undoubtedly lucky. Benefactor, you're the giant that I've been pursuing for my whole life. Li Lei said in a deep voice. Everyone was grateful to Jiang Chen except for Yan Qingqing. It seems like your means are extraordinary. Yan Qingqing said meaningfully. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Yan Qingqing. Even Jiang Chen couldn't figure out what this woman was thinking. However, he was already prepared to pursue her once again. Since she had given him the chance to follow her for life and death, he would also give her a dreamlike love story. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen smiled and shrugged his shoulders. It's easy to deal with this kind of trash. Really? Yan Qingqing sneered. However, her gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with kindness and tenderness. Weak. Too weak. So weak that you can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen shot another arrow at Do Hongming. BFFF. 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 Do Hongming spurted out a mouthful of blood again. Jiang Chen suspected that Do Hongming had lost all his blood. Jiang Chen's ridicule made him feel that he was just a piece of trash. He couldn't even see through the tip of the iceberg. He suspected that his attainments in the art of formation had become dogshit. You're not dead yet? Great, I'm very interested in your Do formation technique. Tell me, what's the origin of your Do formation technique? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He had been eyeing Do Hongming for a long time. With the Do formation technique, his strength would reach new heights. Don't even think about getting any information from me, Do Hongming said. He had already been humiliated by Jiang Chen. He wouldn't mention anything to Jiang Chen now. You're not afraid of death? Jiang Chen smiled. If you dare to kill me, there will be no place for you in the northern cold divine region, Do Hongming said confidently. Because of the Battle God clan? Yan Qingqing looked at Do Hongming and said, You know about the Battle God clan? Do Hongming was a little surprised, but he became even more arrogant and haughty. Jiang Chen was shocked. The Battle God clan sounded like an extremely powerful clan. Moreover, Do Hongming dared to say that he wouldn't have a place to stay in the northern cold divine region. It was obviously not a threat, but a confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. If I'm not wrong, the Battle God clan should be the strongest clan in the northern cold divine region. They're also the only existence that can fight against the God Luo clan. Am I right? Yan Qingqing said. She had heard that the Battle God clan was powerful 10,000 years ago. But now, the God Luo clan was getting stronger and stronger. The Battle God clan can fight against the God Luo clan? Our Battle God clan is just keeping a low profile. You don't even know this? Jiang Chen looked at Do Hongming in shock. Do Hongming did not deny it. His pride had already explained everything. However, this wasn't enough to make Jiang Chen revere him. Especially now that he's about to die. He'll definitely get what he wants. How can the God Luo clan be compared to my Battle God clan? If the two of you dare to touch me, the Battle God clan will chase after you for the rest of your lives. I'll let the two of you fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Do Hongming's expression was as noble as the ancient theocrats. A prisoner dares to spout such arrogant words? Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Just based on your words, I'll definitely kill you today. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He hated people who threatened him the most. Chapter 2582. You're too reckless. Yan Qingqing sighed and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. Jiang Chen's sword was extremely fast. She didn't even have the time to stop it and Do Hongming had already been killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked calm and smiled at Yan Qingqing. I, Jiang Chen, have never been indecisive. I hate people who threaten me the most. It's great to kill him. He deserved to die. So many people and demonic beasts died under the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. He deserved to die. I'm just doing justice on behalf of the heavens. Yan Qingqing shook her head. The strength of the Battle God clan is not as simple as you think. Moreover, this guy's status in the Battle God clan is definitely not a nobody. He has such confidence which shows that he is extremely reliant on the Battle God clan. The Battle God clan is famous for being protective. It was said that there was once a great sect that offended a young disciple of the Battle God clan. In the end, the whole sect was exterminated. The cruelty of the sect was shocking. Now that you've offended the Battle God clan, I'm afraid that you'll be hunted down by them in the future. Although the Battle God clan has not appeared in the world for a long time, it's an existence that countless secluded sects are afraid of. Now that he's dead, the Battle God clan will definitely know about it. You'd better think about how to deal with the Battle God clan in the future. I don't care so much. I only know that as long as I'm happy, there's no one in the world that I, Jiang Chen, am afraid of. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen sympathetically. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and grabbed Do Hongming's storage ring, erasing all the marks on it. Jiang Chen looked at the storage ring. This guy really didn't have many things. Except for a few divine origin stones, there were very few things that could make Jiang Chen interested. Formation knowledge? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Even though Do Hongming's strength wasn't that strong and he couldn't be considered as one of the strongest experts, his attainments in the art of formation was very beneficial to Jiang Chen. Even though the no-beginning formation could help Jiang Chen to improve his understanding of the art of formation, Do Hongming's attainments in the art of formation could help Jiang Qin solve many problems in the art of formation. It was without a doubt that Do Hongming's attainments in the art of formation could help Jiang Qin solve many problems in the art of formation. To Jiang Qin, Do Hongming's understanding of formation was very useful. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to improve his formation. It was already easy for Jiang Qin to learn the no beginning formation without a teacher. However, Do Hongming's understanding of formation was undoubtedly the best choice for him to perfect the formation. Do Hongming's understanding of formation was undoubtedly the best choice. Where is the Do formation technique? Jiang Qin frowned as he searched through his storage ring. Finally, he saw 3 words on a white jade plate with black words. Battle formation technique. Finally, I found you. Jiang Qin was very happy. The Do formation technique was very important to him. It was equivalent to a life-saving method. If it was used properly, it would definitely be enough to shock the world. Even his no beginning formation would be even more terrifying if it was enhanced by the Do formation technique. Even if it was the integration of sky lightning, it might not be able to cover the sharpness of the Do formation technique. However, if it was the integration of 3 types of sky lightning, it would probably be more terrifying. But Jiang Qin was confident that if he integrated more than 4 types of sky lightning, it would definitely surpass the existence of the Do formation technique. However, it was impossible for him to have so many sky lightning now. He only had the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and the 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. The Do formation technique was extremely important to enhance his strength. Therefore, the Do formation technique could completely become an astonishing trump card for Jiang Qin. Even if he encountered a Divine King Realm expert, an ordinary formation with the enhancement of the Do formation technique would be enough to turn the tables. However, in the hands of Do Hongming, the Do formation technique might not be able to display its true power. Jiang Qin carefully kept Do Hongming's storage ring. Yan Qingqing was very intelligent. She smiled but didn't say anything. Jiang Qin saved all of them. She naturally wouldn't say much to her savior. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing was slightly stunned. She suddenly clenched the Great Bright Lord's relic in her hand tightly. At this moment, Jiang Qin made her feel a little nervous. Because Jiang Qin's gaze was filled with aggression. How could she not be on guard? He stared at a woman without blinking. Anyone would feel scared if they were in his shoes. What? Are you finally showing your fox's tail? Are you here for the Great Bright Lord's relic? Yan Qingqing Lung said. The Great Bright Lord's relic is heavier than Mount Tai. Jiang Qin said sternly. Yan Qingqing was shocked. Sure enough, he came prepared. She was too naive to think that he would really give up on the Great Bright Lord's relic because he liked her. But compared to you, even 10,000 Great Bright Lord's relic is just a piece of broken stone. Yan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat when she heard Jiang Qin's words. Apart from shock and surprise, there was also a hint of disbelief in her eyes. You really don't want to snatch the Great Bright Lord's relic from me? You're the most important in my heart. I swear to the heavens that I have no intention to covet the Great Bright Lord's relic. But there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Yan Qingqing frowned. She felt that this guy was getting more and more unfathomable. I like you. It's true. Jiang Qin said gently. Yan Qingqing had expected it, but she still felt unnatural. She looked afar and fell into silence. What are you going to do next? Jiang Qin asked. Return to the Qilian boundary. Return to where I belong. Yan Qingqing said with a hint of nostalgia. Where is the place we should return to? Where did you come from? Where do you want to go? Jiang Qin seemed to be impatient. You seem to be asking too many questions. It's your business if you like me. It has nothing to do with me. Don't follow me, I hate it when people follow me. After Yan Qingqing finished speaking, she turned around and flew into the sky. Jiang Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qilian boundary? Then I'll find you even if I have to search the whole Qilian boundary. Big brother Shi, thank you for this trip to the Tianqi mountain range. We'll meet again in the future. Jiang Qin looked at Shi Zhen with a smile. You can go anywhere in the world with your strength. What does it have to do with me? Shi Zhen smiled bitterly. We've also benefited greatly from this battle. Our strength will definitely improve. We plan to stay in the Tianqi mountain range. When Benefactor misses us, you can come back to the Tianqi mountain range and we can drink and chat. Chapter 2583. Only a vaster world would be able to contain Jiang Qin's radiance. All right. Jiang Qin bid farewell to Shi Zhen, Li Peng and the others. This trip to the Tianqi mountain range had given him a great harvest. Whether it was the understanding of formations or the Dou formation technique, Jiang Chen's understanding of formations had increased tremendously. His strength had also increased. He could break through to the late heavenly god realm anytime now, it was just a matter of time. However, if Jiang Chen wanted to progress step by step, the foundation before the divine king realm was very important. Jiang Chen's heart had already embarked on his journey. But he knew that he would return here one day. The identity of the scarlet cloud ancient vine that was sealed, Feng Qiuhuang's life was bleak and sorrowful, unknown to the world. The melodious sound of the flute was accompanied by the sound of the zither. The eagle soared through the sky. Jiang Chen's desire to return became stronger. He turned his head and murmured, "Looking back at the mountains, the eagle does not fall from the 9 heavens, trampling through the Chilean mountains. A song messed up my heart, my soul was broken like the netherworld. If I don't become a celestial, I'll break into pieces. After a year I'll return to slash the sky. My ambition to reach the clouds has yet to be fulfilled. Blood stains the beacon." Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in the sky. Between the forests, under the mountains and rivers, hundreds of birds cried, shaking the heavens. Jiang Chen left. Shi Zhen, the Li Lei brothers and many others stayed behind. At the end of autumn, the maple leaves were dyed red, covering the mountains and plains. The 8 meridians had already fallen, and 1,000 sails sailed forward. Li Peng held a long spear in his hand, moving unhindered above the white water. His posture was heroic, and his spirit was imposing. Li Peng looked up and saw a girl's silhouette on top of Mount Everest. She was looking towards the southeast. "It's been a year. Are you still waiting for him? If you like someone, why do you have to be so dejected?" Li Peng said faintly. If it was someone else, he might be extremely jealous. However, that person was Jiang Chen, a man who should have stood at the top of the world. Li Peng had always regarded him as his idol. How could he have the slightest bit of disrespect? Although his heart already belonged to someone else, he knew that this woman was everything to him. "I don't like him. I just can't forget him," Shi Xining said in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes flickered incessantly. That figure lingered in her heart for a long time. The legend of a generation had long since left her, dissipating into the clouds of the 9 heavens. "Then you are?" Li Peng asked in confusion. "Don't say the red sleeves don't make me yearn for you, it's because of my youth." Shi Xining turned around and looked at Li Peng with a sweet smile. Her graceful figure disappeared into the depths of the bamboo forest at the foot of Mount Everest. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already left the Chilean mountain range. Furthermore, his strength had already broken through to the late heavenly god realm within a year. 2,000 late heavenly god realm demon spirits had continuously compressed Jiang Chen's strength. He initially had the hope of breaking through to the late heavenly god realm, but Jiang Chen had strangled it in the cradle. He had continuously compressed and polished his strength. His foundation had already surpassed everyone else. 2,000 late heavenly god realm demon spirits were absorbed by a single person. What kind of energy was that? Even a divine king would be moved by it, right? The tiger roared in the forest and the dragon soared through the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen walked out of the Chilean mountain range and felt like a fish leaping into the sky. A late heavenly god would be regarded as a true expert no matter where he went. Now that he met a divine king expert, Jiang Chen could finally have a fair fight with him. Moreover, in this 1 year's time, Jiang Chen had thoroughly comprehended the formation knowledge left behind by Dou Hongming. Now, his formation had completely surpassed the previous one. His Dou formation technique had also reached the 3rd star. The Dou formation technique was divided into the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The 1st star was the foundation and the 5th star was the true mastery. Stepping on the 6 stars of the Dou formation technique could already shake the universe. Stepping on the 7 stars of the Dou formation technique could cause the stars to move, allowing the formation to achieve the most perfect sublimation. The Great Tao was the simplest, reversing the Heavenly Dipper. But the Dou formation technique that Jiang Chen had obtained only allowed him to cultivate the 5 stars of the Dou formation technique. In other words, Jiang Chen's most powerful Dou formation technique could only help him to unleash the power of the 5 stars. As for the 6 stars of the Dou formation technique and the 7 stars of the Dou formation technique, they were still with the Battle God clan. Jiang Chen could only think about it. If he really went to the Battle God clan, he would probably be torn into pieces. Although Jiang Chen said that he wasn't afraid of the Battle God clan, his current strength was like a child waiting to be fed in front of a tall and muscular man. He didn't have the strength to even truss a chicken. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. The Qilian boundary was one of the 4 most powerful boundaries among the 27 boundaries of the Lone Dragon County. It was on par with the Heavenly Star boundary, Lifelong boundary and Emohi boundary. Lingju City was one of the top 10 cities in the Qilian boundary. There were several powerful sects within 10,000 miles of Lingju City. It could be considered as a big city with countless cultivators. Have you guys heard that Tangshan Mansion is going to make a big move this time? I'm afraid that the whole Qilian boundary will be alarmed. Of course. Look at the status of Lingju City. The Tangshan Mansion came from the Divine Great Land to the Lingju City of the Qilian boundary of the Lone Dragon County. It's bound to cause a commotion. It's said that the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries has returned to Lingju City. Tangshan Mansion offered something that no one could refuse. How could the cultivators not come after hearing the news? What do you guys mean by the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries? I've lived in Lingju City for hundreds of years. Why haven't I heard of it before? Tsuke, you look like a fool. You don't even know about the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries. The Lone Dragon County has a total of 27 great realms. Each of the 9 realms has a supreme, which is the Reverend of the 9 realms. These Reverends of the 9 realms are the Reverend of the Heavenly Star realm, the Reverend of the Qilian realm, and the Reverend of the Emohi realm. The Lifelong realm's Reverend could also be a Reverend, but sadly the Lifelong realm Lord has no desire for power. Hence, he lowered his status and became one with the Emohi realm. Hence, the Emohi realm is one of the most shocking realms. The Lifelong realm Lord is so powerful that even the other 2 Reverends wouldn't dare to covet him. A swordsman holding a folding fan said with a faint smile. His expression was arrogant as if he knew the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries like the back of his hand. It's said that the adopted daughter of Reverend Emohi will also come to our Lingju City. At that time, all the experts of the 9 Boundaries will gather in the city. Although it's just a meeting of the 9 boundaries of the Qilian boundary, the Tangshan Mansion will definitely not be left out. After all, it's a place that everyone wants to enter. Jiang Chen put down the teacup gently. His eyes suddenly froze at this moment. Fate is too wonderful for words. Chapter 2584. She's a peerless beauty. She's the real heaven's pampered daughter. Yeah, the adopted daughter of the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries has made great contributions to the Reverend. It's said that the adopted daughter of the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries will step into the Tangshan Mansion this time. That's the real heaven's pampered daughter. We can only admire her from afar. I'm afraid that we won't be able to stand on the same level as her even if we exhausted all our efforts. That's right. I also want to see how beautiful the most beautiful woman in the Lone Dragon County is. Jiang Chen was clear. He concluded that the adopted daughter of the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries must be related to Yan Qingqing. She said that she wanted to return to the Qilian boundary. Jiang Chen was confident that his woman would definitely be the center of attention in the Qilian boundary. However, what was the background of the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries in the Tangshan Mansion? Jiang Chen frowned. What kind of place is this? At least, even the people of the Qilian boundary wanted to enter this place. One could imagine that the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries also had the same thought. This Tangshan Mansion was mysterious. It might be much more powerful than those big sects in the Qilian boundary. The Qilian boundary was many times bigger than the Linha boundary. Moreover, the master of the Qilian boundary was an existence that could become a Reverend Lord. His strength must be extremely powerful. Even if it was a single realm, the difference between the Linha boundary and the Qilian boundary was like heaven and earth. Looks like I'll have to pay a visit to the Tangshan Mansion. Old beggar, don't disturb me while I'm enjoying my wine. A handsome youth holding an azure sword kicked out, and a shockwave shook the air. It was like hitting a cow through the air, smashing the table of a middle-aged man not far from the tavern into smithereens. The middle-aged man wore coarse hemp clothes and there was an incomplete science steel sword on his back. There were cracks all over the sword and it was not even worth a penny. It could not even be considered a pseudo-divine artifact. The middle-aged man had loose stubble on his face. His eyes were unfocused, and his expression was erratic. He held a large wine pot in his hand. When the handsome young man kicked the table and chair in front of him, the middle-aged man didn't even try to protect himself. Instead, he held the wine pot in his arms. Even after being attacked by the young man, he still held his wine pot and continued to drink. Damn it, you dare to ignore me? Do you know who I am? The handsome youth suddenly stood up and looked coldly at the sloppy middle-aged man in linen clothes. Forget it, senior brother. He's just a beggar who's not even a heavenly god. Why do you have to make things difficult for him? A green-clothed woman with two adorable braids chuckled as she spoke. We still have to go to the eastern region later. Don't stir up trouble. Another steady young man said in a deep voice. You're lucky to be a beggar. Otherwise I'll kick you to death. Our Eastern Emperor sect never kills a nobody. Jiang looked at the middle-aged man and his eyes suddenly became sharp. There were only 3 groups of people in the attic. Jiang and the middle-aged man were in one group, and the other 3 young men were in another group. As for the rest of the people, when the handsome young man attacked just now, they had already paid the bill and left. You're from the Eastern Emperor sect? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly became cold and even had a hint of killing intent. Since you know, why don't you get lost? Your father will never change my name. I am Donghuang Fanghua. The handsome youth sneered and looked at the sloppy middle-aged man arrogantly. Jiang also sneered. He even married a woman's name. No wonder he's like a pretty boy. However, before Donghuang Fanghua pointed his sword at Jiang, the sloppy middle-aged man asked impatiently again. All 3 of you? Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. We don't want to stir up trouble today. Get lost. Although the steady young man did not admit it directly, his words had already explained everything. The 3 of them were mid-heavenly gods. Naturally, they were extremely confident. They were going to kill an old beggar who was not even a heavenly god. However, they still had something important to do, so the steady young man did not want to cause any trouble. That's right. Everyone from the Eastern Emperor sect should die. The middle-aged man suddenly raised his head. The wine gourd in his hand made a cracking sound. However, it did not shatter completely due to the support of divine power. Jiang could see the killing intent in the middle-aged man's eyes. It was a killing intent that could pierce through the heavens. Arrogant and conceited. Looks like you won't know how high the sky is if I don't teach you a lesson today. Living in this world is a luxury for you. Donghuang Fanghua took a step forward and was about to kill the sloppy middle-aged man. Perhaps I should have died long ago. The middle-aged man murmured. Then he moved his palms slightly and a sword light flashed. Donghuang Fanghua and the other 2 were stunned. Jiang was also slightly stunned. The middle-aged man's hand was holding the broken cyan steel sword. In the next second, Jiang felt a deathly stillness. He turned around and saw that Donghuang Fanghua and the other 2 were dead. Jiang was shocked. It was too fast. This sword had completely surpassed his sword principal realm. His strength was not even at the heavenly god realm. Jiang heart was filled with shock. This sword was just too fast. It had truly shocked him who had reached the realm of man and sword as one. Donghuang Fanghua and the other 2 were not strong, but they were at the mid-heavenly god realm. They did not even have the strength to fight back. There was no sign at all. When the 3 of them fell to the ground, not even the sword mark on their necks could be seen. It was as fast as lightning. Jiang could feel that the middle-aged man's strength was not strong. However, the realm of his swordsmanship was so terrifying. Even he was shocked. Jiang had to use all of his strength to avoid that sword. What kind of legend was this man? A sword pierced through the sky. Tens of thousands of swords. The path of the sword shocked the 9 heavens. Jiang knew that in terms of the realm of swordsmanship, even he himself was left in the dust. Jiang looked at the middle-aged man's lonely silhouette. He could not imagine that such a desperate person could be such a terrifying sword saint. The middle-aged man's eyes were bleak and his soul was lonely. He was like a walking corpse. However, he was able to shock the world with his sword. Jiang had never admired anyone before. However, this sloppy middle-aged man made him look at him in a new light. Heart and sword unification. Jiang murmured. This was the realm that he had been dreaming of. To be able to merge with the sword and do as he pleased. Even Jiang who had experienced the union of dragon and sword and the union of man and sword could not reach the realm of heart and sword unification. The sloppy middle-aged man glanced at Jiang. However, he did not stay. He took the wine gourd and left. Jiang followed the sloppy middle-aged man and walked out of the west region of Lingju City. Lingju City was divided into the east, west, north and south region. The west region was the territory of the Eastern Emperor sect. The sloppy middle-aged man had to run away after killing someone. Under a green mountain, the sloppy middle-aged man turned his head. He could feel that someone was following him. However, he did not know who it was. Chapter 2585. Jiang looked at the sloppy middle-aged man with interest. He was very interested in this person. Why are you following me? The sloppy middle-aged man said in a low voice. Because I'm curious about you. You shouldn't be from the Eastern Emperor sect, right? Otherwise, how could you follow me for so long and run thousands of miles away? The sloppy middle-aged man seemed to be on guard against Jiang Qin. That's right. I just want to see how powerful your sword is. Jiang Qin directly stated his intention. His intention was that simple. That's all? The sloppy middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. That's all. You're much stronger than me. I'm no match for you. After saying that, the sloppy middle-aged man took a sip of wine and continued to move forward. That's not up to you. Jiang Qin sneered. He wanted to see how powerful the sloppy middle-aged man's sword was. The sloppy middle-aged man's terrifying level was far beyond his imagination. However, if Jiang Qin wanted to complete his transformation, he had to do so, because his level of swordsmanship was far from the sloppy middle-aged man's. Jiang Qin wanted to seek a breakthrough, and the sloppy middle-aged man was of utmost importance. Jiang Qin stepped out and stepped on the void. He did not take out the heavenly dragon sword but only took out a peak divine weapon. Jiang Qin's sword was elusive and terrifying. Moreover, his strength was much stronger than the sloppy middle-aged man. The sloppy middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and his expression was extremely solemn. Jiang Qin's sword was ferocious. The shadow of the sword filled the void and it was soul-stirring. The sloppy middle-aged man did not dare to be negligent and quickly took action. The moment the shadow of the sword appeared, Jiang Qin felt a great threat. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. After all, the sloppy middle-aged man was still too weak compared to him. Jiang Qin took each step carefully. The sloppy middle-aged man's swordsmanship was much faster than Jiang Qin's. Under the heart and sword as one, the perfect combination of speed and strength had almost reached the peak. The sloppy middle-aged man was only a half-step heavenly god, yet he could make Jiang Qin so solemn. He was not simple. Moreover, his sword gave Jiang Qin a majestic feeling. Although it was filled with sadness and loneliness, the rage in the shadow of the sword was still present. Jiang Qin could feel that the sloppy middle-aged man had become like this. It was definitely not because he deliberately let himself be like this. He must have suffered a great injury. Jiang Qin did not intend to hurt him. However, the sloppy middle-aged man's swordsmanship had forced Jiang Qin to use his full strength. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a faint smile. From the beginning to the end, he had been defending passively. The sloppy middle-aged man's strength was completely displayed by his terrifying swordsmanship. Shocking, domineering, unstoppable in the sword principle. This was Jiang Qin's evaluation of the sloppy middle-aged man. Body and sword as one. Jiang Qin swung his sword and finally forced the sloppy middle-aged man to retreat. However, he had also exerted 70% of his strength. Jiang Qin had benefited a lot from the battle just now. His swordsmanship was like the stars in the sky. No one could catch it, not even Jiang Qin. There is only the sword in the heart, and there is only the heart in the sword. Is this the realm of body and sword as one? Jiang Qin murmured to himself. However, he still could not understand the realm of body and sword as one. The sloppy middle-aged man was forced to retreat by Jiang Qin. He squinted his eyes. Lung Lung said, "My skills are not as good as yours. I am not your opponent. Are you really seeking death?" Jiang Qin frowned and stared at the sloppy middle-aged man. "We only have one life. Is it not important what we live for?" The sloppy middle-aged man smiled bitterly. He seemed to be full of despair for life. "I don't know why you've fallen, but with your abilities, let alone your future prospects, you won't be able to find an opponent below God King even now. I can say that you're a prodigy of the laws of the sword that only appears once every 10,000 years. Even I can't catch up to you in terms of comprehension of the laws of the sword. You're the only person I've seen who has surpassed me in terms of the laws of the sword." Jiang Qin sighed. People need something to live for. If we don't even have the most basic thought, what's the point of living? The sloppy middle-aged man said faintly. "How did the Donghuang sect defend you?" Jiang Qin understood. When this guy heard that the 3 people were from the Donghuang sect, he killed them without any mercy. It was obvious that he hated the Donghuang sect to the core. "If I have the ability to do so, I will definitely destroy the Donghuang sect. Since you are not willing to tell me, I will not force you. I'm just a little envious of you. Your sword principle is so terrifying, so I want to learn from you." Jiang Qin was not willing to say more. After all, this was his privacy. He only felt pity for the sloppy middle-aged man. If such a peerless swordsman really became a sword saint, he would definitely be invincible in the world. Jiang Qin glanced at the rusty cyan steel sword in the sloppy middle-aged man's hand. He smiled bitterly and threw the sword in his hand to the sloppy middle-aged man. It was a supreme divine tool. Jiangchen was able to infuse his sword intent into this supreme divine tool. Because it was a divine tool that he had refined, his mastery of the sword was far better than any other blacksmith. He was a swordsman who was obsessed with the sword. Even though this sword was just a supreme divine tool, it was still able to compete with an ordinary heavenly divine tool. It was absolutely not a problem for it. What are you doing? The sloppy middle-aged man was slightly stunned. I have offended you just now. A treasured sword should be given to a hero. Moreover, you know it better than me. This sword was the best among the 108 peerless divine weapons. Jiangchen did not hesitate to give it to the sloppy middle-aged man. I will not accept a reward without doing anything. Jiangchen could see that the sloppy middle-aged man loved this sword. At least for those below the divine king realm, this sword was enough to accompany him for hundreds or even thousands of years. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had the ability to surpass the divine king realm. Then take it as a reward from me. Practice with me for a month. How about that? Jiangchen smiled. The sloppy middle-aged man didn't say anything, he just nodded his head silently. His expression was calm, but Jiangchen could see that his love for this sword came from the bottom of his heart. Giving a precious sword to a hero, Jiangchen didn't feel any heartache, because the sword didn't deserve him, but he didn't deserve it. My name is Sword Saint. The sloppy middle-aged man said in a low voice. Jiangchen nodded his head. He was worthy of the name Sword Saint. A peerless and peerless Sword Saint. The name Sword Saint was his lifelong pursuit. It was also the sword realm that he had given his whole life. My name is Sword Saint. I did not call myself Sword Saint. The sloppy young man said as if he was afraid that Jiangchen would misunderstand him. I know. Chapter 2586. During this month, Jiangchen had given him 30 pills to recover yuan qi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to practice sword skills for a month without rest. Not only did he have the support of pills, he also had the recovery of the wood spirit. However, compared to a sword saint, it was still a very scary thing. Jiangchen didn't think much of it. In this 1 month, Jiangchen's swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. Although he had yet to reach the realm of heart and sword as one, it was countless times stronger than before. On the path of swordsmanship, Jiangchen couldn't help but admire Sword Saint. He had been studying swordsmanship since the beginning and had no heart to cultivate, which was why his strength was so weak. However, he did not fail because his swordsmanship could be said to be unparalleled in the world. He was worthy of being called a sword saint. The divine king was shocked when he unleashed his sword. Tens of thousands of swords rose and the heavens and earth became silent. This was the supreme realm of sword technique, the heart and sword as one. This was his life's pursuit. Jiangchen was very clear that he was obsessed with the sword, and becoming famous because of the sword. If such a peerless talent was discovered by some great sects, he would certainly become a terrifying existence that would shake the entire Chilean boundary. Jiangchen had learned a lot from Sword Saint. This was not something that could be repaid with a single sword. This was also to let Sword Saint accept the sword with a clear conscience. A month had passed, Sword Saint accepted Jiangchen's divine sword with a clear conscience. Although he was miserable and indifferent, his obsession with the sword was obviously more extreme. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been attracted by Jiangchen's divine sword. In this 1 month, Sword Saint did not say much and only exchanged swordsmanship. Jiangchen's understanding of swordsmanship was something that Sword Saint had never heard of before. Although Jiangchen's swordsmanship was weaker than his, Sword Saint had learned a lot from Jiangchen. If you need anything, just say it. Before leaving, Jiangchen looked at Sword Saint and said, "Thank you. I'm used to living a lonely life. I can't repay the kindness of the sword. See you again." A feeling of sympathy rose in Jiangchen's heart. A powerful swordsman like the Sword Saint was frightening and was destined to be worshipped by countless people who were infatuated with swordsmanship. In his world there was only the sword. His infatuation was absolute. Wherever the heart of the sword was directed, the boulder would not shift. A Sword Saint's heart was the most tenacious of all. However, Jiangchen knew that the depths of his heart were filled with sorrow. This sorrow might become his motivation to move forward, or it might cause his sword Dao to be incomplete. After Sword Saint left, Jiangchen returned to the west region of Lingju City. There were 3 great sects in the west region of Lingju City. They had the most supreme sects in the east, west and north region. The Eastern Emperor sect was one of them. There was only one supreme sect in the other 3 regions. Among the 10 great sects in the Chilean boundary, Lingju City occupied 5 of them. it could be seen that Lingju City was a land of outstanding people. The reason why Lingju City attracted so many supreme sects was because the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was the densest. It was the center of the entire Chilean boundary. With Lingju City as the center, the east, west, north and south region were divided into 4 regions. The 4 regions covered hundreds of thousands of miles. The Chilean boundary was vast. In Lingju City the spiritual chi was denser. It would cost a lot of divine origin stones to stay in the city. Compared to the profound Feng sect, it was much stronger. Who are you? This is the restricted area of the Eastern Emperor sect. You have 10 breaths to leave, otherwise I'll kill you. A tall and strong young man holding a long spear stood proudly in the void, looking at Jiang Chen coldly and said. He could see that Jiang Chen's strength was not ordinary. He had already reached the late heavenly god realm. That's why he did not expel Jiang Chen immediately. At least, his strength was only at the mid-heavenly god realm. I want to join the Eastern Emperor sect. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. You want to join the Eastern Emperor sect now? I guess you're here for the quota to enter Tongshan Mansion, right? This is something that everyone knows. But first, you need to be strong enough to take charge. You're not strong enough. It's not that easy to join our Eastern Emperor sect. Because this time, the sect lord has specially approved that if there's an outstanding genius, he or she can compete for one of the quotas with the disciples of the sect. But he or she must join the Eastern Emperor sect and treat the sect as his or her home. And the prerequisite is that he or she must reach the peak of the late heavenly god realm. The young man looked at Jiang Chen with disdain and sneered. Chapter 2587. The young man looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Although he was not as strong as Jiang Chen, he was still a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect. He was proud and arrogant. If a late heavenly god wanted to enter the Eastern Emperor sect, he would have to pass the test first. If it was in the past, he might be treated well. However, it was a critical time now. Many people wanted to enter the battle royale of the 9 counties so that they could enter the Tongshan Mansion. In other words, they wanted to use the Eastern Emperor sect as a springboard to enter the Tongshan Mansion. However, the Donghuang sect was not stupid. The first 2 places were naturally given to their own sect members, while the last place was given to those who joined the Donghuang sect later to fight for it. It didn't matter if these people were sincere in joining the Donghuang sect. With this one place, more people would join the Donghuang sect. However, in order to join the Donghuang sect, one must not only be strong, but also have a clean background. Otherwise, the Donghuang sect might kill them. To the Donghuang sect, this plan was definitely profitable. Alright, I'll call a few people who are good at fighting. Jiang Chen said. What do you mean? Do you really want to challenge the Eastern Emperor sect? You're just a late heavenly god, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Yuan Shao sneered. He was the first person who was not a peak heavenly god. Although the late heavenly god realm was only 1 step away from the peak heavenly god realm, there was a huge difference in their strength. Yeah, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise you'll be beaten to a pulp. Haha, our Eastern Emperor sect is not like those small sections. You're really digging your own grave. There are 2 conditions to enter the Eastern Emperor sect. One is to fight 3 peak heavenly gods consecutively. As long as you can defeat 2 of them, you'll be qualified to enter the second round of assessment. However, I don't think you'll be able to pass the first round. You're overestimating yourself. Looks like the profound connection Divine Palace is really something that many people yearn for. But you need to know your own strength. Don't harm others and yourself. You want to participate in the battle royale of the 9 counties? You're dreaming. The surrounding people also looked at Jiang Chen and said in disdain. Although they were not as strong as Jiang Chen and could not sense Jiang Chen's true strength, they could tell that this fellow was not as powerful as the 3 peak heavenly god senior brothers. There was no doubt about it. I want to try. Jiang Chen smiled. After all, this was the territory of the Eastern Emperor sect. Jiang Chen would not be foolish enough to barge into their territory. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything to the Eastern Emperor sect. They must have a lot of Divine King Realm experts. When he was in the Linha boundary, there were already many Divine King Realm experts. The Eastern Emperor sect was one of the 10 great sects in the Chilean boundary. They must have a strong foundation. You really won't turn back until you hit the southern wall. Since that's the case, why not give him a chance, senior brother Yuan Shao? Haha, let senior brother Guanshou give him a good massage. That's true, the Donghuang sect is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. There are many ignorant people in this world. Jiang Chen's expression was calm and composed while facing these people's mockery. He did not care to argue with them at all, because these fellas were just ants in front of him. He could kill hundreds of disciples who were not even late heavenly god realm with a flip of his hand. It was just like drinking water for a human. It was not something worth showing off. Since you insist on seeking death, I'll give you a chance. There are 3 senior brothers guarding the mountain peak, and they'll fight you separately. As long as you can defeat 2 of them, you'll be considered to have entered the first round of the trial. Once you enter the mountain peak, you'll be challenging the senior brother. Xuanhuan said. At this moment, his expression became serious. He wanted to join the Donghuang sect after all. No matter what Jiang Chen's intention was, the Donghuang sect was one of the top 10 sects in the Qilian boundary. They would not allow others to gossip about them. Otherwise, the reputation of the Donghuang sect would be tarnished. Xuanhuan pointed at the mountain peak 10 li away. On the mountain peak, there were 3 training platforms with a radius of 1,000 meters. 3 peak heavenly gods in blue robes were standing on one of them. All right. Jiang Chen did not say much. No matter how glib his tongue was, he would still be mocked by those people. Jiang Chen soared into the sky and approached the cold mountain peak. On the mountain peak, 3 peak heavenly gods were looking at Jiang Chen coldly. Their eyes were filled with battle intent. Who do you want to challenge first? One of the peak heavenly gods, Lung Lung, said. The 3 of you can come at me together. Jiang Chen said. The 3 of them were slightly stunned. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud. However, the people below the mountain peak heard him clearly. Everyone was stunned. Is this fella courting death? 3 peak heavenly gods were able to block a half-step divine king's attack. He's just a late heavenly god, how could he be so arrogant? You're courting death. One of them said, staring at Jiang Chen while gritting his teeth. The 3 of them felt that Jiang Chen was humiliating them. I alone am enough to deal with you. Jiang Chen said, you're too confident. Take this. The blue-robed expert struck with his palm. Wind and lightning flickered, dazzling radiance filled the void. This fella is courting death. The 3 gatekeeper senior brothers are qualified to become the patriarch of the law enforcement hall. A mere late heavenly god, isn't it a piece of cake? Someone said with a sneer. However, the blue-robed expert was pushed back by Jiang Chen's punch before he could even open his mouth. The blue-robed expert's bones were instantly shattered. His face turned pale and he was sent flying. The other 2 experts were pushed back as well. They wanted to take action but they were pushed back by the terrifying energy. 1 strike. With just 1 strike, Jiang Chen had blocked all of their paths of retreat. 1 punch shook the 3 mountains. Everyone was shocked. The 3 blue-robed experts' faces turned gloomy. However, defeat was defeat. They wanted to take action after the first one was defeated, but they were blocked by Jiang Chen. They knew that such an expert was comparable to a half-step divine king. However, how could he be so powerful? Hundreds of people at the foot of the mountain stared at the scene. They held their breaths. In their eyes, the 3 powerful senior brothers were just like decorations. They were blown away by a late heavenly god junior with a single punch without being able to fight back at all. The blue-clothed senior brother who bore the brunt of the attack even had his bones shattered. He was in a miserable state. Isn't this too heaven-defying? Is this fella going to become the second great senior brother? So powerful. One punch is so powerful. I dare say that this fella's battle prowess is no weaker than a half-step divine king. Do I need you to tell me that? He pushed back 3 peak heavenly gods with just 1 punch. This fella is truly monstrous. Chapter 2588. Not to mention the strength of such an expert, he was actually able to challenge those of a higher level. Furthermore, he did it in such a swift and violent manner, as though he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. There were several hundred people who challenged the 3 senior brothers, but they were all defeated. Only a few dozen people were able to successfully challenge them, and there were only 8 people who were able to endure the second test. You've passed. The 3 senior brothers said with a solemn expression. Jiang Chen was the first person who had defeated them in such a crushing manner. Xuanhuan looked at Jiang Chen with a dry mouth. If this guy becomes my senior, I'm afraid I won't have a good life. Now let's talk about the second test. Jiang Chen leapt into the air and landed next to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had an awkward smile on her face. Strength was everything, this was the iron law of this world. With enough strength, one would be respected. Jiang Chen had conquered all of them. The second test is at the Emperor Extremity Mountain. As long as you can reach the middle of the mountain, you will be considered as a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect. In the past, the Emperor Extremity Mountain was the representative for the selection of disciples every 100 years. The Emperor Extremity Mountain has a total of 999 heavenly stairs. Among the disciples, as long as you can reach the 100th step, you will be qualified to become a disciple of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. However, it's different now. Those who can reach the Emperor Extremity Mountain have to reach the 500th step to be qualified to become a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect. The second test is not difficult, but it's not easy either. Yuan Shao spoke tirelessly, not daring to leave out a single detail. He was deathly afraid that Jiang Chen would hold a grudge against his previous attitude. Why? Yuan Shao continued, because the Emperor Extremity Mountain is more than 90,000 meters high, reaching the clouds. The 999 heavenly stairs, each step is more than 100 meters high. The Emperor Extremity Mountain is the highest mountain in the Chilean boundary. The Emperor Extremity Mountain is vast and boundless. Once you reach the 600th step, it would be extremely cold. You would need at least a half-step Divine King to reach the top. Because of this, the Emperor Extremity Mountain is the forbidden area of the Eastern Emperor sect. There was once a half-step Divine King disciple who reached the 700th step and froze to death. Therefore, even reaching the 600th step of the celestial stairway was already considered a genius. Even our sect leader didn't allow him to ascend the 800th step of the celestial stairs. Yuan Shao seemed to be a little secretive and did not say anything more. Most importantly, it is said that this Emperor Extremity Mountain was created by the founder of the sect, Eastern Emperor Xuanhuan. It was created by the heaven and earth and the cycle of the 5 elements. It is sacred and inviolable. If it was an evil cultivator, it would be impossible for him to reach the 500th step of the heavenly stairs. If that's the case, this Emperor Extremity Mountain is a decisive place. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the entire Eastern Emperor sect. The mountain range within the sect was boundless. However, the Emperor Extremity Mountain was towering above the clouds, like a giant hand from the heavens, shocking the world. This Donghuang sect is indeed not simple. Jiang Chen thought to himself. However, the second stage shouldn't be too difficult for him. So far, the strongest disciple is our great senior brother. He has ascended the 792nd step. His talent and strength are unparalleled. Next would be our second senior brother, Donghuang Taiji. He has ascended the 708th step of the heavenly stairs. These 2 senior brothers will definitely be the ones to enter the 9-county battle royale. As for the disciples who are competing for the battle royale of the 9 counties, the strongest one should be Ling Guang. He has ascended the 682nd step of the heavenly stairs, half-step Divine King realm. The Emperor Extremity Mountain's heavenly stairs is hard to climb because of the heavy pressure. Not many could reach the peak. I can only ascend the 300th step. Yuan Shao smiled awkwardly and said, "Then I shall give it a try." Then Jiang Chen walked towards the Emperor Extremity Mountain. There were 2 half-step Divine King realm elders guarding the Emperor Extremity Mountain. It would be opened once a year so that the disciples could climb the mountain and improve their strength. 2 elders. Yuan Shao greeted the 2 elders and brought Jiang Chen into the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Jiang Chen was speechless. This is the true power of a great sect. A half-step Divine King could only guard the mountain. That's the psychic tablet. No matter how many steps you ascend, it will show up. Yuan Shao pointed at the huge white jade tablet and said, "Thank you." Jiang Chen said and walked up the mountain. Yuan Shao let out a sigh of relief. This fella is not calculative with me. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up like a torch. He stepped on the clouds and ascended the mountain. The 90,000-meter tall mountain pierced through the clouds. Jiang Chen had never seen such a majestic mountain before. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with the feeling of being able to reach the top and look down on all the other mountains. How many steps do you think this fella can reach? It's hard to say. After all, he shook 3 mountains with a single punch. His strength is extremely terrifying. He's the most terrifying when he doesn't reveal himself. That's true. But no matter how strong he is, he would still have to bow down to a half-step Divine King. That's true. It's hard to say. But I think it's impossible for him to reach Ling Guang's height. Many disciples were curious. They were waiting in front of the psychic tablet. Jiang Chen's figure disappeared from the foot of the Emperor Extremity Mountain in a blink of an eye. The moment Jiang Chen reached the top of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, he could feel a majestic and peaceful energy enveloping the entire mountain. The higher he climbed, the more certain he was. The majestic and peaceful energy was lingering around his body. Jiang Chen's steps were as steady as a mountain. In just a blink of an eye, he had already reached the 500th step. At this moment, many people were shocked. Jiang Qin really passed the second stage, the Emperor Extremity Mountain's heavenly stairs. 500th step already? Let's see how magnificent it is at the top of the mountain. Jiang Qin was calm and composed, but the unyielding spirit in his heart drove him to climb the cliff again and again, straight into the clouds. Emperor Extremity Mountain, Eastern Emperor Sect. The other sects can't be compared to the other sections. Jiang Qin thought. There was another reason why he chose the Eastern Emperor Sect. It was because of the mysteriousness of the Eastern Emperor Sect. Jiang Qin continued climbing. When he reached the 600th step, many people were shocked. The number kept changing in front of the psychic tablet. Jiang Qin did not feel any pressure. Jiang Qin did not feel any pressure at all. He was still climbing. When Jiang Qin reached the 683rd step, the whole Eastern Emperor Sect was in an uproar. Because he had surpassed Ling Guang, the half-step divine king expert. Oh my god. Isn't this too fast? Will he surpass second senior brother, Donghuang Taiji? I'm looking forward to it. Ah. Chapter 2589. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked up. He was determined to climb to the highest peak. One layer after another. It's so cold. I'm afraid the temperature here is a few hundred degrees below zero. Jiang Qin's expression was solemn. There were ice shards in between his eyebrows. He had never felt this kind of cold energy before. After Jiang Qin stepped onto the 700th step, the cold energy became even more terrifying. It could even freeze one's soul. When Jiang Qin stepped onto the 709th floor, there was an uproar in front of the Emperor Extremity Mountain's psychic tablet. There were already thousands of people gathered there. Each of them looked incomparably solemn and shocked. Second senior brother's record was broken by this man. Yeah, I never thought that this fellow would be so heaven-defying. I'm really excited now. I wonder if he can break first senior brother's record. It's going to be exciting. Ah. Even the two elders can't stay calm now. I'm sure that this fellow won't be able to break first senior brother's record. He's almost at the 800th step. He's only a late heavenly god after all. It's still too early to make a conclusion. Look, his speed hasn't changed at all. He's almost at the 730th step. Everyone held their breath and stared at the psychic tablet silently. Jiang Qin had become everyone's idol at this moment. A late heavenly god fellow was able to tie the record of their second senior brother. Everyone was shocked by his strength. A young talent. He's quite strong. Opposite the Emperor Extremity Mountain was the Donghuang Mountain, which was also the foundation of the Donghuang sect. On an elder's peak, a green-robed elder said with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with surprise. Taiji is already one of the rare prodigies. I'm afraid this person's talent is not any weaker than Taiji. An imposing middle-aged man beside the green-robed old man said in a deep voice. His eyes were staring at the Emperor Extremity Mountain in the distance. Third elder, could it be that you think that this lad is comparable to Taiji Xiang? The green-robed elder was surprised. Donghuang Taiji was the strongest disciple in the past 1,000 years. His strength had reached the half-step divine king realm. However, even a divine king might not be able to kill him. The Eastern Emperor limitless art that he cultivated was extremely powerful. He was invincible among the half-step divine kings. Even ordinary divine kings could not compete with him. In the eyes of the third elder, his evaluation of this fellow was simply too high. He was comparable to a disciple that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. What kind of glory was that? Moreover, his strength was not even at the half-step divine king realm. Donghuang Zhuoqing smiled and continued, It's not that I'm overestimating him, but his strength is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that even the great elder would say the same if he was here. Tao Qing nodded silently. As the leader of the 10 great guardians, he was also a divine king. However, he was rather low-key in front of the third elder, Donghuang Zhuoqing. Donghuang Zhuoqing was in charge of the Eastern Emperor sect's law enforcement hall. Even the great elder had to show some respect to him. Other than the sect lord, the entire Eastern Emperor sect was afraid of Donghuang Zhuoqing. Donghuang Taiji was his direct disciple. His words were more important than anyone else's. How far do you think he can go, third elder? Tao Qing said quietly. Donghuang Zhuoqing took a glance at the psychic tablet that was constantly changing. He could not help but look at the higher part of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. It's hard to say. Back then, the sect lord also stopped at the 800th step. He was not willing to go any further. He said, It's lonely at the top. The Great Elder and I only managed to reach the 790th step with our own strength, which is almost the same as that monstrous genius. It's extremely cold above the 800th step. No matter how strong one is, he or she would not be able to endure such a terrifying coldness. I'm already shocked that he could reach this step. It's not easy for him to surpass that monstrous genius. Dong Huangjuoqing said sincerely. Phew, Jiang Qin took a deep breath. The Emperor Extremity Mountain was indeed terrifying. He had already reached the 757th step. However, at this moment he could not endure the coldness anymore. I wonder if I'll freeze to death if I go any further, Jiang Qin murmured. Because at this moment his body was extremely cold, but it hadn't reached the point of being frozen. As one of the most mysterious sects in the Qilian region, the Eastern Emperor sect was established with the name Eastern Emperor. It was a shocking thing. Eastern Emperor was the first surname in the ancient times. It was also the name of the heavenly emperor, Eastern Emperor Tai. Jiang Qin was curious about the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Is the Eastern Emperor sect related to Eastern Emperor Tai? Therefore Jiang Qin did not have the intention to stop. Although the terrifying coldness had started to corrode his body, he wanted to see how far he could go. Although Jiang Qin felt that it was difficult for him to move forward, he was still very calm and continued to climb step by step. Jiang Qin could feel that the blood in his body was about to freeze. However, after performing the dragon transformation, his dragon blood was boiling and he felt more comfortable than before. There were tens of thousands of people watching in front of the psychic tablet. The whole Eastern Emperor sect was shocked. It was imaginable that after Donghuang Taiji's record was broken, this news would definitely spread across the whole Eastern Emperor sect. At that time it would be a huge shock. Even the Great Elder and I have been surpassed? Dong Huangjuoqing touched his nose and said with a bitter smile. His eyes were filled with a sharp radiance, piercing through the void and aiming at the Emperor Extremity Mountain. This fella is too heaven-defying, Tao Qing murmured. He took a glance at Dong Huangjuoqing and sighed in his heart. The world is so big, there are all kinds of strange things. There are many experts and monstrous geniuses. The 792nd step. When Jiang Qin stepped onto this step, the whole Eastern Emperor sect was in an uproar. Because that was the highest step that the great senior brother had ever reached. Look, this guy actually ascended to the 792nd step of the celestial stairway. Oh my god. This might be the most sensational thing in the past 100 years. We've witnessed a miracle. This fella is too heaven-defying. What kind of monstrous genius is he? I think great senior brother's opponent has appeared. Stop joking. How can he be compared with great senior brother? Stop joking. Everyone was filled with excitement as if they were the ones who had reached the peak. However, some of them were optimistic about Jiang Qin while some of them wished that Jiang Qin could reach the highest point so that he would fall harder. After all, he was only a late heavenly god. The disciples who had reached the late heavenly god realm were naturally not convinced. The first thing Jiang Qin saw was the words carved on the 792nd step. The 4 words were carved with a sword. They were like dragons and phoenixes dancing in the air, and the strokes were sharp and elegant. Donghuangta. These words kept resounding in Jiang Qin's heart. It was as if the words were magical, filling the entire 792nd step. Jiang Qin could feel the sharpness and arrogance of these words. It was as if he was the only one who could compete with the heavens and earth. Chapter 2590. Interesting. He actually managed to ascend to the 792nd step of the celestial stairway. A black-clothed young man stood with his arms crossed, standing out from the crowd. His cold and arrogant aura, his violent and overbearing eyes made the disciples not dare to look him in the eye. The black-clothed young man looked gloomy as he looked at the number on the psychic tablet. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Other than that monster, no one in the Eastern Emperor sect is able to surpass me. The black-clothed young man Lung Lung said. He was the second senior brother of the Eastern Emperor sect, second only to Donghuang Taiji. They were brothers of the same generation, but Donghuang Tai's radiance had shone upon the entire Eastern Emperor sect since he was born. Donghuang Taiji did not feel bad at all because that person was his big brother. As a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect, Donghuang Taiji knew his position. Since he could not become the world's number 1, being number 2 was not bad. Although Ling Guang had reached the 700th step, he could not even withstand 10 attacks from Donghuang Taiji. Although he was also a half-step divine king, Donghuang Taiji could already fight against some divine king experts of the Eastern Emperor sect. This was the pride of a genius. Now that Jiang Chen had appeared, Donghuang Taiji's heart was itching. He really wanted to see how powerful this guy that came out of nowhere was to shock everyone. Jiang Chen's strength was unparalleled. Jiang Chen stared at the words Donghuang Te. At this moment he felt that these words were like an insurmountable mountain. However, Jiang Chen's temper was like this. The more impossible it was, the more he wanted to fight back. Moreover, he did not believe that he would not be able to climb higher than Donghuang Te. Surpassing you is not my final goal. My final goal is to surpass myself, surpass the past, surpass all powerful existences. Jiang Chen glanced at the name that was revered by countless people and smiled faintly. He then calmly stepped onto the 793rd step. It can't be? Did he really surpass the great senior brother? It should be true. This psychic tablet is not an ordinary item. It said that this tablet is an ancient item. There should not be any mistakes. This fella must be extraordinary. I'm looking forward to seeing how far this fella can go. It seems like all the miracles under the heavens will happen to him. Jiang Chen? This name will soon spread across the entire Eastern Emperor sect and even the Chilean region. More and more people looked at the Emperor Extremity Mountain with admiration and respect, shock and astonishment. Jiang Chen was like a heavenly war god. He seemed like he would never back down. When Jiang Chen reached the 799th step, the extremely cold energy began to permeate through his body. Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented coldness. The coldness seeped into his bones and his blood vessels. It felt like he had gone through countless reincarnations. It's lonely at the top. The saying makes sense. Jiang Chen looked at the sky. Countless layers of clouds were already below his feet. The Emperor Extremity Mountain that he was climbing now felt like it was pierced through the clouds. The extreme coldness came from the depth of one's heart and the extreme coldness of the heavens and earth. If it was an ordinary person, he or she would have been frozen into a popsicle. 800th step. When Jiang Chen stepped onto the 800th step, the entire Eastern Emperor sect was in an uproar. Because that was the heavenly stairway that the sect lord had stepped onto. This fella, is he really that heaven-defying? Donghuang Zhuoqing touched his nose and said with a smile. This time, even the sect lord would have to face him seriously. Although the ice throne didn't seem to be a weapon, it had such godly energy that it could absorb the extreme cold energy. Moreover, it could protect Jiang Chen as he advanced. No matter what its background was, Jiang Chen felt that this ice throne would be very useful. Jiang Chen walked as if he was flying, as if he was walking on flat ground. He was a completely different person compared to before. In the depths of the sect, a gaze suddenly shot out, shaking the entire Emperor Extremity Mountain. It came from the Patriarch's residence in the depths of the Donghuang Mountain. Chapter 2591. This guy has actually reached the 899th step of the celestial stairway. Monstrous, monstrous. Why isn't it me? The whole Donghuang sect is watching. Maybe this is the era that belongs to our Donghuang sect. This is so exciting. Look, the elders of the sect are all watching the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Jiang Chen had no time to care about the gazes of others. When he reached the 900th step of the stairway, he felt a trace of unusual qi. The extremely cold energy was still stronger than before. The rocks on the mountain were covered with a thick layer of frost. Wherever Jiang Chen passed by, the cold qi would retreat. The cold ice throne was like a monarch of the world, looking down upon the 9 heavens. However, what made Jiang Chen feel the most was the 900th step of the heavenly stairway, because he felt as if he had entered another world after reaching the 900th step. I would like to see what kind of elegance there is at the top of the mountain. Jiang Chen ran all the way. On the 999th step of the heavenly stairway, the temperature was already a few thousand degrees below zero. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had the cold ice throne in his hand, which was able to withstand the terrifying cold. However, Jiang Chen was still shivering from the extreme cold. At least he was able to stand on the peak of the mountain. An inscription attracted Jiang Chen's attention. It was a white jade inscription with 3 words written on it, 9 on the cloud. Jiang Chen frowned. 9 on the cloud? Is this place called 9 on the cloud? The entire Emperor Extremity Mountain was in an uproar and silence. Jiang Chen had finally completed the 999th step of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Moreover, he was the first person in history to achieve this feat according to the ancient records, after the founder of the Eastern Emperor sect, Eastern Emperor Tai, No one had ever succeeded in reaching the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, which was also known as the Nine Clouds. The depths of the clouds are unknown, reaching the nine heavens alone, hence the name Nine Above the Clouds. Sect Lord Donghuang Zhenli looked at the Emperor Extremity Mountain silently. His eyes were filled with excitement. The strongest 7th-generation Grandmaster of the Eastern Emperor sect had only stepped onto the 923rd step of the Heavenly Stairway. At that moment, the Grandmaster had already reached the Divine Emperor realm. He was the strongest Grandmaster after Eastern Emperor Tai. From then on, the Eastern Emperor sect gradually declined. The heavens have opened their eyes. The rise of the Donghuang sect is not far away. I initially thought that Donghuang Tai could bring glory to our Eastern Emperor sect. Now, it seems like this fella is the true heaven's chosen one. No matter what, the Donghuang sect will make you stay. Donghuang Zhenli's eyes were filled with excitement. Jiang Qin gently stroked above Cloud 9. From the sky, it seemed as if he could pluck the stars with just a lift of his hand. Clouds and mist curled around it, freezing everything within 1,000 miles. Above Cloud 9 was cold and lonely, but it gave Jiang Qin a special feeling. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here is too dense. Above Cloud 9, what a good above Cloud 9. Jiang Qin's hand landed on the white jade tablet. The white jade tablet emitted a dazzling radiance, and a golden figure appeared on the tablet. It was illusory, but one could barely tell that it was a domineering old man. It was just a remnant soul, but it seemed as if it could see through Jiang Qin. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. I'm really too happy. Ah. The golden figure laughed wildly. His voice was heard by above Cloud 9, but only Jiang Qin could hear him. Who are you? Jiang Qin asked. He was just a remnant soul. Even if his aura was powerful, it was useless. It was impossible for him to cause any harm to Jiang Qin. I am Eastern Emperor Tai. The old man squinted his eyes and kept his smile, but he was still excited when he looked at Jiang Qin. The owner of the Eastern Emperor Bell, Eastern Emperor Tai? Are you really the founder of the Eastern Emperor sect? Jiang Qin sighed. To think that a legendary figure would be so sad. That's right. It's a pity that I can't blame others for my incompetence. Eastern Emperor Tai said. You know of my existence? Not simple. Those who know of my name are mostly ancient people. What race are you from? God Luo clan? Or the Battle God clan? Or the Sky clan? Jiang Qin shook his head. I'm from the mortal world. Coming from the mortal world and being able to ascend my Emperor Extremity Mountains above Cloud 9, you've really impressed me. Eastern Emperor Tai pondered for a moment, as if he did not believe Lin Fan. What's your relationship with the destructive ice god? Why is his ice thrown in your hands? I was wondering how you managed to ascend to Cloud 9. I found it out by accident. As for you, I've read about you in an ancient record left behind by an immortal master. Eastern Emperor Tai, the owner of the Eastern Emperor Bell. That's all I know. Jiang Qin said. Then what else do you know? You don't seem to be afraid of me. Eastern Emperor Tai looked at Jiang Qin with interest. That's all. Why should I be afraid of you? You're from the immemorial era, but you're already dead. Even if you're not dead, I didn't disrespect you. Are you going to kill me? Jiang Qin said. Eastern Emperor Tai's eyes burned as he stared at Jiang Qin. I don't know if your appearance is right or wrong. I'd like to hear the details. Jiang Qin nodded. Help me rebuild the Eastern Emperor sect. Help me choose the 9 reincarnations supremacy of the Eastern Emperor sect. I wish to be reborn. Eastern Emperor Tai and Jiang Qin's eyes met. Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change. Isn't this guy a little too crazy? He's been dead for millions of years, yet he wants to be reborn? Resurrecting Eastern Emperor Tai, this idea is too bold. Jiang Qin did not know if this guy was joking. What can I get? Jiang Qin suppressed the shock in his heart and said calmly. This Eastern Emperor Tai would definitely not ask him to do this for no reason. Apart from him, no one else would be able to ascend to the 9 clouds. Eastern Emperor Bell. Eastern Emperor Tai's words made Jiang Qin feel enlightened. The Eastern Emperor Bell was a true Chaos Saint tool. There were only 10 Chaos Saint tools in the world. They were born from the chaos of the heavens and earth. They were not refined by humans. These 10 peerless great tools existed when the chaos was born. Jiang Qin had read about them in the ancient book left behind by the craftsman god. His lifelong wish was to forge a Chaos Saint tool. However, he knew that it was impossible. The dreadfulness of a Chaos Saint tool could only be understood by those who had experienced the ancient war. As for the Eastern Emperor bell, it was ranked first. One could well imagine how frightening the Eastern Emperor bell was. The Eastern Emperor bell was a Chaos Saint weapon that could both attack and defend. The xuanhuan sword was the strongest in attack and the xianxia cauldron was the strongest in defense. Hence, these three Chaos Saint weapons were the strongest among the 10 ancient divine weapons. Jiang Qin desired the Eastern Emperor bell, but he felt that things were not as simple as he thought. Would it be that easy to get the Eastern Emperor bell? Can you really be resurrected? Jiang Qin was most worried about this question. If he really resurrected an immemorial real god, he did not know what would happen. You should be stronger than the Great Emperor, right? It won't be easy to resurrect you. The Great Emperor? Eastern Emperor Tai shook his head and chuckled. Then Donghuang Tai pointed at the sky. A circle of ripples spread out from the dusky sky. Chapter 2592. Donghuang Tai pointed at the void. When Jiang Qin looked up, he found out that there was a black hole in the void above Yunshangjiu. The black hole seemed to have existed since the beginning of time, but it also looked like an invisible hole that could devour everything. Jiang Qin's body trembled. When he opened his eyes and looked at the void again, there were circles of ripples. After the ripples, the black hole disappeared once again, as if it had been washed away by the ripples. Was there really a hole that day? Jiang Qin said in a low voice. His heart was in turmoil. If that was true, then how did the heavens break apart? It was thought-provoking. That's right. There was already a hole in the sky in the primordial era. A hole that no one could fill. Donghuang Tai said. What are you trying to say? Jiang Qin was confused by Donghuang Tai. He even thought that Donghuang Tai only wanted to resurrect him. The heavenly way will reincarnate, but I am immortal. As long as you resurrect me, the Eastern Emperor bell will be my gift. Why should I believe you? You've been dead for too long. Are you sure you can resurrect me? As long as there's a 9 reincarnated martial artist from my Donghuang clan, resurrecting me will not be a problem. 9 reincarnated martial artist? Is it a hierarch realm expert? Jiang Qin frowned and said. Hierarch realm? You're not qualified yet. When you break through to the Great Emperor realm, you'll understand what a 9 reincarnated martial artist is. However, it's too difficult for you now. You have the Ice Throne, the inheritance chosen by the destructive Ice God. Plus, you're able to ascend Yunshangjiu of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. I believe you can break through to the Great Emperor realm. Donghuang Tai stared at Jiang Qin with a solemn expression as if Jiang Qin was his last hope. The Eastern Emperor bell is in this white jade tablet. Donghuang Tai pointed his finger and the white jade tablet shattered. An ancient divine bell appeared in the middle of the tablet. It was only the size of a palm, but it was already broken. Jiang Qin felt that he could shatter it with a single palm strike. Donghuang Tai was stunned. Is this really the Eastern Emperor bell? Jiang Qin sneered. That's right. This is the Eastern Emperor bell, the soulless bell. Moreover, it has basically been completely destroyed. That's because I should have died in that battle. In the end, the Eastern Emperor bell saved my life. However, it has already been completely destroyed. Furthermore, if he wanted to recover, he would need primal chaos energy. That was the only way he would have a chance at living primal chaos energy. There is another way, and that is to revive me. The Eastern Emperor bell is my natal artifact. As long as I'm resurrected, I'll use my own strength to nourish the Eastern Emperor bell. Then the Eastern Emperor bell will also release an abundance of life force. Donghuang Tai said in a deep voice. This Eastern Emperor bell? The Eastern Emperor bell doesn't have any attack power now. The only thing that's special about it is that it's indestructible. Even though it has lost its primal chaos artifact spirit, it's still a great artifact. No one below the Great Emperor realm can destroy it. Donghuang Tai said proudly. After all, you've given me a broken bell, and you still want me to resurrect you? Moreover, you'll have to wait until I reach the Great Emperor realm before I can help you. Jiang Qin curled his lips and disagreed. This Eastern Emperor bell isn't useless. It's at least comparable to an origin god tool now. It's not a problem for it to suppress some demons. However, it doesn't have a primal spirit, so it's not a great artifact with a soul. This Eastern Emperor bell can help you teleport once. In times of danger, it can solve all difficulties. This is the last thing I can help you with. If you can become a great emperor one day, you'll understand that if you resurrect me, it'll be the fortune of your life and the fortune of the world. I don't have much time left. Boy, don't disappoint me. The Eastern Emperor bell is my gift. It's up to you to return the favor. This sky can't be broken anymore. This hole can't be destroyed forever. After saying that, Dong Huang Tai glanced at the ripples in the void and disappeared. Yun Shangjiu couldn't find any trace of him. In Jiang Chen's hand, there was only a broken bell the size of a palm. Jiang Chen was skeptical. Was this really the Eastern Emperor bell? Could it be that he was tricked by Dong Huang Tai? Anyway, he didn't lose anything. Moreover, Dong Huang Tai's regret was to resurrect him. What's so special about the hole in the sky? Jiang Chen had a lot of questions in his heart. Unfortunately, Dong Huang Tai had disappeared. His remnant soul had entrusted him to help him find the 9 reincarnations venerable and resurrect the Eastern Emperor. To Jiang Chen, this was a heavy responsibility and a long way to go. However, this Eastern Emperor bell was real. At this moment, the entire Emperor Extremity Mountain began to shake. Everyone held their breath, especially Sect Lord Dong Huang Zhenli, who was filled with astonishment. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the starry sky. The water ripple had once again turned into a pitch-black hole. The black hole was like an eye that could devour everything. Jiang Chen's mind was shocked. The blood in Jiang Chen's body was boiling and burning. He didn't know why, but it seemed like he wanted to step on Yun Shangjiu and fight against the heavens and earth. His battle intent was intense. Unfortunately, before Jiang Chen could stand firm, a giant invisible palm pushed him down from Yun Shangjiu. Jiang Chen could feel that it was a pair of palms that came from the void. He couldn't be wrong. Motherfucker. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, but he still couldn't change the tragic fate of being pushed down from the 9 clouds. Tens of thousands of meters in the sky, Jiang Chen fell from the sky, falling from the true peak of the sky to the mortal world. He's too powerful. This fella is definitely a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Even Big Senior Brother might not be able to compete with him. You're right. I've never heard of someone who could reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. However, he really did it. He's a late heavenly god, why can't I do it? Now, the sect lord and the great elders of the sect are all looking forward to meeting Jiang Chen as soon as possible. They want to know who this fella is. In short, he won't be able to run away. The sect lord will definitely treat him like a treasure, just like Big Senior Brother. It's really a blessing that fell from the sky. Isn't that right? Why don't I have such a blessing? The trembling of the Emperor Extremity Mountain lasted for a quarter of an hour. Jiang Chen was like a bird that had lost its wings, falling from the sky. His divine energy was completely restrained at this moment and he couldn't use it at all. He wanted to step on the sky and use the Great Void technique, but it couldn't respond to him at all. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel bitter. Am I going to fall down like this? Dong Huang Zhenli's eyes turned cold like 2 sharp swords, piercing through Jiang Chen's heart. The Chilean divine region, the lord of the Dong Huang sect, I'm sure you won't be so magnanimous. Jiang Chen said. You have a deep mind. You are a person who can achieve great things. I shouldn't be surprised that you are able to reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. If you were a nameless coward, I might not even have the desire to see you. Dong Huang Zhenli and Jiang Chen looked at each other. I just want to know, what did you see when you ascended to the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain? Dong Huang Zhenli was very curious. Since the establishment of the Dong Huang sect, no one had ever ascended to the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. He did not expect an outsider to do it. To be honest, sect leader, I saw a person. Jiang Chen said. Dong Huang Zhenli was shocked. Even as a divine king, he could not help but want to know what kind of person was at the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Even he did not have the ability to ascend to the peak of the 9 heavens. Dong Huang Tai. Dong Huang Zhenli stared at Jiang Chen in shock. Just this name alone was enough for him to believe that Jiang Chen did not lie. Although the Dong Huang sect had existed for thousands of years, nobody knew who the founder of the Dong Huang sect was. Even some peerless experts and great clans did not know who the founder of the Dong Huang sect was. In the entire Dong Huang sect, there were less than 10 people who knew the name Dong Huang Tai. Did you really meet the founder of the Dong Huang sect? Dong Huang Zhenli took a deep breath and held his breath. That's right. The Dong Huang Tai said that his natal god weapon has already been destroyed. It's impossible for the Dong Huang bell to be reforged, and the Dong Huang sect is declining step by step. So, he wants me to help the Dong Huang sect expand its territory and restore its former glory. You actually know about the existence of the Eastern Emperor bell? At this moment, Dong Huang Zhenli no longer doubted Jiang Chen. Because no one knew about the name Dong Huang Tai or the existence of the Eastern Emperor bell. Jiang Chen was able to ascend to the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. It naturally proved that his potential was unparalleled. Sect leader, are you still doubting me? Jiang Chen said faintly. Since this is the arrangement of the founder of the Donghuang sect, this time, the rise of the Donghuang sect is not far away. Donghuang Zhenli said in a deep voice. The way he looked at Jiang Chen became gentle. Jiang Chen did not take out the Eastern Emperor bell. A gentleman is innocent, but a treasure is his own ruin. He was not sure if Donghuang Zhenli would kill him and rob him of his treasure before he fully trusted him. If that was the case, Jiang Chen might fall into eternal damnation. Why would Jiang Chen dig a pit for himself? I will not let you down in the battle royale of the 9 counties this time. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Since you are the person appointed by the founder of the Donghuang sect, I will not say much. In the future the Donghuang sect will be your shield. Donghuang Zhenli said. The Donghuang sect has treated me with sincerity. How can I let the Donghuang sect down? Jiang Chen nodded his head silently. You were injured when you fell from the mountain. There is a natural ice spring in the Donghuang mountain. You can go there to recover. I will destroy my own arrangements. As for the battle royale of the 9 counties, we can't rush it. Donghuang Zhenli said. After sending off Jiang Chen, his eyes became solemn. Donghuang Zhenli murmured to the void. Chapter 2594. The void dispersed and the water rippled. On top of the palace, a white-robed shadow was floating. He looked like a celestial being and had an extraordinary temperament. Tao cannot be spoken of completely, qi cannot be used up, and luck cannot be changed completely. However, the world is so big and we cannot trust him completely. If he has the intention, Eastern Emperor can borrow his strength for 3,000 miles. If he has no intention, all our help will be in vain. Although our Eastern Emperor sect has declined for so many years, we are still a sect that once dominated the divine region. We will not fall just like this. Donghuang Zhenli said. Treat people's hearts with sincerity. Since ancient times, heroes have been lying on the ground. At the end of the road, the path of Tao has been exhausted. Trust him, let him be. The white-robed shadow said faintly. Then, his figure faded and disappeared in the void. I understand. Donghuang Zhenli nodded silently. The strength of the Eastern Emperor sect was definitely one of the top 3 in the Chilean boundary. They were also famous in the Lone Dragon County. However, if they were to be compared to the past, they would not be comparable at all. Donghuang Zhenli looked at the disappearing figure of Jiang Chen and murmured. The Eastern Emperor sect had been silent for too long. It was time for someone to give them a dose of strong medicine to reinvigorate themselves. I am the great guardian of the Eastern Emperor sect, Tao Qing. The sect lord has ordered me to bring you to the ice spring to heal your injuries. Tao Qing looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. As the only one who managed to reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, Tao Qing dared not neglect him. Moreover, the sect lord had personally welcomed him. That meant that Jiang Chen must be useful. Thank you, Guardian Tao. May I know where this ice spring is? Jiang Chen smiled and said. This ice spring is originally called the Milky Way Ice Spring. The water here flows from the ridge of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Even the sect leader couldn't find the end of the ice spring after climbing the 800 steps of the heavenly stairway. Thus it was named the Milky Way Ice Spring. Although the water of the ice spring is extremely cold, it is beneficial to the human body and can aid in cultivation. Soaking in the ice spring for a day will make you feel refreshed. Tao Qing was very curious and wanted to ask Jiang Chen what he had discovered at the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, but he hesitated because there were some things that he had to restrain his desire to know as it might not be beneficial to him. There is nothing on the Emperor Extremity Mountain. It's just extremely cold, unbearable. There is nothing on the Emperor Extremity Mountain, Jiang Chen said. Tao Qing nodded. This fella's EQ is really high, he could see through my doubts with just a glance. Tao Qing couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen in a higher light. Even though Jiang Chen was only a late heavenly god, he was just like Donghuang Tai. Someone like him was destined to soar to the heavens. Tao Qing naturally did not want to offend Jiang Chen. In front of us is the Milky Way Ice Spring. Only the elders or outstanding disciples of the Donghuang sect have the honor of enjoying the Milky Way Ice Spring that is hundreds of feet wide. Only the elders or outstanding disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect can enjoy it. Tao Qing said with envy. Obviously he was not qualified to enjoy it. As the great guardian of the Eastern Emperor sect, he could only look at it. At this moment, there was only a white-bearded old man in the ice spring, and he was enjoying this kind of treatment. Naturally, Jiang Chen was well aware of the situation. It seemed that the sect head had really invested a lot in him. The Eastern Emperor sect was not that bad in his impression. But why did the Sword Saint hate the Eastern Emperor sect so much? That person is the Pill Refinement Elder Chu Tianshu. Do not offend him. Elder Chu is a loner and does not like to talk. Little brother, you must be careful. He is the only Pill Refinement Elder in the Eastern Emperor sect. He does not even give face to the Great Elder. He is a weirdo. Tao Qing said in a low voice. Jiang Chen nodded his head. A capable man would naturally have a strange temperament. Strength and temperament were directly proportional. It was reasonable for such a man to be proud and arrogant. Thank you, Guardian Tao, for reminding me. Take this elixir as a gift. Jiang Chen clenched his hand and a spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir appeared in his palm. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Tao Qing's breath stopped and his eyes widened. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Then he looked at the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir in Jiang Chen's hand. That was an immortal-grade elixir. It was just given away like that. Tao Qing had been in the Eastern Emperor sect for so many years, but he had never seen such a good elixir. The rich fragrance of the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir intoxicated Tao Qing. This spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir can help to prolong one's life. The limit is 10 years. If the elixir is completely absorbed, the person who is lucky can live for 100 years. Jiang Chen said. Tao Qing stared at the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir without blinking. Although he was an expert in the Divine King realm, it was extremely difficult to get such an elixir. Who would auction an immortal-grade elixir? Even if there were, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Moreover, they were not of good quality. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill in Jiang Chen's hand had truly opened Tao Qing's eyes. Could it be that Guardian Tao thinks that my elixir is not good enough? Hee. Jiang Chen laughed and joked. Looking at Tao Qing's stunned expression, Jiang Chen also knew that he was too generous. Even the guardian of the Eastern Emperor sect was shocked by him. Jiang Chen knew that his days in the Eastern Emperor sect would not be too short. It was better to make more friends than more enemies. No. Little brother, don't say that. I will accept it. Tao Qing received the elixir with a solemn face. He admired Jiang Chen. A young man like him was definitely not an ordinary person. Not to mention a late heavenly god, even a divine king like him could not stay calm in front of an immortal-grade elixir. However, Jiang Chen could give it away so calmly. Tao Qing felt ashamed of himself. It was inevitable that Tao Qing was excited. Although his lifespan had passed, this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was also a peerless-grade elixir. It would benefit his cultivation a lot. Even Chu Tianshu did not give him an immortal-grade elixir. That's great. Thank you for leading the way, Guardian Tao. We will meet again. I believe that little brother will become the pillar of the Eastern Emperor sect in the near future. Thank you. After Tao Qing left, when Jiang Chen stepped into the Milky Way ice spring, he found that Chu Tianshu was sleeping leisurely. Her face was full of enjoyment. An ordinary disciple would not have the chance to soak in here even once in their lifetime. However, Jiang Chen treated this place as a place to sleep. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. When he stepped into the Milky Way ice spring, the ice throne in the myriad chi cauldron began to vibrate. Jiang Chen took out the ice throne. In an instant, the ice spring absorbed all the water and the ice throne became colder and colder. Jiang Chen looked at this scene with his eyes wide open. Because what he saw next was not only the water of the ice spring being absorbed, but also Chu Tianshu's naked body. How could this be the body of a bearded old man? Her skin was delicate, curvaceous and crystal clear. Under a layer of chiffon, it became faintly discernible. Chapter 2595. A deafening sound pierced through Jiang Chen's eardrums. The moment Chu Tianshu opened her eyes, she had already put on her clothes. This scene flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He was the only one who knew what had just happened. It was definitely real. Jiang Chen subconsciously took a step back because an extremely cold weapon was quietly brushing past his forehead. The blade of the sword sliced through the void, exuding a chilling aura. Jiang Chen kept retreating, defending his perimeter. In an instant he executed his dragon transformation. However, the opponent's sword chi was still incomparably terrifying, slicing through the void with unstoppable momentum. Jiang Chen couldn't even see the person in front of him clearly before he was forced to retreat. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen's hand swept across the sky, crushing the void and colliding with the sword edge. Both of them were forced back and they were evenly matched. Jiang Qin and Chu Tianshu stared at each other. At this moment, Chu Tianshu had turned into a man. Lung Lung stared at Jiang Qin. What a bold disciple. You dare to step into the ice spring? Do you know that this is a capital offense? Chu Tianshu said in a deep voice. She pointed her sword at Jiang Qin and her killing intent was still there. I'm a new disciple of the Donghuang sect, and the sect leader sent me here to treat my injuries. Jiang Qin said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. What did you see? Chu Tianshu Lung Lung said. I didn't see anything. Jiang Qin shrugged. Did the sect leader send you? Do you think you can escape death like this? Chu Tianshu sneered and pressed forward again. Her sword shadows were everywhere, forcing Jiang Qin to escape. However, Jiang Qin did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. He just retreated. Chu Tianshu's sky sword was moving horizontally and vertically. However, she still could not do anything to Jiang Qin. The 9 phantom wolves and the great void technique made it impossible for Chu Tianshu to catch Jiang Qin's figure. However, Chu Tianshu was still chasing after him. Jiang Qin could feel that she would not stop until she killed him. If you don't stop, I'll tell everyone that their elder Chu is a woman. Jiang Qin roared furiously. Chu Tianshu's sword stopped at this moment. She stared at Jiang Qin fiercely and gritted her teeth. She looked like an old man with a white beard and stared at Jiang Qin. How dare you? I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Chu Tianshu said. Do you think I dare or not? Elder Chu, I have no enmity with you and I don't want to be your enemy. I just saw something that I shouldn't have seen. You still dare to talk nonsense? Chu Tianshu's eyes were burning. No. I didn't mean that. Let's pretend that nothing happened today. How about it? I'll definitely keep my mouth shut, but if Elder Chu attacks me again, you won't be able to get away with it even if I have to fight with my life on the line. Furthermore, I'll even tell everyone that you're a woman. Do you think that's good for both of us? Jiang Qin said faintly. Chu Tianshu gritted her teeth but there was nothing she could do, because she had been in the Eastern Emperor sect for a long time. I hope you remember what you said. Although Chu Tianshu was furious, she realized that she could not do anything to this late heavenly god even though she was a divine king. It was unbelievable. Where did this guy come from? If I go against my words, I'll be struck by lightning. I, Jiang Qin, am a man of my words. Jiang Qin said seriously. Did you absorb all the water in this pool? Chu Tianshu frowned and asked. I think so. Chu Tianshu looked at Jiang Qin in shock. Let's pretend that nothing happened today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Remember what I said. After that, Chu Tianshu left. Looking at the empty crater, Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. Could it be that this ice throne has something to do with the water in this pool? Jiang Qin took out the ice throne. When he sat on it, Jiang Qin felt as if he had stepped into the ice pool. Jiang Qin was delighted. The water in the pool had been absorbed by the ice throne. Now the ice pool had become a decoration. After Jiang Qin left the ice spring, the whole Eastern Emperor sect was in an uproar. Ling Guang was the first one to appear in front of Jiang Qin, the one who entered the Eastern Emperor sect to fight for the battle royale of the 9 county. At the foot of the Eastern Emperor mountain, a man in black robes with a long spear in his hand blocked Jiang Qin's way. You're the new outer disciple. Ling Guang held his spear and pointed it at Jiang Qin. His provocation and arrogance made Jiang Qin feel extremely uncomfortable. This fellow's arrogance and despotic attitude made him feel disgusted. This kind of person was like a bird that stuck out its head. If it wasn't extremely arrogant, then it would be beaten to death. A half-step divine king did have the right to be arrogant. Jiang Qin looked at Ling Guang without saying a word. His cold eyes made Ling Guang even angrier. I heard that you've reached the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Let me see if you're really capable. Ling Guang sneered. Who do you think you are? Jiang Qin smiled and did not say anything. However, the surrounding people were already in a state of shock. Jiang Qin and Ling Guang were at each other's throats. Neither of them was willing to take a step back. Especially Jiang Qin, who was much weaker than Ling Guang, was the only one who managed to reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. Ah! Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Then I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you know what a true expert is. I'll say this shamelessly. Even the elders of the sect might not be able to reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain. But what does that mean? Aren't you still worthless in the eyes of the elders? Ling Guang's words made the crowd agree with him. Even if Jiang Qin managed to reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, does it mean that he's invincible? That's not the case. Yeah, Ling Guang is right. Even if Jiang Qin managed to reach the peak of the Emperor Extremity Mountain, he might not be able to defeat everyone. The elders might not be able to reach the peak either. Let me say something disrespectful, even the sect master couldn't reach the summit. Are you saying that the sect master is no match for him? Ling Guang is trying to get his name back. Before Jiang Qin he was the most popular. Now that Jiang Qin has appeared, he seems to be unable to do so. Ah, you're right. One mountain cannot have two tigers. Only one outer disciple can enter the battle royale of the 9 counties. Between Jiang Qin and Ling Guang, only one can be eliminated. I'm looking forward to seeing if this Jiang Qin is the real deal. Jiang Qin smiled. Chapter 2596. Arrogant and conceited, who do you think you are? Ling Guang looked at Jiang Qin in disdain. He took a step forward and raised his spear, shooting out spear light. You're not even a divine king, you're not qualified to show off in front of me. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with sharpness. Both of them were ready for a fierce battle. Ling Guang took the initiative to strike first. His spear was like a dragon, a domineering spear light swept across the void. Within 100 meters, the light was so bright that no one dared to open their eyes. Ling Guang's momentum was unstoppable, instantly blocking Jiang Qin's path of retreat. His spear had reached its limit. He had used all his skills to deal with a late heavenly god realm Jiang Qin. Such a domineering spear radiance had made countless people feel pressured. Ling Guang's spear radiance was extremely powerful. Everyone below the half-step divine king realm held their breath. Jiang Qin's expression was indifferent. The moment Ling Guang rushed towards him, his spear light shot out and pierced towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin did not move at all and threw out a punch. His fist was like a gust of wind, clashing against Ling Guang's spear light. Ling Guang was pushed back by Jiang Qin's punch. It looked light but it was actually an earth-shattering force, instantly suppressing Ling Guang. Ling Guang retracted his spear. That terrifying force caused the blood and qi in his body to churn violently. Earlier, he didn't use his full strength because he wanted to give himself some leeway. If not, the rebound force would have been even greater. Ling Guang's eyes revealed a hint of shock, because he had never expected Jiang Qin to be this powerful. A late heavenly god fighting against a half-step divine king, this was unbelievable. But Jiang Qin did it, he did not move at all and was calm and composed. Terrifying. I don't think many half-step divine kings would be able to withstand that punch. With that punch alone, this Jiang Qin is not simple. The battle between him and Ling Guang is going to be interesting. Haha, beautiful. I told you that this Jiang Qin is not simple. Now, it seems that he is getting more and more interesting. Ling Guang was the strongest disciple in the outer sect, he was also a half-step divine king. Such strength was respected in the Eastern Emperor sect. There were less than 200 half-step divine kings in the entire Eastern Emperor sect, and they were all disciples who had been here for hundreds of years. One could imagine that Ling Guang was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to stand out amongst the half-step divine kings. There were a lot of half-step divine kings, but only a few of them managed to step into the divine king realm. Many of them could not complete the transformation in their entire lives. There were hundreds of half-step divine kings, but only 1 or 2 of them managed to step into the divine king realm. Hence, one could imagine the difficulty of stepping into the divine king realm. Even Donghuang Taiji, the strongest of the younger generation in the sect, had been stuck in the half-step divine king realm for more than 10 years. However, he was regarded as the most likely person to step into the divine king realm within the next 3 years. As for Ling Guang, he was one of the best amongst the half-step divine kings. Otherwise, how could he stand out amongst the tens of thousands of disciples? Good. Although Ling Guang said so, he had already made up his mind to kill Jiang Qin. His position in the Eastern Emperor sect would drop if Jiang Qin was still alive. Moreover, there was only one quota for the battle royale of the 9 counties. He did not believe that Jiang Qin would join the Eastern Emperor sect at such a sensitive time. Die, no one can save you. Ling Guang shouted and soared into the sky. Spear shadows filled the void and countless spear lights rained down from the sky. Jiang Qin raised his eyebrows and the 5 elemental trigram fire formation instantly enveloped Jiang Qin. Ling Guang's spear shadows turned into nothingness. With a flick of his finger, the 5 flaming light shields fused into one, giving off a dazzling light. It was even more terrifying than Ling Guang's spear light. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck out with his palm. Ling Guang's expression turned cold. Everyone took a deep breath. Jiang Chen's aura was too powerful. Ling Guang, a half-step divine king, did not even have the slightest chance to fight back. The 3,000 Flames dragon seal was like an ancient fire dragon, devouring the void. Ling Guang kept retreating and the surrounding disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect also ran away. The fire dragon swallowed Ling Guang with lightning speed. "This is impossible," Ling Guang shouted. However, his voice was also devoured by the 3,000 Flames dragon seal. Under the seal, the flames were extinguished, leaving behind only a pile of black ashes. The whole place was silent. Jiang Chen's attack had defeated Ling Guang, who was a half-step divine king. At that moment, everyone felt terrified. Jiang Chen was like a devil. Even a divine king might not be able to do anything to him. No one dared to say another word. They looked at Jiang Chen with fear and respect in their eyes. They were afraid that Jiang Chen would use the seal in anger and burn them to ashes like Ling Guang. Jiang Chen's aura was imposing and his face was cold. Who would have thought that the battle between the two of them would be so dramatic? Moreover, there was no comparison at all. No wonder Jiang Chen's face was filled with disdain. In his eyes, Ling Guang was the real clown. Jiang Chen's disdain was because he did not want to be associated with Ling Guang. No one sympathized with Ling Guang's death, and no one wanted to collect his corpse. He had already turned into ashes. He only had himself to blame. The disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect were shocked once again. Many of them were waiting to see Jiang Chen make a fool of himself. However, in the end, Ling Guang had humiliated himself and even lost his life. This was the most tragic thing. Towards Jiang Chen's doubtful voice, they silently shut their mouths. What a great technique. Not simple at all. A faint laughter resounded in the void. Before Jiang Chen could turn around, a black-clothed figure appeared in the void. It's second senior brother. Even second senior brother is going to take action? There's no need for second senior brother to fight with him. That quota will belong to him and eldest senior brother sooner or later. I think second senior brother is itching for a fight. To be able to kill Ling Guang so easily, he's definitely not an ordinary person. I heard that second senior brother will break through to the Divine King realm within 3 years. Looks like he's going to use Jiang Chen as a stepping stone. Haha, isn't that right? Now that eldest senior brother has entered the Divine King realm, second senior brother is above everyone else. Who would dare to fight with him? Many of them were mourning for Jiang Chen. The bird that pokes its head out will be shot. The saying was true. Jiang Chen's strength had attracted Donghuang Taiji's attention. Donghuang Taiji had always been a prideful person. In the entire Eastern Emperor sect, other than Donghuang Taiji, he did not put anyone in his eyes. You want to challenge me? Chapter 2597. Donghuang Taiji frowned and shook his head. This fella is interesting. You're not qualified, Donghuang Taiji. Jiang Chen. He might not be famous now, but the whole Eastern Emperor sect, no, the whole Chilean boundary, no, at least the Lone Dragon County will be shocked by the name Jiang Chen. Wow, Jiang Chen's words were extremely arrogant. What position did he place Donghuang Taiji in? He did not even put the Eastern Emperor sect or the Chilean boundary in his eyes. At this moment, everyone felt that Jiang Chen was too arrogant. Did he really think that he was the reincarnation of a god emperor? With his current strength, even though he had shocked them, he wasn't arrogant enough to look down on everyone. This joke is not funny at all. I think I'm arrogant, but compared to your ignorance, I'm ashamed. Donghuang Taiji smiled calmly, but the coldness in his eyes gave people a great pressure. Donghuang Taiji's smile told everyone in the Eastern Emperor sect that he was really angry. Other than that fella, you're the first one who dares to provoke me. Play? It doesn't matter. Let's play. Jiang Chen shrugged. Even if the fella in front of him was the second strongest disciple in the Eastern Emperor sect, it was not a big challenge to him. I won't kill you. But remember to keep a low profile in the Eastern Emperor sect. Donghuang Taiji said. Is this the respect you're giving me? Alright, I won't kill you. Jiang Chen and Donghuang Taiji looked at each other, both of them smiled brightly. At this moment, it did not look like a battle, but like two old friends having a heart-to-heart talk. I don't like your sharp tongue. Donghuang Taiji sighed. He took a step forward and held his blade horizontally. It's not a sharp tongue, it's just confidence. I'm not targeting anyone, but the disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect are trash. Jiang Chen's words made Donghuang Taiji even angrier. He looked at Jiang Chen coldly and squinted his eyes. Of course, from the moment I joined the Donghuang sect, this problem no longer existed. Donghuang Taiji's smile froze and he threw a punch towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy and immediately took the initiative to counter the punch. Both of them started a terrifying hand-to-hand battle. Waves of overbearing aura were poured into their fists, unleashing a destructive force. Jiang Chen used his flesh and blood to fight against Donghuang Taiji without any fancy moves. Donghuang Taiji's attack was a soul-stirring battle. The two of them exchanged blows. Everyone was shocked. The importance of Jiang Chen in their hearts had increased again and again. Especially this time he used his body to resist Donghuang Taiji's fist. No one had such courage. Because the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art's strongest point was the body. It was able to cultivate the body to the extreme and unleash the astral chi from the inside out. That was the most terrifying part. This fellow can actually fight to a draw with second senior brother? Isn't this too terrifying? That's impossible. Second senior brother must be testing him. But this fellow is indeed terrifying. The battle between Jiang Chen and Donghuang Taiji was getting more and more intense. Their speed was unparalleled. Their strength could devour mountains and rivers. Every time they collided, it was as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Everyone was terrified. Jiang Chen's punch was extremely overbearing. The dragon transformation art had already refined his body to the peak. Currently, his body was as strong as a dragon's, maybe even stronger. He was able to fight against Donghuang Taiji without using the dragon transformation art and was invincible. Donghuang Taiji was also shocked. Needless to say, the strength of his fist was terrifying. His strength combined with the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art could not suppress this fellow. However, Donghuang Taiji gave it his all. Jiang Chen's strength had exceeded his expectation. Donghuang Taiji did not underestimate his opponent. Instead, he fought with Jiang Chen step by step. Their killing intent spread out. Both of them did not hold back at all. Their fists were unstoppable. This is the battle between the young prodigies. Donghuang Zhuoqing said sincerely. Yeah, Taiji, if it wasn't for that heaven-defying monster, no one in the Eastern Emperor sect would be able to suppress him. Even in the entire Chilean region, Taiji is still a top-notch expert. Tao Qing said with a smile. But this Jiang Chen is not simple either. I think he might not lose to Taiji. Really? Looks like you're quite confident in him. Donghuang Zhuoqing looked at Tao Qing in shock. It's hard to say. I feel that this fellow is not simple. If he could defeat Taiji, perhaps the entire Eastern Emperor sect would be in an uproar. I hope so. But my disciple will not lose so easily. If he could defeat Taiji, we can bring him along for this trip to the Thunder Rush Sea. Tao Qing said. The trip to the Thunder Rush Sea is not something that you and I can decide. There are only 2 quotas. The Thunder Rush Sea would only have a perilous tsunami every 1,000 years. It's called an opportunity, but it's also hell. Donghuang Zhuoqing sighed and shook his head helplessly. Because he had entered the Thunder Rush Sea 1,000 years ago. As a disciple, he could only watch his brother being devoured by the perilous tsunami. He could not do anything about it. It made him feel that there was a limit to one's strength. Donghuang Zhuoqing had always kept the Thunder Rush Sea a secret. But now that 1,000 years had passed, there were some things that he had to face. In a blink of an eye, the battle between Jiang Chen and Donghuang Taiji was getting more intense. Both of them used their fists as weapons trying to defeat their opponent. But Jiang Chen's endurance and combat strength had surpassed Donghuang Taiji's. I don't have the mood to play with you anymore. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, Emperor Limitless Art. Donghuang Taiji's technique was extremely powerful. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art was the most powerful cultivation art in the Eastern Emperor sect. Donghuang Taiji's attack had suppressed Jiang Chen. Donghuang Taiji looked like he was holding the sky in his hand, controlling the heavens and the earth. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art? Let's see if my dragon transformation art is more powerful. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's dreadful dragon soul aura shook the void. He punched out as if he was going to break a hole in the sky. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art and the dragon transformation art clashed. The millions of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body instantly exploded. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen was able to fight against a divine king realm expert. Elder Chu Tianshu was also a divine king realm expert. Jiang Chen was not afraid of her at all. Under the dragon transformation, the dragon soared across the heavens and earth. The collision between Jiang Chen and Donghuang Taiji had once again caused the spectators to retreat. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The aftermath of the collision was terrifying. Donghuang Taiji was pushed back by Jiang Chen's punch and was sent flying backwards. Although he managed to stabilize his body, his expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 2598. Eastern Emperor Divine Transformation Bell. Donghuang Taiji's body trembled as divine origin energy gathered around him. A gigantic golden divine bell was formed on his body. The golden shadow was faintly discernible, but the terrifying suppressive force made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. This should be a technique derived from the Eastern Emperor Bell. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen's palm covered the sky as he clashed with the divine bell. Both of them were pushed back. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with amazement. This Donghuang Taiji did not disappoint him, he was at least 100 times stronger than Ling Guang. Jiang Chen's aura did not diminish as he unleashed the 5 elements battle dragon seal once again. After the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength was enough to suppress many half-step divine kings. He was not afraid of facing divine kings at all. Peerless Divine Bell. Donghuang Taiji activated his divine origin energy and the golden divine bell soared into the sky. This time his aura was much weaker than before. Because of the previous clash, Donghuang Taiji was slightly at a disadvantage as he could not withstand Jiang Chen's strength. After all, after the dragon transformation he could fight against the divine king with just his physical strength alone. Jiang Chen launched another attack, forcing Donghuang Taiji to use his full strength. Even so, his golden divine bell was destroyed by Jiang Chen's 5 elements battle dragon seal. Donghuang Taiji was pushed back again and again, spurting out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and kneeled on the ground with an ugly expression. It can't be right? Even second senior brother is not a match for him? This fella is too terrifying. Second senior brother seems to be at his wit's end. If this continues, second senior brother will definitely lose to this fella. Donghuang Zhuoqing's expression changed slightly but he did not say anything. Donghuang Taiji was too eager to win, which gave Jiang Chen an opportunity. Now Donghuang Taiji was obviously restrained by Jiang Chen. Fella, you forced me to do this. Donghuang Taiji stood up slowly with a cold expression. However, his eyes were unusually fierce, making others not dare to look at him directly. Eastern Emperor Bell, rise, boundless heaven and earth. Bell transformation. Donghuang Taiji transformed his body into a bell, sweeping across the heavens and earth, suppressing Jiang Chen with his peerless might. Not bad, but you're still not my match. Jiang Chen said faintly. The heavenly dragon sword was unleashed and 9 cold lights flashed. Donghuang Taiji transformed his body into a divine bell, but it was still destroyed by Jiang Chen's sword. The terrifying sword chi made Donghuang Taiji feel the breath of death for the first time. 9 swords slashed across the void. Jiang Chen's sword was faster and fiercer than before. In that 1 month, Jiang Chen's sword realm had reached another level. Although he was not as terrifying as a sword saint, he was much stronger than before. Now with a single slash the 9 swords turned into a breeze. Donghuang Taiji's chi was completely destroyed and he was sent flying away. At that moment, Donghuang Taiji's body transformed into a divine bell was completely destroyed. The entire Donghuang sect was in shock, including Donghuang Zhuoqing. His disciple was defeated, which made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. Donghuang Taiji was a hero of his generation, a self-proclaimed invincible existence under the divine king realm. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Jiang Chen. One should know that Jiang Chen had defeated 2 great experts in less than a day after entering the Donghuang sect. Donghuang Taiji's status and reputation in the sect was self-evident. However, Jiang Chen defeated him in front of all the disciples of the Donghuang sect. One had to admit that in the eyes of the disciples of the Donghuang sect, Jiang Chen had become a super powerful existence, second only to their great senior brother Donghuang Te. I've lost. Donghuang Taiji sneered. His eyes were filled with endless loneliness and sadness. He knew that if Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, he would have been dead by now. At the beginning, all the ridicule and arrogance seemed to have turned into a joke, making him the laughingstock of the entire Donghuang sect. At this moment, a green-clothed lady with a graceful figure appeared in front of Donghuang Taiji, protecting him. Yin'er, I've lost. I've lost completely. Donghuang Taiji suddenly smiled brightly. However, no one knew about the sadness in his heart. Yun'er's smile was alluring, her eyes were as gentle as jade. It seemed to have calmed Dong Huang Taiji's heart. I believe that you're stronger than anyone else. Yun'er's words seemed to have calmed Dong Huang Taiji down. But I've still lost. I've lost to my big brother, to this person. Perhaps I'll lose again one day. Yun'er held Dong Huang Taiji's hand tightly and kissed it softly. Then Yun'er looked at Jiang Chen and nodded her head slightly. Thank you. Although my man has lost, he'll still win sometimes. Losing is not scary. What's scary is not being able to stand up again after losing. I believe that he's not that kind of person. Yun'er's words made Jiang Chen slightly stunned. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. He didn't plan to kill Dong Huang Taiji. Although Dong Huang Taiji was arrogant, he wasn't as arrogant as Ling Guang. Moreover, it was impossible for him to kill Dong Huang Taiji. If he wanted to kill Dong Huang Taiji, he was afraid that someone would help him secretly. At that time he would be doomed. He wouldn't be able to get rid of the label of having ulterior motives. If you're not even as courageous as a woman, then the one I've defeated is not an expert but a coward. I'm very disappointed. Jiang Chen turned around and left. He looked at Yun'er deeply. This woman's eyes were filled with expectation and despair. Jiang Chen couldn't understand that kind of inexplicable feeling. At that moment, Dong Huang Taiji stared at Jiang Chen silently. His heart seemed to have forgiven himself for his failure. He should be grateful to Yun'er. In my eyes, you're the only hero in the world. Yun'er said faintly. Countless disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect were envious of her. Dong Huang Taiji smiled bitterly and shook his head. What did I do to make you look at me differently? It's not shameful to be defeated by Big Brother. Dong Huang Tea is not just a name, he's a legend. The one I love is the real Dong Huang Taiji. I'll be behind you whether you're glorious or lonely. Dong Huang Taiji gradually understood. Although it was hard for him to accept his failure, there were others who knew better than him about his ability. I feel that this failure might not be a bad thing for Taiji. Tao Qing looked at Dong Huang Zhuoqing and said, You're right. It's not a good thing for him to be overconfident. If he can't recover from this setback and loses to Jiang Chen, then he'll be completely defeated. However, if he can learn from this lesson, he might be able to enter the Divine King realm earlier. Moreover, this trip to the Thunder Rush Sea will make him understand that he's not invincible among the younger generation. There's always someone better than you. This Jiang Chen, maybe we can bring him along. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.